Good morning, good morning, good morning, amazing law nerd. It's Wednesday. Oh, my throat is just already giving up. It's Wednesday. It's May 13th, 2026. It's been a busy morning. If you are in the Law Nerd app, you will know what's been going on this morning. If you don't have the Law Nerd app, well, I don't know what to tell you. It's been a busy morning. So I took a quick detour this morning to chat with y'all in the app and on Instagram and in Spaces about what's going on in South Carolina. But today we are going to be flying to Utah. But because it is such big and outsized breaking news, yes, Alec Murdaugh was granted a new trial by the South Carolina Supreme Court. Yes, we will talk about it later. Yes, we thought that's what was going to happen. Yes, we're aware. We will talk about it later. Today, we are going to see what Judge M sentences Kouri Richins to. She is facing either 25 years to life or life without parole. The judge can choose either of those options. Today, we will have impact statements. Grab your Kleenex. Today, we will have argument by both sides. I didn't see anything filed by the defense, or I would have shown that to you in the app. And we will be keeping you in the loop in the app with the stages of today's hearing. If impact statements are a minute where you need to nope out and then come back, I completely understand. We will be keeping you in the loop with how things are progressing in this hearing and then when Judge M goes to sentence. So we will be doing all of that today. We're going to fly to Utah. Utah, give me two. Let me know where you're coming in from, what you're drinking. Have I had breakfast yet? No. Have I had coffee yet? No. Have we had a very busy morning? Yes. Is it all going to be fine? Yes. Did they come out and fix the internet this morning? Yes. We shouldn't have any more buffering. I'm really excited. Is that a lot to do before streaming one morning? Yes, it is. But does it matter? No, because we're here. I got coffee. Let's go to Utah. Hey there, I'm lawyer and legal analyst Emily D. Baker, and this is your go-to destination for live court coverage. I break down the law, the strategy, and the evidence in real time so you know what's happening, no law degree required. So join the law nerds in the chat. They're here for the facts, not and let's get to court. Yes, I was pulling things up. Once again, I do expect that we will have quite a lot of a sentencing day. My outstanding questions are before we get to court. 1, will Kouri have anything to say or not? Yesterday, chat was split. 55 said yes, 45 said no. We'll see. Will Kouri have anything to say? 2, what's the sentencing going to be? The judge only has 2 options, but what's the sentencing going to be? 3, this is the big question for me. Let me know what you think. Is the defense going to put on anything? Is the defense going to put on any mitigation? They made a whole song and dance about needing time from, we binged. Look at us, we binged. We'll handle this later. That's very exciting. Thank you, law nerds, but now's not the time. Will the defense put on the mitigation that they needed all this more time for, or was it just a ruse? I don't know. I guess we'll find out together because we are going to go to court. As always, we are going to be just a wee bit on delay. Why? Because Emily likes to have a little bit of Zoom room. The Zoom room is needed and appreciated. And, all I want to do is Zoom. It also lets us avoid problems. It has come in clutch numerous times. So thank you, law nerds. Let's go to court together. We're going to zoom into the courtroom. Hopefully. I think so. There we go. I'm going to have to move me because I...
00139.
That's delicious. That's delicious. We'll see how that audio sorts, and if it doesn't, we'll switch feeds. But
State of Utah versus Kouri Richins.
I know the audio is a little bit rough in the beginning. Let me make sure we have our closed captions up. I'll grab those. Because that audio is just rough. So that should fix itself. Everybody's saying good morning.
Court plans to proceed as follows.
That's crispy.
First, I need to address 3 administrative matters.
Do I not have...
Setting a restitution hearing, which the court...
So the court's going to set a restitution hearing. That audio is just rough, but that is the court feed. The court's going to set a restitution hearing, and that's going to come separately.
proposes would include discussion
Let's see if this rectifies itself or I'll switch feeds.
process at that time.
Oh, that's getting better.
The state's request for a continuous protective order and any alleged inaccuracies in the pre-sentence investigation report. Second, I'd like to hear from counsel for the state.
Gosh, that's
and
rough.
from those who wish to present a victim impact.
I'm working on it, chat.
Third, I'd like to hear from defense counsel and those that defendant desires to present information regarding the appropriate sentence.
So that's the order
And
that we're going in today.
finally, give Ms. Richins an opportunity to speak if she so chooses.
And
Any objections, Mr. Bloodworth?
No, Your Honor, I have one other housekeeping matter, if I may.
that's the order of the day. Now going to Bloodworth.
Your Honor, the defendant previously.
I'm gonna have to, I'm looking for better audio, chat.
Fine. I cannot recall, or find in the record, whether or not the court has actually made that finding, and the state would ask the court.
The audio does get better. It is from the pool feed that it is this low. So apologies, it will get better. The court gave us the order of the morning. Prosecution, the court's going to set a separate restitution hearing to deal with that. Then the attorneys, etc. Kouri's not in civilian clothes. These are jail clothes. That is why she is dressed the way that she is dressed. So hang in there with me, chat.
That today if it hasn't.
I can't recall whether there was a stipulation about their status as cohabitants made on the record.
There was a stipulation made on the record.
That's the issue.
Right.
Your Honor. And I think that.
It doesn't impact the decisions today, it just impacts the record for any future offense that might be committed by this person.
That is
Right.
correct.
Your
Well, Your Honor, one thing, it will affect the analysis.
Bloodworth is talking about the stipulation regarding them being cohabitants. That was done during trial. We watched that. And so we saw them do that and talk about that. It sounds like there's some issue with that. I said yesterday, are they going to make a deal out of this? Apparently the answer is yes.
As it relates to a continuous protection.
Oh, understood. No, I understand your position. Yeah.
Your Honor, I do believe we put that on the record during the jury instruction.
They did.
Okay.
We discussed specifically the cohabitant issue, and you got us to make a statement on the record.
Okay. Very good.
Oh, good.
So, I think
Handled.
there's a stipulation
Great.
among counsel that the record includes a stipulation of fact recorded for the record that Eric Richins and
Kouri and Eric were
Richins,
cohabitants.
were cohabitants under Utah law at all relevant times.
Yes.
Anything
Oh, good.
further, Mr. Bloodworth?
No, Your Honor.
Handled.
Ms. Nestor,
Yay.
Ms. Lewis, any objection to how the court intends to proceed? Okay.
Okay.
Fair warning to everyone inside the courtroom.
Oh, the court's going to admonish
As
everyone to behave.
With the
Everyone's going to get a no fuckery, no yelling, no outbursts, but at least the audio is getting a bit better.
time when the verdict was read, everybody in the courtroom deserves our respect while they are in the courtroom. So, there can be no outward reactions to what's said today. This is an emotionally charged situation, reasonably so, but the bottom line is no outward reactions. If you feel overcome with emotion, please look down, keep your hands folded in your lap. Moreover, to those that might be coming to the podium to make statements today, please make sure you're addressing me, the court, not other people in the courtroom. You're of course allowed to reference other people in the courtroom, but speak to me. All right. Let's talk about setting the restitution.
And we talked about that yesterday.
What makes it?
Yesterday, we said that the court was going to remind everyone that the decorum is expected, that there aren't to be any outbursts, and then the court's setting the restitution hearing. Yesterday, the prosecution was asking for over $1 million for insurance companies, over $1 million for the cost of defense. And so the court's going to set that for a separate evidentiary hearing and going to do that first. Perfect.
From the state's perspective.
So they're just going to pick a date.
Your Honor, the restitution amounts that the state is seeking are kind of well-known in the record, or the defendant, or are well-known in the record. So we can proceed in very short order.
They're like, whatever date we need.
Dispute on the amounts.
Okay. From the defense team, what makes sense, Ms. Nestor?
We need an opportunity to brief these issues and do a little bit of research. We were surprised by some of the requests that came
The
from us.
recoupment issues?
Yes.
Fair enough.
So we need to look into that.
Recoupments for the defense
I know
attorneys.
that I'm going to be out of town the first 2 weeks of June. I'm gonna
We've
be out of the
heard.
country, so if we could do it before or after, that would be helpful.
Well, Ramos can handle it. It appears that he's not in trial, so everybody's present.
Far better for me.
Okay, same. So, other than that,
Brittany, what would you recommend? Is there an afternoon on which we don't have a ton of stuff set on a Friday afternoon?
And the court's like on a Friday afternoon. No, Your Honor, no. No, 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 no. I'm going to Zoom. This is why we have Zoom room. Look, half a lawyering's calendaring dates. We're going to Zoom past them finding a date. Hope there's no objections in the chat.
Recoupment as
Zoom.
made in their sentencing memorandum on July 31,
There we go.
1:30 p.m. in person. Okay, anything
July
further on that,
31st at 1 p.m.
Ms. Nestor?
no, sir.
All right.
All right.
Mr. Bloodworth, the state's request for a continuous protective order. I looked hard at this.
I'm interested to see what the judge does here.
Relate some of my concerns and then have you respond to them, and then we can go from there. I looked at this, cases cited by the state, I looked at the statute, considered the absurdity doctrine. It seems to me that the legislature has adopted a policy where a convicted person's First Amendment rights are reasonably restricted in domestic violence cases to prevent the survivor of domestic violence from being re-victimized by contact, either direct or indirect, by the convicted perpetrator. And it seems that the legislature has recognized that a survivor of domestic violence can be re-victimized by the perpetrator contacting their family members or other household members. The statute contemplates that.
Bloodworth's face disagrees.
But here, or in a situation like this, where the Domestic Violence Act does not have a survivor, rather it has a decedent, it seems from the face of the statute and other statutes involving criminal actions causing death that the legislature has
Did not
reverted
intend.
to the First Amendment being the baseline, and also
Okay.
that there are other remedies available to the family members of that decedent, such as
Civil protective orders.
stalking injunctions, if they are
So the court's not going to grant that.
that constitutes a course of conduct that would cause an objectively reasonable person to suffer emotional distress. Moreover, the juvenile court has tremendous authority to determine whether and how much, if any, contact a parent in this situation should have with the children of the decedent. I'm not sure that
The court is summarizing why they're going to deny the continuous protective order and giving the options that are available, not through the criminal court, but options that are still available through other courts. And the court's like, look, these are the other options available. And honestly, through the juvenile court, which is going to be handling the family law case, that would probably be pretty easy to implement. But then through a civil protective order for the family members. I understand where the court is, but what the court is saying is that the legislature contemplated this. It is my job to follow the law, not to change the law. I looked at what the legislature was doing. I looked at the legislative intent. This is what he's saying. And they contemplated these circumstances and other options for those circumstances. So that is where the court is. He's going to deny that.
have the authority to enter a continuous protective
he thinks he does not have the authority to do
in
it.
this case. I acknowledge this may not be what the legislature intended, that maybe they didn't see around this corner when passing the statute, and I appreciate the state's position that maybe they should take a hard look at it, but the act says what it says today. Respond to that for me.
Your Honor, the state questions the court's kind of read of the act, and when the court relates members of the victims, any harm to members of the victim's family relating back to the harm to the victim, causing the victim harm. I think the plain read of the statute is, and it's
And Bloodworth reads the statute
78
different.
Bravo-7-804.
The court's been very
3D.
cautious in his interpretation. He does not overstep
Necessary to fully protect the victim
What
and
he
members
thinks-
of the victim's family.
Correct. The
What
plain
he
read of
thinks
that sentence,
the
Your Honor,
statute does.
not say that the protection for the members of the victim's family does not, it does not relate back. It is a separate clause. It does not relate back to protection of the victim. And I think within the scheme of the statute, the legislature envisions protection for the victim, separately protection for the
Victim's family
as an option of this court. And I think that's kind of consistent. This statute's odd. I think it's subsection B, which has a preamble on legislative intent.
Right.
And I think consistent with that preamble on legislative intent is the legislature's grant of this court, any court, authority to protect the victim's family under the statute as well, because of the unique nature of domestic violent crimes.
An argument the state didn't make, maybe because it just doesn't believe in it, but it seems that a strict reading of the statute would say, I'm required to enter the continuous protective order and set a hearing, and then let defendant make the argument that.
Your Honor, procedurally, I think that's right, because of the threshold inquiry of whether or not the victim, decedent in this case, reasonably apprehends a harm.
Right. Practically, though.
But practically, I don't know that, I mean, it seems to me as the state brief that that is evident, that a decedent cannot reasonably apprehend harm.
Okay. Let me hear from defense counsel for a moment.
Yes.
Your Honor, we agree with the
Defense
court's
arguments?
original statements. We think this request for a continuous protective order is outside the purview of the statute. It's outside this court's authority. We believe it violates her First Amendment right. If these communications are not threatening, this would basically mean she could never send her sons a birthday card, a Christmas card, any type of communication.
Well, pause there for a minute. Let's take the three.
I think that's what is anticipated. I think that's what's anticipated. And I think that's what's hoped for with the request, though the court, I think, is going to parse the boys separate from the family.
Three boys out of it, because there's a whole separate set of concerns there, given that her parental rights have not been terminated.
Right.
Oh, I thought they had been.
To do it.
Correct.
I thought her parental rights had been terminated. So the court saying her parental rights have not been terminated is news for me. We're gonna come back around to that, because her former attorneys said that her parental rights had been terminated.
The court does.
Right.
But if we
That's
would
new information.
talk just for the moment about the adult family members of Erin Richins.
Well,
It would mean that she could never reach out to them.
right. Well, and that could create problems if they're the guardians of her children and there's an issue if she is given any type of parental input to major life decisions, to medical care, to anything like that, that she would not be able to communicate would be problematic. She has no intention of communicating with them outside of matters that have to do directly with the children. I also think this, well, you said you're setting the boys aside, so my other arguments, I'll deal with them. But as far as as far as I can see, there's another courtroom where this could happen. There's another venue under which this could happen, and this is not the appropriate place to do it.
All right, Mr. Bloodworth, any additional thoughts regarding the state's request for a continuous protective order?
Well, it seems like we're not going to get farther in that today, Your Honor. All right. Well, this is going to be fought in a different court on a different day. We will keep an eye on it, but there are other venues. Nestor's not wrong in that part. There are other venues for that to be litigated. I'm shocked that she still has parental rights. But I guess that's going to be litigated next, too.
All right, in full transparency, I don't like the result, but under this court's reading of Utah Code 78B 7804, subsection 3, the court determines as a matter of law that it cannot issue a continuous protective order in this case because it is evident that the victim of the domestic violence charges, in this case for which Ms. Richins was convicted, cannot possibly have a reasonable fear of future harm or abuse. It very well may be that this is not the result the legislature intended.
Right.
And I would encourage the legislature to take a hard look at 78B 7804 subsection 3 to fill this gap explicitly. But they haven't done it yet. They know how to do it. And the court is not persuaded that this result is so far outside of what they could have possibly
And that's the
intended,
problem.
given the overlay
Yeah, they could
of
have
the First
contemplated this
Amendment,
result.
that the absurdity doctrine requires a different result. And so while the
I like
court
Judge Emma Lott.
hopes the legislature will make a legislative change that would provide protections for the members of the family of a decedent in an aggravated murder case like this, they haven't done it yet. The court simply, in my view, does not have the authority to issue a continuous protective order in this case.
Look, Judge M is a thoughtful judge. He looked at the law. He's like, I think that the result under the law is a bad result. I mean, he didn't say it so explicitly, but he did, is a bad result. I encourage the legislature to change it, but laws most often get changed through the bad result, through the result that it's like, this isn't what we want to do, but this is how you wrote the law. Go fix it. It's not the judge's role to override that legislative intent from the bench. And that's why he is saying, my reading of the law is that I can't do this. I appreciate how he judges, even when we don't like the result, because this is a result that can be remedied elsewhere.
In so ruling, the court expresses no opinion whatsoever, one way or the other, as to whether Eric Richins' family members might qualify for issuance of a stalking injunction in the future, and expresses no opinion one way or the other as to whether the juvenile
under the
court,
law
will put in place
this.
restrictions
Others can't.
regarding Ms. Richins' communications with her 3 boys. Anything further on that, Mr. Bloodworth?
No, Your Honor.
Ms. Nestor?
No, Your Honor.
Okay, Ms. Nestor, may I ask you a couple of questions regarding the pre-sentence investigation report?
Yes, sir.
Have you had a chance to review it?
We have, Your Honor.
Have you had a chance to review it with
We'll
Ms.
see if there's any
Richins?
objections.
Okay. Are
To the
there
PSR?
any inaccuracies in the PSR that we need to address?
We submit there are inaccuracies. They're all related to the factual recitations, which this court presided over the trial and is very familiar with. We have confidence the court remembers what happened at trial,
So no.
remembers what was presented, and we would submit.
So no,
Okay.
there's no inaccuracies.
For the purpose of today's hearing, to the extent there are any factual inaccuracies in the pre-sentence investigation report regarding the factual background of this case, the court determines that those factual inaccuracies are not relevant to the court's sentencing decision and do not affect the court's decision regarding the appropriate sentence one way or the other.
Honestly, we've gotten to one way or the other. Honestly, I think that's the fastest we've seen Nestor realize that it's a losing argument, make it for the record, and sit back down. So I'm not mad about that.
Anything further on that, Ms. Nestor?
No, Your Honor.
Okay. Mr. Bloodworth, how would you
All
like
right.
to proceed?
I
Your
think
Honor, the state is
we're going
prepared
to
present.
impact
Please.
statements. This will be the state's presentation for sentencing, which will include impact statements. I expect argument will come at the end. If anyone's going to nope out for impact statements, now is probably the time.
Your Honor, on Valentine's Day 2022, Kouri Richins tried and failed to murder.
Oh, we're going to read the sentencing memo again. We did that yesterday. All right. Well, I guess we're going to go with the sentencing memo first, because this is exactly what we did yesterday. Great. Y'all have a buffer. You got a minute. He's going to go through the sentencing memo again.
Her husband and the father of her 3 young children, Eric Richins. Over the next 17 days, she did not think, what have I done? Rather, she thought, how can I do better? And then she murdered Eric in the presence of their children, using poison and for money. Such a person should never again lurk among the rest of us. Her children should never worry that they may one day encounter her. For these reasons, the reasons set forth in the state's sentencing memorandum, and the boundless reasons the court has learned from presiding over this case, the pending criminal case,
Girl, your face
and
is
the multiple
loud in
associated
court
civil
today.
cases. The state requests that
I don't
the
know what's
court
louder,
impose a
that shirt
sentence
or
of
the
life
face.
in prison without parole on count 1, 5 years to life in prison consecutive to any other sentence on count 2, 1 to 15 years in prison consecutive to any other sentence on counts 3 and 4, and 1 to 5 years in prison consecutive to any other sentence on count 5. Furthermore, the state requests that the court order the defendant to pay restitution to Auto Owners Insurance Company in the amount of $1,017,018 and True Stage Insurance Company in the amount of $352,562.
That date has
State
already been
requests that the
set.
court order the defendant to pay recoupment to Summit County in the amount of $1,391,900
For the cost of her defense attorneys.
Kouri Richins earned this sentence. Her children deserve it. Only this court can order it. The court's time this morning is best spent hearing from a few of Kouri Richins' victims. Fathers are not meant to bury sons. Gene Richins will present his victim impact statement first.
Oh,
Losing a sibling is
Okay.
losing a piece of yourself.
I see what you're doing there, Bloodworth.
Katie Richins-Benson, Clint Benson, and Dr. Amy Richins will then present their victim impact statements.
I'm going to back that up a minute because this is fucking brilliant, Bloodworth. The order of the witnesses is going to follow the order in his sentencing memorandum, and he is pulling out the statements from the sentencing memorandum to give the orders of witnesses, and then dropped in doctor for Amy. Congratulations to Amy. Also, we know that Kouri hates it. Just snaps for Bloodworth. It continues to be masterful.
Fathers are not meant to bury sons. Gene Richins will present his victim impact statement first.
Well, now at least we know the order.
Losing a sibling is losing a piece of yourself. Katie Richins-Benson, Clint Benson, and Dr. Amy Richins will then present their victim impact
Get it,
statement.
Dr. Amy.
There are no greater victims in this case than Eric's 3 young boys. The defendant took both of their parents from them. Jessica Black, who is Weston's counselor.
Oh.
Christina Greening, who is Ashton's counselor.
The guardian ad litems? Are we going to hear for the guardian ad litems?
And Sarah Barber, who is Carter's counselor, will then present the boys' victim impact
Oh,
statement.
shit. Oh.
Your Honor, Gene Richins.
We're going to... Okay. Well, buckle up, law nerds, because we saw quotes from the boys' impact statements, but their guardian ad litems, the attorneys that represent them in the family law cases, their guardian ad litems are going to present their impact statements.
Father. No parent should ever have to bury their child. It's a loss that changes you forever. Eric was taken from us way too soon. And his loss has left a permanent hole in our family that will never be filled, ever. Eric was first and foremost an incredible father. To his 3 boys, Carter, Ashton, and Wes, his sons were his world, and he was theirs also. They didn't just see him as a dad, they saw him as their best friend, their coach, their mentor, their protector. He was present in every part of their lives. Whether it was soccer, baseball, basketball, or any activity that they were involved in. Eric was there coaching, encouraging, and supporting not only his own boys, but every child on the team. Eric didn't just coach sports. He built confidence. He built character and friendships. He gave his time freely because he cared deeply about helping young people grow into strong, kind, and capable individuals. The impact Eric had on these children and families continues even now. On the soccer team that he coached, before every game, the players gathered and called out a cheer. For many teams, it might be something ordinary. But for Eric's team, even 4 years after his death, they still break the huddle with the words, 1, 2, 3, Eric. That simple cheer speaks volumes about a man he was and the lasting imprint that he left upon young lives in this community. He was a light to his sons, to the boys he coached, and to our entire community. A light that was taken far too soon. Eric was only 39 years old. As his father, I miss him every day. I miss our conversations. I miss watching him grow into a man I was so proud of. One of the greatest joys of my life was seeing the kind of father he had become. Eric was patient, loving, dedicated, and fully present in his boys' lives. Watching him raise his sons with such care and devotion was incredibly meaningful to me. Eric was also an amazing brother to 2 sisters, a loving uncle, nephew, cousin, and loyal friend. He was a trusted business partner, a valued colleague, and a respected member of our community. He was generous with his time, his energy, and kindness. He treated people with respect, showed gratitude even for the smallest acts of kindness, and gave freely of himself because that's simply who he was. He worked hard to provide a beautiful life for his family. He gave them a home many would consider a dream. He ensured their needs were met, supported them, cared for them, and treated his wife with love every day. Yet despite everything he gave, his life was taken from him, not by a stranger, but by a person he should have been able to trust the very most in his life. He was betrayed in the most imaginable way possible. His life was taken through calculated, intentional actions motivated by the greed, control, and desire for a different life with someone else. Eric's boys lost a father. I lost my son. His sisters lost their brother. Our family lost a man who represented the very best of what a person can be. The ripple effects of this loss extend far beyond our immediate family. His friends lost someone they trusted and admired. The children he coached lost a mentor, a role model. Our community lost someone who genuinely cared and gave back without expecting anything in return. Eric will never see his boys graduate, get married, or become fathers themselves. He will never again stand on the sidelines cheering them on. He will never offer guidance, encouragement, or love in any way that only a father can. That opportunity was stolen from him and from all of us. Because of the calculated and intentional nature of this crime, I respectfully ask the court to impose a sentence of life without the possibility of parole. This sentence is important to Eric's 3 sons never have to live with the fear that the person responsible for taking their father could ever harm them again, and to ensure she can never harm anyone else ever again. Despite our immense grief, I want to acknowledge and thank those who have worked tirelessly to bring justice for my son. Eric was always grateful for others, showed kindness and dedication, and I know he would want to express sincere appreciation to those who gave their time, effort, and professionalism to seek the truth in this case. We are deeply thankful to the prosecution team, Margaret, Brad, Lindsay, Fred, Joe, Wendy, Patricia, and the entire staff who supported them for their commitment and their perseverance. We also want to recognize and thank Todd for his dedication and relentless efforts in helping us ensure justice has been served. We are also grateful to Grace Wardis for serving as a spokesperson and an advocate for our family throughout this process. We thank the Summit County Sheriff's Office, Lieutenant Hemingway, Detective O'Driscoll, Detective Hopper, Officer Woody, Officer Gibson, and all the law enforcement personnel who worked on this investigation. We thank the bailiffs who ensured the safety and the order of this courtroom. We thank you, Your Honor, for your patience, professionalism, and stewardship of this process. We extend our heartfelt gratitude to each juror, including the alternates, for their sacrifice and their time, for seriously taking the responsibility, who carried out to ensure justice was served. Nothing can bring Eric back. Nothing can restore what has been taken from his sons, from our family, and from this community. But accountability matters here.
Yes, it does.
Justice matters. Eric mattered. His life, his love mattered, his example mattered. He will always be remembered as a devoted father, a loving son, a supportive brother, a loyal friend, and a man who made lives of those around him better. We miss him every day and will continue to honor his memory by living with the same kindness and dedication that he showed to everyone fortunate enough to know him. Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you.
All right, that was Eric's father. I will say that for me, A, very emotional. B, for those of you that are new to me, we do commentary. I also, I can't even talk about parents losing their kids. I can't talk about it. But Kouri's face might be the anchor that keeps me between absolutely sobbing and rage. So for that, I am deeply appreciative, because every time I am so choked up, Kouri's face is facing, and then we're right back to mad. So, it's wild. But hey, the Pools had some issues with the audio, but I'm stoked at this view where we get to see the impact statements and Kouri's reaction to them all in one view. And yes, the shirt was not of her choosing. The shirt is her jail clothes. She's not in civilian clothes. He mentioned all the prosecutors by first name, so he did mention Brad Bloodworth. The difficulty of an impact statement like that is unfathomable. Some of you know I have read those for victims. It is incredibly difficult when it's not yours to give. It is incredibly difficult. I think Eric's dad did a tremendous job with that.
Katie, good morning.
We are going to hear from his sisters, his brother-in-law, and then the statements from the children through their representatives.
I'm Katie, and I'm Eric's sister. To begin, there are a multitude of people who deserve credit and appreciation. Law enforcement agencies across the state of Utah, the Summit County Prosecutor's Office, the Medical Examiner's Office, expert witnesses who worked hand in hand with law enforcement, Eric's friends, Eric's co-workers, my friends, and my family, our entire team of lawyers and experts in the civil lawsuit. There are far too many people to mention by name, and I suspect if I try to, I will inadvertently leave someone out. But to all of you, please know that this would not be possible without your efforts, your support, and the strength of the community that has stood beside us. Both my family and I are forever grateful to each of you. I am also very grateful to you, Your Honor, to this court for the dignified manner in which it presided over the trial, and to the members of the jury for faithfully performing their civic duties.
He really is a great judge.
Today is Eric's birthday.
Yep.
I stand before you because he can't. He was taken away from my dad, my sister, his nieces, his friends, our community, and worst of all, from his 3 amazing sons. Sorry.
You're doing a good job, Katie. You don't have to apologize.
He was taken away from us by a person he should have been able to trust, the person he should have trusted most in the world, his wife. It's impossible to fully describe how devastating Eric's death and Kouri's crimes have been to our family. Nearly every aspect of our lives has been permanently changed, and we have no choice but to live with those changes and with Eric's loss forever. Eric was a phenomenal brother, father, son, nephew, grandson, cousin, friend, and businessman. Eric and I were extremely close. We went through school together and navigated life side by side. Wherever Eric went, I was usually tagged along right behind. At school, Eric's nickname was Richie, and mine was Little Richie, a reflection on how inseparable we were. He wasn't just my brother. He was my constant, my protector, and one of my closest friends. Eric was the kind of father who anticipated his children's needs before they ever had to ask. He made sure they were always having fun, taught them how to be respectful and kind, and was constantly planning for their future. His mind and heart was always on his boys, always. Everything he did was for them. Eric was the very best uncle. He made his nieces, my daughters, feel truly special. He always found ways to have fun with them. He doted on them with love and attention. Eric was an incredible son, always there for my parents, stepping in without hesitation and helping in every way he could, without being asked. The bond he shared with my mom was truly special. We would often joke that the umbilical cord had never really been cut, but in truth, it spoke to the deep, unbreakable love they had for each other. This is who Eric truly was, a man defined by love, integrity, and unwavering devotion to his family. He is none of the things that Kouri tried to portray him as. Those mischaracterizations were nothing more than a vile effort to deflect blame. And those mischaracterizations stand in stark contrast to the reality of the man we all knew and loved. Eric's life and his actions and the profound impact he had on those around him speak for themselves. And they tell a story of goodness, strength, and character that cannot be rewritten or diminished.
Katie, you're doing a great job.
The saddest part for me in all of this is that I got something with Eric that his sons never did. Time. I feel cheated that I only got to spend a few decades with my brother, but I should feel lucky in comparison. As Eric's eldest son told me shortly after his dad's death, he and his brothers did not even get 10 years with their dad. It is devastating that Eric is not here to coach them, to work the family ranch with them, to teach them how to drive, to attend their high school graduation, to send them off to college, to see them get married, or to celebrate the birth of his future grandchildren. His 3 sons are going to grow up and live nearly their entire lives without their dad. They are going to get to know their dad more from the stories we tell about them than their actual experiences. In all likelihood, by the time they are each 44 years old, which is how old Eric would be today, they will have little to no actual memories of Eric. And they have to go through life without their dad because their mother planned and carried out his murder. She could not have done anything more selfish or more cruel to those boys. In the place of a stable, secure, and loving home, Kouri gave the boys permanent trauma. They were in the house the night she killed their father. They were awake. They knew that something terrible had happened to their dad. As we heard on the 911 call.
Oftentimes, I know, Law Nerds, a lot of you watch in the background, and most impact statements, the defendants are stoic. This is not that time. So if you are listening in the background, I don't know if Kouri's going to make a statement on the record or not, but her face is making a statement. Also, a lot of you in the chat are asking, why isn't the judge going to admonish her? Because if this is how Kouri is responding to things, the judge wants to see how she responds. She's allowed to make faces. It speaks to her character. It speaks to her thoughts, but she is allowed to make faces. It's doing a lot. And I think Katie is doing an incredible job ignoring it, because you can feel when somebody is staring you down like that. And Katie is standing her ground and not even looking at Kouri. But these facial expressions are wild. So I had to back up real quick for all of you listening in the background. We're gonna resume. I'm gonna grab some more Kleenex. It's all gonna be good.
In the place of a stable, secure, and loving home, Kouri gave the boys permanent trauma. They were in the house the night she killed their father. They were awake. They knew that something terrible had happened to their dad. As we heard on the 911 call during trial, one of them even walked into Eric's bedroom, where Eric's body lay dead, poisoned by someone who his son should have been able to unconditionally trust, love, and depend on. No child should have to bear that trauma. But Eric's 3 innocent sons will bear that burden, and they will bear it for the rest of their lives. Kouri's selfishness and cruelty did not end with Eric's murder. In the time after Eric's death, Kouri has done nothing but isolate, manipulate, deceive, and do harm to those boys.
Oh, shit.
Almost immediately after Eric died, she cut them off completely from our family.
Oh, God.
From Eric's family. The isolation was calculated and strategic. Kouri used the boys as bargaining chips with my dad. She repeatedly threatened not to let him see his grandsons unless he could convince me, as Eric's trustee,
Wow.
of his trust, to capitulate to her legal demands and give her all the trust assets. While isolated,
We heard this in the bond hearing as well. Kouri clearly disagrees as she is dropping her jaw and saying, what? We heard this in the bond hearing as well.
the boys, Kouri provided them with false and harmful information about me and my family. When DCS
Miss Lewis just grabbed Kouri's shoulder and said something to her. I hope what Miss Lewis said to her is, fix your face.
took custody of the boys following Kouri's arrest and asked where they would like to go, they expressed fear of my family. The fear was not based on reality, but on what they had been told.
Shit.
For over a year, Kouri led them to believe that I hated them, that I was attempting to take Eric's money for myself, and that I intended for them to be left without support.
I believe
that they
Katie.
would be homeless and starving. These statements were entirely false
I believe
and
Katie.
had no basis in reality. Had they not been subjected to that influence, they would have known the truth. Prior to Eric's death, our families were very close. My daughters and his sons had strong friendships, and I had a meaningful individual relationship with each of my nephews. I spent time riding horses with one, helping another identify summer coding programs, and the youngest participated in ice skating lessons with my daughters. Our families shared holidays, worked together on our family ranch, took trips together, and I was present the day each of the boys were born in the hospital. The boys have expressed their confusion about these circumstances. They have stated that prior to their father's passing, both Eric and Kouri frequently told them if anything were to happen, they should go with me, that I would care for them and support them. Following Eric's death, however, those messages changed. After Eric passed away, Kouri prevented all contact between our family and the boys. She prohibited communication and continued to provide them of false information about us. When we were finally able to see the boys again, approximately 15 months after Eric's death,
Holy shit.
the boys hardly recognized the relationship we had. Instead, they
Holy shit. And we have seen this in so many DV-related cases where familial isolation becomes a bargaining chip. It's horrific to do to children when they lose their father and then they think their entire family has abandoned them. It's horrific to do that to children. Not that the rest of it isn't also horrific.
viewed my family and me with fear and hesitation
Holy
as though we were
shit.
strangers. Kouri also went to great lengths to jeopardize the boys' financial futures. I know you are very aware of this. Among other things, she drained the personal bank accounts that Eric had set up for his boys as college funds.
What?
She allowed the boys' Social Security survivor benefits to be funneled to individuals who were not taking care of the boys. And she sued me in my role as Eric's trustee and
We
personal
knew that.
representative, not once, not twice, but 3 separate times. The goal of
I mean,
her
we knew
lawsuits
that.
is singular. She wants all of Eric's assets for herself. Despite her lies and fanciful public portrayal, she knows that none of Eric's assets are going to me, my dad, or my sister. In fact, she knows exactly where Eric wanted everything to go, and that is to his boys. And yet, for
All of those lawsuits, by the way, all of those civil lawsuits are to steal money from the kids. It's to take the money back from the kids. Holy shit.
4 years, she has aggressively tried to take their inheritance from them. Even now, despite her erroneous debt, a murder conviction, and a string of pending felony financial charges, Kouri's civil lawsuits live on. Those lawsuits have been emotionally grueling, all-consuming, and unimaginably expensive. And tragically, every dollar on those suits is a dollar that Eric's boys will not get.
Right.
Of course, Kouri can't have other people or the public thinking that she's trying to take away her children's inheritance. So for the past 4 years, both in court and in the media, she has demonized and vilified me. She has hurled wild accusations in my direction, including that I hacked her bank accounts, forged her bank statements, paid off witnesses, unduly pressured law enforcement into investigating her,
Yep.
and quietly pulled the Summit County prosecutor's strings. It is despicable.
Yeah, nobody's pulling Bloodworth's strings. I'll tell you what. Woo! Katie, call it out, because we've watched it all happen. We've watched it all happen.
That for doing nothing more than trying to honor Eric's wishes, Kouri has cast me as the evildoer here. Just as bad, honoring Eric's wishes has landed my sister and myself and, unbelievably, my 2 daughters in Kouri's crosshairs.
Yep.
One of Eric's sons recently told me that Kouri used to say, "I will get them one day." Apparently, she was talking about...
Oh, yeah, because she put it in the walk the dog letter. She's like, let's get those bitches. And she was just texting it because we saw it in the sentencing memo. But she's saying it to her kids? Oh, shit.
me, my sister, and my daughters. Her infamous walk the dog letter, the part the jury did not hear, confirms her desire to harm me.
We heard it.
In it, she talks at length about her plans to get at Amy and me, including by targeting my daughters.
Kouri, you fucking wrote it. It's in
both
there.
of whom are under the age of 10.
We read it more than
It
once.
takes a sick mind to target children. The mere thought that someone
doesn't
who
give a
has
fuck.
so little regard for human life or decency might one day walk free is horrifying.
Mind you, Kouri didn't want to target the kids. We're going to clarify. Kouri wanted to target the kids to get at the adults because she doesn't give a fuck. It was to target the adults. Right. I believe Katie when she says everything Kouri did with regard to telling her kids the bank accounts, all of it. She will use the kids to get what she wants.
I worry about the safety of Eric's boys, my daughters, my sister, and myself. There is nothing Kouri will not do, and no one she will not hurt to achieve her own selfish ends. I am not the only one that is afraid. There are 3 little boys who, instead of fearing those who love and adore them, as Kouri would prefer, worry constantly that Kouri might show up one day and take them away. Eric's sons deserve so much better. They are not bargaining chips. They are not cash cows.
Yes.
They are not props for some twisted children's book about grief and loss.
Yes.
And yet that is what they've been reduced to by Kouri.
Get it, Katie.
To my unending sadness and horror, Eric himself understood all too well the danger she posed to his children and to his family.
And that's why he changed his trust.
When Eric told me he had changed his estate planning and appointed me as his trustee and personal representative, I begged him to end the marriage and go his separate way. By that point, he had already consulted with a divorce attorney and was deeply afraid that he might not be awarded sole custody of his children.
That is a very, very, very well-founded fear. And I'm sure that's exactly what Eric's divorce attorney told him, is that if he was lucky, he might get 50-50 custody. Might. I'm glad she's talking about it because over the years of covering this case, I've seen a lot of comments about what choices Eric could have made. And if you're worried that somebody could hurt you in this way and hurt your kids I don't know if Eric had much other choices. If he had taken the kids and tried to get divorced, he would have lost custody of them entirely.
He made the heartbreaking decision to stay because he could not accept the risk of what might happen to his sons if Kouri had equal custody. He told me he would live his life through hell every single day of his life until his youngest was 18 because he believed Kouri was the most evil person he had ever met. He knew that his sons did not like her. He told me as much many times. He knew that they would prefer to be far away from her.
Kouri's face is facing up one side and down the other, and Katie has walked into this sentencing with full mention it all energy.
But he also knew that divorce carried significant risks, and he said he could never allow his children to spend half of their time alone with her because he was certain they would be exposed to harm and things no child should ever experience. He made it clear that in his mind, if Kouri were given equal custody, his children would be in the care of someone he believed to be deeply dangerous. He feared the people.
We heard this from Todd Gabler too. In the time that he was investigating this case, if you haven't watched my interview with him, it's on the channel. We saw him talk about the fact that Kouri was, in his retelling of it, drinking and driving with the kids after Eric's death. So if you have not watched that interview, we have heard this before as well. And Katie is in full mention it all mode because the court needs to understand why they want her to never get out of custody again. But Kouri's face kind of seals the deal, doesn't it? On the LWOP for me.
They could be exposed to and the damage that could be done. At the same time, he spoke with deep love and admiration for his boys. He told me that they were the most amazing boys in the world and that none of this was their choice and none of it was their fault, and that he would do everything in his power to protect them for as long as he possibly could. Kouri loves to go on and on about how this case is a media sensation. She's right. News outlets from here to Europe have covered it. There have been countless newspaper articles.
Yeah, but Kouri thinks that means she's a media sensation, and she loves that.
Articles, podcasts, and TV specials about it. Every hearing is live streamed.
YouTube. Oh, good. Okay. I was worried. Emily, it's not about YouTube. I know. I'm trying to buffer myself against what's to come. And humor is my way of dealing with the foreboding that we are going to hear the kids' full statements, and I'm going to absolutely just be heartbroken.
Articles, podcasts, and TV specials about it. Every hearing is live streamed on numerous YouTube channels. Every filing is scrutinized by internet lawyers and true crime junkies. There is
actual lawyers. Some of us are actual lawyers, and Bloodworth writes so well. We can't not take a look at them.
No question that this case is famous and that Kouri is now famous. But what Kouri never mentions in talking about her fame and notoriety are the reasons why this case is now famous.
Notoriety is appropriate.
It is famous for how appalling and sickening it is. Yeah. It is famous because a mother meticulously planned to kill her husband, killed him while their children were sleeping in the next room, and then had the audacity to hold herself out as the author of a children's book about grief and loss.
Yep.
It is famous because she spent time Googling luxury prisons for the rich in America.
Yep.
It is famous because from her jail cell, she scripted a bunch of phony testimony so that her brother could perpetrate a fraud on the court.
Yep.
It is famous because she victimized her own children and threatened to victimize Eric's nieces. The fame and attention are directly proportional to the evil that has gone on here. This is not a situation where the idea of rehabilitation should be entertained. In taking Eric's life for her own selfish gain, Kouri did not only harm Eric, she permanently harmed 3 kids who were under the age of 10. She took away a dad, a son, a brother, an uncle, a grandson, a nephew, a cousin, and a friend. Eric's death has caused immeasurable pain to so many. Obviously, there's nothing the court can do about that. And you cannot bring him back. But what you can do is give Kouri's victims at least some measure of closure. To that end, I ask that the court impose a sentence that ensures Kouri never has the opportunity to harm Eric's children or our family again. Please do not let my brother's life be worth nothing more than a 25-year punishment. Please do not leave those boys to wonder whether Kouri might track them or their children down in the future. Please do not create a possibility for Kouri to endanger Eric's boys, my daughters, my family, or anyone else ever again. Please sentence Kouri to a life in prison without the possibility of parole.
She's like,
Thank you.
LWAP, please and thank you. And now we will be hearing from Katie's husband, Clint. After Clint, we will be hearing from Dr. Amy Richins, and then the statements from the boys through Bloodworth said their counselors. I don't know if
Your
that's
Honor, my
their,
name's Clint Benson.
I don't know if that's their guardian ad litems or their therapists, because fair could be either.
Katie's husband and Eric's brother-in-law. Eric was an innocent man, a devoted father, and someone whose life revolved around his children and his family. Because of Kouri's choices, he never had the opportunity to say goodbye to his children, to reassure them, to share the final moments every family deserves. That loss cannot be measured. His children will spend the rest of their lives carrying the pain of a father taken from them far too soon. What makes this tragedy even more painful is the calculated nature of the crime. This was not a momentary mistake,
Chilling.
a lapse in judgment, or a crime of passion. It involved planning, preparation, testing, and deliberate action. Eric's death was carried out in a way that caused fear, suffering, and helplessness. Kouri either watched or sat by as Eric succumbed to fentanyl poisoning instead of providing any kind of aid to him.
And that's
She
what
was
we heard yesterday,
fantasizing
too.
about a dream life funded by Eric's death. Eric was killed in his home by a traitor sleeping next to him in one of the most cowardly acts imaginable. We are profoundly grateful to every investigator, prosecutor, detective, law enforcement officer, juror, judge, forensic expert, and public servant who worked tirelessly and honestly to uncover the truth. Their dedication ensured that Eric's voice was not lost and that justice could still prevail. We are equally grateful for the incredible community surrounding us. This community has shown unwavering support and has been there for Eric's boys without judgment and through some of the most difficult times imaginable. The boys are succeeding and thriving because of the people around them who continue to
Really glad
provide
to hear
support
that.
and look out for their safety. Going through every aspect of this murder easily led to a dark place while fighting against an individual focused on only chaos and vengeance. However, the people surrounding us, including the sheriff's officers, principals, teachers, school staff, coaches, counselors, neighbors, and church members, created an unbreakable force for what is good, just, and right. No sentence can bring Eric back. No outcome will erase the suffering caused by these actions. But accountability matters, truth matters, and justice matters. Kouri continues to shirk responsibility for her actions, for the pain she has caused, and for the resources she has squandered, both Eric's and the state's. Even after everything that has been revealed, Kouri has demonstrated zero genuine accountability or remorse for the devastation she has left behind. Instead,
Ma'am,
she has repeatedly attempted to distort.
your face continues to lack remorse or accountability. We're watching it in real time. Though much less facing at Clint than at Katie.
The truth, create false narratives, and portray herself as the victim. She has used the legal system as part of her schemes. There has been lawsuit after lawsuit, motion after motion, delay after delay, all in an effort to to shift blame away from the person responsible.
And to get the money.
The evidence, the truth, and the outcome of this case all tell a very different story. What is especially concerning is the continued hostility from Kouri and her family, as well as their desire for vengeance directed towards our family, a family already devastated by an unimaginable loss. Statements they have made about going to war and getting the Richins demonstrate an ongoing mindset rooted in blame, anger, and retaliation, rather than remorse or acceptance of responsibility. Kouri will continue to try to convince the public that she was a good mother through media outlets that choose not to research or report on the countless motions and facts presented in this case or other cases, but instead simply regurgitate the false narratives of a sick and evil person.
We've covered all of them. We've covered all of them. Look, here's the thing that Kouri hasn't realized yet. If she hadn't filed that first lawsuit, this case would look a lot different, I think.
Kouri and her family continue to plan media campaigns focused on lies, targeting anyone foolish enough to spend time listening to them. Kouri is not before this court because she was mistreated, because she is a victim, or because the Richins family manufactured a false narrative, as she and the Darden family would like to portray. She is before this court because of the choices she has made, choices that resulted in Eric's death and permanent trauma to anyone who has loved him. Kouri chose pride, seeking to project an image of success.
And money.
Kouri chose adultery and lust, prioritizing her secret lover over her husband and her children. Kouri chose fraud and greed, hoping to profit from Eric's death. Kouri chose murder, and she continues to choose vengeance against the victims of her actions.
That's a good read, Clint.
The time for Kouri to make choices is at an end. Now it is time for her victims to choose. Please let Eric's children have a chance to choose lifelong peace, comfort, security, success, and happiness. I ask this court to impose a sentence of life without parole, a sentence that truly reflects the gravity of this crime, the irreversible harm caused to our family, and the calculated choices that led to Eric's death.
I like how he focused on choices, saying her time to make these choices, her time to be in control is at an end. We are going to hear from Dr. Amy Richins next. And then we are going to hear the statements from the children per the way the prosecution outlined this. Hello, Dr. Amy. Congratulations. For those of you that are newer to this case or newer to my coverage of this case, we have watched Amy. Oh, no, she did talk about finishing her degree at the verdict briefly. I didn't realize it was her PhD. Congratulations to Amy. Amy is the sister that was throat punched by Kouri Richins. There was a misdemeanor case that resolved. Kouri, I think, pled guilty to that. We have listened to Katie's statements at the bond hearings. Amy did not testify at trial. And I think the only statement we saw from her, other than a brief statement after the verdict, was her statement at the bond hearing. So for those of you that are like, I didn't see her at trial, Amy did not testify at trial. I'm very curious if she talks about the whole throat punch situation. Real curious.
My name's Amy Richins. I'm Eric Richins' sister. Today, I'm here to speak as a victim and to speak for Eric because he no longer has a voice. I addressed this court in 2023 when we were living in a state of visceral shock. Now, 3 years later, we are here at sentencing on a date that carries a weight I can barely describe. Today's Eric's 44th birthday. Birthdays are supposed to be proof of life, a day to celebrate another year of growth. Instead, today is a cruel reminder of another year Eric will never see, and a reminder of the fatherhood that was stolen from his 3 sons. Before I talk about what this crime has done, I need you to know who Eric was, not as a headline, but as a person. Over the course of this trial, so many people described Eric in strikingly similar ways. They called him outgoing, confident, funny, competitive, dependable, driven, and fiercely loyal. He was a leader, a hard worker, a rancher, a businessman, A coach, a best friend, a brother, a son. But more than anything, people described him as a phenomenal father. Eric had 3 sons and he coached many of their sports teams. He was the kind of dad who showed up not just for his own children, but for everyone around them. Sometimes I think about all the children who lost him too, the kids he coached, mentored, and believed in. I cannot imagine the confusion and heartbreak they felt when someone who had become such a steady and trusted part of their lives was suddenly gone. Eric was a real person, a deeply loved person, and the loss of him echoes through every life he touched. On my 16th birthday, I was sitting in my 10th grade English class when I got a text from Eric that said, "Come outside." I walked out and
Nothing makes me feel old than when people talk about texting in high school. But I get it.
there was Eric, standing with flowers and that mischievous grin we all knew. I asked what he was doing there, and he just said, "Let's go. We've got to get a little mud on your tires." I had just bought my first truck, a used Ford F-150. Eric took me up into the mountains,
They were
and we took
mudding.
that truck off-roading for the first time.
That's a great
It was
16th
exhilarating
birthday.
and terrifying. But I felt safe because he was there. That was Eric. He made life bigger. He made people feel brave. And he protected the people he loved. That is the brother I lost. And that is the father his boys lost. In 2023, I told this court that I was tormented by the sequence of events of that night. Today, that torment has not faded. I still wonder when Eric realized he was in mortal danger. I wonder what Kouri said to him in his last moments. I am still haunted by the question, did his boys hear their father's final struggle?
Oh, God.
If Eric had died of an illness, we would have cared for him. If it were an accident, there would have been kindness. But there is no comfort here. In his last moments, after being intentionally poisoned, my brother was faced with the ultimate betrayal. Eric's sons were 9, 7, and 5 when their world was shattered. They are now 13, 11, and 9. These are the years when a boy learns how to be a man by watching his father. What makes this crime uniquely heinous is that their grief will never pass.
Right.
It will reinvent itself at every milestone. This crime didn't just happen once. It happens every single morning when those boys wake up and realize their father is still gone. They did not just lose their father, they lost the life they knew. Eric's death didn't end the harm. It began a grinding process of re-traumatization. Early in this process, I remember being told this case would be a marathon, not a sprint.
It's good advice.
We did not understand how every hearing, filing, delay,
Hurts.
and public narrative would reopen wounds all over again.
Every time it hurts.
As if losing Eric was not painful enough, our family was then forced to grieve under public scrutiny. After the publication of the grief book, our family became the subject of public narratives, attacks, and speculation. At one point, I received a message sent from a burner phone that said, "You think you're funny? Kouri will get the last laugh.
Holy shit.
Your jealousy is as disgusting as your family." Law enforcement later confirmed, through warrants, that the message came from Kouri.
I'm not shocked by that.
That moment stayed with me
Well, Kouri
because
seems,
it captured what these...
Kouri seems to be shocked by that. That was a huge reaction from the defense table about the burner phone. However, the language in that text message that Amy just shared for the first time matches the walk the dog letter. It's the same language. It's Kouri's version of "you fool." Did you see Kouri's reaction to that? All right, we backed up.
Kouri will get the last laugh. Your jealousy is as disgusting as your family. Law enforcement later confirmed, through warrants, that the message came from Kouri. That moment stayed with me because it captured what these years have felt like. Not just grief, but intimidation and distortion. Yes, our family hired a private investigator.
Todd
But
Gabler's
when
a
someone you
boss.
love dies suddenly and deep in your gut, you believe something is terribly wrong, you do not stop searching for answers. The real question is not why would you investigate? The real question is, what wouldn't you do? What wouldn't you do for your brother?
Again, if you hire an investigator and there's nothing to find, then there's nothing to find. But at least you've answered that question. Right.
For the truth. I also feel compelled to address the emotional toll of the trial itself. As the designated victim representative, and more importantly as Eric's sister, I have a right to be present in the courtroom. Yet during the proceedings, I was essentially kept in the dark. Due to the courtroom layout, I could not see the exhibits or the evidence. When we requested simple accommodation, we were told that the trial was being broadcast on court TV and I could excuse myself and watch from home with the rest of the world.
Oh, who said that?
Being told that my right to be here was interchangeable with a television broadcast was a profound violation. I did not want to watch Eric's life and death as content from my couch. I didn't want to go home after a grueling day and listen and watch it all over again.
Oh, 100% on that.
I had a right to be here, to face the evidence directly. Still, to this day, I have not been able to rewatch the trial because it's so time-consuming and painful to relive.
Yeah.
I still have not seen all the evidence that was presented. Your Honor, I need to say this clearly.
That's rough.
Someday, those boys will grow up and look back at the records of this trial. I need the truth to be the only thing they find. The claims made against Eric's character were not just legal defenses, they were acts of secondary violence. Eric was a protector, not a predator. These lies were a desperate attempt to justify the unjustifiable, and they have added a layer of cruelty to our grief that is nearly impossible to bear. I also need to correct the record on a few misrepresentations.
Oh.
First, the prenup. It was provided well before the wedding, not in a last-minute way. Second, the incident between Kouri and me.
Yes.
I never touched her. Kouri pled guilty to assaulting me. Yet she and her circle have continued to spread false narratives. This is a pattern of distortion that has kept our family trapped in conflict. There is something that has haunted me for years. And I found out Katie was the exact same today. I begged Eric
the
to leave
boys.
too.
If the boys heard anything.
I begged him to divorce her. But Eric was trying to protect his boys. People often struggle to
I'm going to take just a minute to mention what Katie just said is that she heard for the first time, no, what Amy just said is that she heard for the first time today that Katie also asked Eric to divorce her. I believe, Amy, that this is the first time she's heard that from Katie. But that's not a family that's conspiring against Kouri. If the two sisters aren't chatting about the fact that they're both having this conversation with their brother, they're keeping the conversation with their brother between them and their brother. Kouri has continued to try to paint this family as all ganging up against her. But it seemed that they were just having the conversations with their brother and keeping it between them. Not that they were conspiring to break up this marriage.
recognize intimate partner violence when the victim is a man. But Eric's actions spoke for themselves. He documented conversations. He tried to protect himself.
He knew after Valentine's Day that she had tried to poison him, but
We
he
knew
also
that.
believed that if he left, he could not fully protect his children. So he stayed because he was trying
what
to
do you
keep
do?
them safe. This trauma has seeped into every corner of my life. And also, it has also deeply affected my own family and marriage. My husband, William, watched me be consumed by the pursuit of justice. For 4 years, we have lived in a constant state of stress, grief, and emotional exhaustion. I lost my job as a professor at Montana Tech University on the very day I was subpoenaed to appear in this court. Eric was so proud of me earning my PhD, and teaching students was something I loved and that made me proud. It now seems like another thing that Kouri's actions have taken away from me. But the most devastating loss is one that isn't in any police report. Because of the unrelenting stress of this investigation and the constant attacks on our family, I suffered a traumatic miscarriage of twins.
Oh, love.
We lost our children. We lost the future we were building. Kouri's actions didn't just end one life. They reached out and stifled the lives of my unborn children as well. That loss lives inside this tragedy too. Eric's murder did not just take someone from my life. It plunged me into a darkness. It stole the light I once carried. It erased the future I had planned. Every day, I wake up and step into this same crushing emptiness, where time itself feels frozen and meaningless. The laughter of my future children, the warmth of my family, the simple joy of waking to a new morning, all of it has been devoured by this crime. This grief is limitless, resembling the ocean. Sometimes it softly touches the shore, other times it pounds against it with fierce force. Occasionally, it surges like a massive tsunami,
Yeah, grief's
overwhelming
yeah.
everything. These changes can occur suddenly, and like the ocean, it cannot be controlled.
Yeah, grief's a motherfucker in
I
that
didn't
way.
just lose my brother. I lost my sister-in-law. I lost someone I considered my friend. We'd had good times together. That loss is so complicated now, Your Honor. Because it forces you to grieve someone who is still alive while facing the horror of what they have done.
And the
It
fact
is
that they're
grief
not
that
the
doesn't
person you thought
resolve.
they were.
It
Yeah.
just sits there heavy every day. This crime has fractured our family in ways outsiders cannot understand. One of the most painful realities is that my husband and I do not get to see our nephews. This tragedy has created a wall of trauma between us, and that feels impossible to climb. Because of this crime, we are no longer present in those boys' lives the way Eric would have wanted. In
And that's
2023,
complicated too.
I told this court I never knew evil like this existed. Everything I have witnessed since has confirmed that. Kouri did not just kill Eric. She attempted to kill the spirit of everyone who loved him. She lied to his children. She lied to the world and has shown no remorse while dancing on his grave for profit. Your Honor, a parole-eligible sentence is not a conclusion. It is a reoccurring nightmare. It guarantees that every few years, Eric's sons will be notified that their father's murderer is seeking freedom. It forces them to relive the trauma repeatedly for decades. Eric died trying to be his children's shield. He can no longer protect them, so now the responsibility falls to this court. I ask you to provide these boys with the finality and safety they deserve. I ask you to ensure that the noise of Kouri Richins never enters their lives again. For the years of suffering we have endured, for the children who will grow up without their father, and for the life she stole from Eric and the peace she stole from us, I respectfully ask that you sentence Kouri Richins to life without the possibility of parole.
Happy birthday, Rico. Thank you.
And that was Amy's statement about all of the ways this case cost her and all of the loss. We are going to hear the statements from the children's representatives next. If you are in a place where crying is not for you, this is an option to come on back after the next statements. I will let you know in the app when the statements of the children are done. A lot of you are asking, why can't Amy see the boys? Amy's statement in that sentencing was directly, there is a wall of grief between us. I think Amy's own grief is a large part of why she hasn't been able to see the boys. She has not stopped from seeing them in any other type of sense than grief is really complicated. And that's what she said. She is not held or prevented from seeing them. But she said that the wall of grief has kept them from being as involved in their lives. And that is something that she is going to have to navigate. But that is not any type of order by the court or what have you. And that can be complex. Grief is complex. And she touched on a very, very deep and life-altering level of grief. Disney Lover for Life asked, why isn't this a death penalty case? The state of Utah chose not to pursue this as a death penalty case. So we are going to get into the statements of the children from their representatives. Okay.
My name is Jessica Black. I'm a licensed clinical mental health therapist and a
therapist. There we go. We're going to let them state their job titles as we get into the boys' statements.
My name is Jessica Black. I'm a licensed clinical mental health therapist and a registered therapist. Myself and my colleagues are here today to read the victim impact statements for 3 children. We are here as advocates on their behalf.
Yes, yesterday I said they could have submitted these statements to the court, and I was not sure if they would be read aloud in court. The prosecution has brought in the 3 therapists that are all working with the boys to read the children's impact statements, which means Kouri has to sit there and listen to these impact statements. She could choose to avoid them if they're just submitted for the record. She could choose not to read them. She cannot avoid sitting in court and hearing the statements. We'll see how she responds to that.
After a developmentally appropriate process, the boys were able to decide individually how they wanted to share their statements, and this is what they chose. Our roles are to read their words exactly as they wrote.
How they clarified that.
The boys want the court and the world to hear their side. This
That's
is
incredibly
from
brave.
WR. I woke up to sirens, and there were a lot of people at my house, and I was definitely scared. I felt confused. I was in a bedroom with my brothers, and I didn't know what was happening. At first, I was really scared because I didn't know what was happening, and I had no control, and I felt helpless. I felt really overwhelmed. After my dad died, Kouri would put us in the basement while she was with the neighbor.
What?
I felt scared because I thought something really bad was happening again.
Oh, I might, we're gonna uncork some new depths of rage today. I see. That's what we're doing today. There are going to be new depths of anger. Okay. What the fuck? Well, Kouri, was it gummy time? Is that what we were doing?
After my dad died, Kouri would put us in the basement while she was with the neighbor. I felt scared because I thought something really bad was happening again. She would take me to places that smelled really bad. Everything she did made me feel uncomfortable. When someone talks about Kouri, it makes me feel hateful and ashamed. She took away my dad. It's made me have a hard time trusting people. I was scared that Kouri's family would come to my school and take me. I had to go to counseling with DCFS. And
Kouri's still making you're still making faces. Oh boy.
Heber, and I did not like it. DCFS made me talk to Kouri, and I couldn't do things that I wanted to do. I felt not important to anyone. I feel a lot better about myself now than I did with Kouri. I can't ever see my dad again. I want her to go to prison forever. If she got out, I would be so scared, really mad, and I wouldn't want to go with her anywhere. I'm worried that she would take me away from Katie and Clint.
Right.
Once she is gone, I will feel happy, and I will feel safer and relaxed, and trust people more.
Ma'am, you did an excellent job reading that for your client. Just an excellent job from WR's therapist. WR, I believe, is the youngest.
I am Christina Green. I'm a licensed.
I'm going to move our closed captions
therapist, and I will be reading for 8
so we're not blocking.
You took away my dad for no reason other than greed.
This is
and you
AR's
only
statement.
cared about yourself and your stupid boyfriends. You were not caring and watching over me and my brother.
You only cared about yourself and your stupid boyfriends. I had to back that up.
Yes.
She's getting roasted by her kid.
I am Christina Green. I'm a licensed clinical social worker, not registered play therapist, and I will be reading for AR.
For AR.
You took away my dad for no reason other than greed, and you only cared about yourself and your stupid boyfriends. You were not caring and watching over me and my brothers. I had to be a parent to W. C and I would walk him to the bus stop, feed him, and watch him. You were not concerned about our health. When we got hurt, you didn't even care. When C got run over by a side-by-side, you still made him go to the soccer game that day without taking him to the doctors first. You would lock C in his room, and I would have to go to the kitchen and bring him food. You shamed us when we didn't want to eat uncooked lasagna you made. We threw it away because we couldn't eat it. Then you made us watch videos of children starving in war areas.
What?
You wanted to scare us into eating something that wasn't cooked. You wouldn't let our dog outside, and then the dog would pee inside. You created this problem, then you would smack my dog on the head as hard as you could. You wouldn't let me put my kitten in the garage for safety at night.
What?
And we found it eaten by raccoons the next day.
What?
You wouldn't let us turn on and use the heater lamp for the chickens and bunnies, and they froze to death. You would always argue with my dad and lock the door. You were not playing the role as a real mother does. You were doing the opposite. Now my dad can't be my coach anymore, can't be at any of my games. He won't be at my birthdays. He can't teach me how to drive. He won't be at my graduation, and he can't take me camping or fishing.
Oh my God.
You made me paranoid about sleeping on my dad's side of the bed by saying I might die or get harmed when I was just trying to be close to my dad after you.
Kouri. Also, her face is just like, what? She is not even listening to what her kids are saying.
Fishing. You made me paranoid about sleeping on my dad's side of the bed by saying I might die or get harmed when I was just trying to be close to my dad after you killed him. You took away everything from me and my brothers. I don't want you out of jail because I will not feel safe if you are out. Wow. You have never said sorry for anything that you have done to me and my brothers. I don't want you to hurt anyone again. I know that you will need to stay in jail to fully take accountability for what you did to me, C.W., and my dad. With you in jail, I will be able to continue to feel safe and live a happy and successful life without fear of you hurting me or anyone I love.
Holy shit. Holy shit. The amount of trauma these kids have been through goes so far beyond but so far beyond losing their dad to murder. And we have heard that the time after Eric died, when the kids were with Kouri, was hard for the kids. Hearing how hard it is horrific. And I'm glad the kids were able to put words to it and speak directly to her. She's not going to hear it. She's going to blame her in-laws, I'm sure. But that's a lot for these kids to unpack. Good for them for speaking up for themselves. I'm so glad they have the support that they can do that. I imagine the next one is going to be from the oldest. Nestor, what are you texting?
Sarah.
Like, what are we texting? There's nothing to text.
Yes, my name is Sarah. I'm a licensed clinical social worker and registered play therapist, and I'm going to read the victim impact statement for CR. My name and age now. My name and age I was at the time of the crime. CR, age 12, now 13. I was 9 when my dad was murdered. What I would like to see happen if the perpetrator is convicted of the crime, I would like to see Kouri get a life sentence. My thoughts regarding an appropriate sentence for the person who is accused of this crime and if they are found guilty. I think Kouri should get a life sentence because what she did is very sick, because it had no reason to happen and it impacted a bunch of people, including me. These are some reasons why I think she should have a life sentence. The information I feel is important for the judge to be aware of in sentencing. I think the judge should know that my dad was a good person and very thoughtful and kind and helped whoever needed help. He was always taking the extra mile to help people. My physical injuries as a result of this crime are as follows. I was sleeping and then I went to get a drink of water, then went back to bed. And when I woke up shaking and Bailey called the ambulance and they came and I couldn't talk for a while, I think Kouri had something to do with it because she didn't call the ambulance. She called Bailey and Bailey called the ambulance. At the ER, wow. Kouri resisted to have my blood drawn. And kids who usually have this kind of seizure is when they are a few months old to a year old. I learned later that Kouri bought more fentanyl and had it in the house when this happened. I think this is what happened. She did what she did to my dad in the living room. My experienced emotional injury because of this crime is described as follows. Sad. I feel mad that I have to feel sad. I went from being scared for my life to feeling really good. I was scared for my life because I didn't eat that much. Kouri was always drunk or gone. I was always locked in my room. I can't remember, but I am pretty sure the lock was on the outside. Kouri threatened.
Yesterday in the sentencing memo, we saw a note about the findings of physical and emotional abuse. And we didn't talk about it much. We don't have much more information on that. This has provided a lot more information on that.
She would kill my lizard because we didn't want to watch some weird show with her. All of our chickens died because there was no food or water. My rabbit died because we didn't have food or water. The goats almost starved to death because she bought moldy hay and she didn't water them. Nothing ever got fed or watered. It didn't feel good to worry about my
the animals. Always drunk and gone, and then into the animals. I mean, goats will make literally anything food. What the fuck, Kouri?
Water them. Nothing ever got fed or watered. It didn't feel good to worry about my animals. I felt like I had to take care of my siblings. Ash mostly took care of me, though, because I was locked in my room. Ash would bring me food. Kouri would lock me up if I told her she was drunk. This happened pretty much daily. I feel angry that she locked me in my room. I am angry almost all my animals died. I am angry she threatened to kill them. I am angry she killed my dad.
You're right to be angry. You are right to be more than angry. CR. Yeah.
I started to feel really good when I moved into a safe place. It was safe because the people around me were safe, Katie and Clint. I felt safe at Jake and Shalina because I wasn't with Kouri anymore. Counseling. I feel annoyed that I have to go to counseling and tell the story about what happened 55 million times.
Fair.
I feel better now because I know it's to help me. I would like to not have to go to counseling. I would like to have to not worry about anything after this trial is over.
Right.
I want the judge to know I hope Kouri gets convicted to a life sentence. Kouri is always drunk. I want the judge to know my dad was a good person and I miss my dad. I miss my dad, but I do not miss how my life used to be. I don't miss Kouri. I will tell you that. Thank you.
Completely valid, kiddo, to feel frustrated that you have to deal with the trauma from what your mother did. It's completely fair. It's fair to be annoyed with therapy. It's fair to be mad with the rest of it. It's fair. It's fair. It's fair. And hopefully later in life, you will understand the annoyance. Oh, shit. But the locked in the room and the rest of it is really tough, but echoes what we saw in the sentencing memo yesterday. Absolutely heartbreaking. I'm surprised Kouri's face was reacting so much to those statements from her kids.
Your Honor, the state moves to admit state sentencing exhibits A through I previously provided to the court and defense.
Okay, we are done with the state's impact statements.
Any objection, Ms. Dester?
That means we're going to be moving into the defense presentation.
Yes, we do object to some of those being on the public docket, and we can, if we want to take a break, we can go through that with the prosecution. I actually sent him an email asking if they would be filed publicly, and his response was no. So I was unaware that he was going to do that.
Admitting them and filing them publicly are two different things. Any objection to their admission?
Not to their admission, only to their public filing. Your Honor.
Okay, we can work that out. States A through I.
Chat reminds me to make a motion to unseal things after sentencing is done, because there's a lot sealed in this case that I think we might need to make a motion to unseal.
I are admitted. I need a break.
Fair.
We'll be in recess until 11:10.
So the court's taking a break. We're going to zoom.
If during that break you and Ms. Nestor would come to some consensus about
Fair, Your
what
Honor.
the defense wants to have listed as private and or protected depending on the content.
Your Honor, the state agrees. All should be
Okay,
private.
understood. That's the order of the court. We'll be in recess until 11:10. Follow the directions of the court security director and the bailiffs in terms of
All right,
how
we're gonna
to
zoom.
leave and re-enter the courtroom.
We're just going to zoom. We're going to zoom. They're going to clear the courtroom, it sounds like, for a break. Well, everybody left but Kouri, it seems. For those of you asking about Kouri's shirt, it is jail clothes. She has not been transported to prison yet. I don't know what color palette that's for. It's not hers. Emily, you're being petty about the color of her shirt. Yeah, I'm trying to follow my own rules because I'm really fucking mad. And me just being mad doesn't really help. But the things that we've heard from the boys' statements echo the things that we saw in the sentencing memo and echo concerns. So we are skipping past the court break. I love having a little zoom room, law nerds.
We're back on the record in 2
We are going to be moving into whatever the defense presentation of evidence is. The state is submitting their sentencing exhibits. This is there will be argument at the end, but now we are at the defense's presentation of mitigation. I guess we'll see what the defense has on their docket, but I am all the emotions. And we'll come back to that.
31500139.
So
Mr. Bloodworth,
let's
just
let
to
the app
confirm,
know we're moving
anything
into the
further from
defense
state?
to the defense
Ms.
side.
Lewis, Ms. Nestor, please tell me what's contemplated.
Your Honor, I have some opening remarks. Then we have some letters that some of which we've been asked to read. Others are here to read themselves.
So the defense is going to have some impact statements as well.
Due to the excessive publicity. Several of the people have asked that only you and the prosecutor know their names, and that we not say their names. And so I'm going to provide you with each letter as we go that has their actual names on it.
I mean, they can be redacted.
Privately, that they've written these letters as officers of the court. We assure you they have, but they did not want to appear on camera.
That's fine.
And then, after we do a set.
You're allowed to submit redacted statements. Sure.
Of the letters, Mr. Ramos has some very brief remarks, and then we're going to put on 3 more.
What?
Then Ms. Lewis will close out remarks, and then Ms. Richins will do her allocution at the very end.
Understood.
Oh. Well, law nerds, that answers that question. It sounds like we might get to an allocution today.
That's sufficient.
Please.
Okay. Well, Miss Nestor, if you read slow, I might put you at 1.25 speed. I might. We'll see how it goes.
May it please the court.
These are her opening remarks.
We began this journey
block
when
her head.
Kouri Richins stood before this court, stood before your honor, and entered a plea of not guilty. And now, after being convicted by a jury, she stands before.
Apparently, the microphone is also done and dusted with Nestor, which hopefully it improves, but these are Nestor's opening remarks.
Again. And on this day, she will tell you again that she did not do what she has been convicted of doing.
For those of you asking what's allocution, it is Kouri's opportunity to make a statement. And it sounds like what her statement's going to be is that she didn't do this.
And that is her right under the law. And we, her advocates, we are tasked with a sacred duty. A duty to protect and preserve her constitutional rights at all costs.
Okay, Nestor.
In the face of criticism, scorn, and ridicule from the public, the media, and anybody else connected with this case. We have been committed to our duty throughout this trial.
This microphone is given up.
It is our privilege and honor to stand beside Kouri. We believe in her innocence completely.
Ma'am, that's a bit much for your statements to the court.
And we will continue to stand by her as she takes her appeal to the next level.
That's a bit much.
To a higher court. But that battle remains for another day. Today, she stands before you, convicted by a jury of 5 felony counts. We recognize and honor that this court is also tasked with a sacred duty.
I have no idea about the microphone.
Under the Constitution and laws of our state, to decide the appropriate.
I don't know, man. The producer who had been in charge of the pool during this trial is not the producer that's in charge of the pool today. I have no idea. We have the closed captioning. That's about the best we can do at the moment.
In light of Ms. Richins' convictions. The enormity of that responsibility cannot be denied. Everything we will present to your honor today is submitted for your consideration with an abiding faith in the court's commitment to its sacred duty.
Right, justice.
And in the prayerful hope that mercy will prevail over calls for retribution. As the state has conceded in their briefing,
Okay, Nestor.
in order to decide an appropriate sentence, it is right and just for this court to look not only at the conduct for which Kouri Richins has been convicted, but also at her entire life. The good things she has done, making her worthy of the mercy of this court.
I'm going to try to
Things such as the personal traits and characteristics
bump this a little
that
bit.
suggest she is not
there we go.
the monster that the
thank
prosecution
God.
portrays, but a human being, a mother, a daughter.
Nestor, your client's face wasn't giving human being during the reading of her children's statements.
A sister, a friend, a person that has made mistakes, but a person who has loved deeply, a person who's completed acts of kindness and love and care toward others, a person who's contributed to her community, a person who, even in the darkest time of her life, reached out to help others who were incarcerated.
She stole her best friend's house, in addition to everything else.
Alongside her, a person who unselfishly tried to ease the pain her family and friends experienced as a result of this case. Now, we have asked people who know Kouri the best to show you the person they know and love. You will hear from family and friends who saw her the most. You will hear from people who worked with her. You will hear from people who spent time with her since she's been incarcerated and have seen how committed she is to rehabilitation.
Her pen pals? Our pen pals?
Even more telling, you will hear how she's helped others even when facing unbearable situations.
Full boon then. Okay.
All of these individuals will reassure this court that she can be productive and make positive contributions in a carceral setting. You've heard from the state their cry for the harshest punishments available under our laws.
No.
Yet you also presided over this.
They opted not to seek the harshest punishment available to them under the law. That's incorrect.
Trial. You saw the evidence and the absence of facts that would justify such penalties. I am sure this court is aware of what a sentence of life without parole actually means in a prison setting.
What?
These individuals are locked down in their cells 23 hours a day. They are not provided with the opportunity to participate in programming, seek education, work at jobs in the prison. For all intents and purposes, they are treated as death row inmates. They are denied in-person visitation. They are stripped of any sense of community or humanity. They have no hope of any future reunification with the people they love. Out of the thousands and thousands of cases that go through our criminal justice system, less than 100 individuals have been determined to be worthy of a sentence of life without parole.
Really?
And that is because judges throughout this state understand.
Reserve it for the most depraved crimes. What is a crime that is depraved, if not this? It tells me that they don't pursue aggravated murder all that often.
That such a sentence presumes that an individual is wholly incapable of redemption or rehabilitation and should be punished in the worst way imaginable until they die alone in a cage. And Ms. Lewis will talk more about that later. But in the meantime, you're also going to hear from 3 people who've never met Kouri Richins. They know nothing about her case, but they know about what life without parole means. You are going to hear from a mother whose son was murdered and how many years ago she was in the position that the Richins family is in now. You will hear about her journey to forgiveness and how after many years she...
Bringing in an advocate against LWOP, against the wishes of the family, is a wild choice.
Came to regret seeking the penalty of life without parole for her son's killer. You will hear from a woman who understands how Kouri's boys feel. Her father killed her mother and was sentenced to prison. You will hear how she learned to forgive her father and how she's enriched her life through finding her way into a relationship with him again. And you will hear from a former prosecutor, someone who sat right where Mr. Bloodworth sits now, and how he personally witnessed the rehabilitation and tragic end of an individual he put behind bars.
How is that relevant?
All of these perspectives are important because they remind us and the court that the recognition of the precious gift of life takes many forms.
These are their mitigation
and can change
witnesses.
Over time. They remind us that the decisions made by this court today can reflect our own humanity and inspire us all to have hope and believe in forgiveness. Finally,
So those are the mitigation witnesses. Well, we were wondering if there would be mitigation witnesses. And there are.
Your Honor, you're going to hear from Ms. Richins herself.
And we're going to hear from Kouri.
Her application is unusually long. She has worked very hard on it. We asked the
If she mentions the word kintsugi, I'm going to throw things.
court to allow her to take about 30 minutes or so to read her words aloud. She is going to share with you what matters most to her in this world, her love for her boys. It is all she has left. Everything else she has ever held dear in her life has been stripped from her. It is her hope that in openly and honestly sharing her love and hopes and dreams for her boys with you, that you will see what it is inside of her that is worth saving, that is worthy of mercy, and that is filled with hope, humanity, and love. So with the court's indulgence, we'd like to read aloud some letters that have been provided to us. As I discussed, some have asked us to read it and only share the names with you in the prosecution. Some are here to read them themselves. And we are grateful to the court's indulgence to listen. And we're going to start with a letter from Kouri's mother, and Ms. Lewis is going to read that letter. And I have a copy of it that I'm going to provide so the court can read along if you like.
I don't know if Kouri's mother's in the courtroom, but they are reading Kouri's mother's words. I mean, I think she sat down with NBC and maybe ABC and possibly Hulu, but from Kouri's mother.
And I also have copies for the prosecution as we go.
And we will add this to the information as part of the record.
Thank you, Your Honor. Not public.
Understood.
Yes.
Why do you want the letter filed not on the public docket if you're going to read it out loud? I don't even know what the point of that is.
Kouri's mother, Lisa Darden, is here in the courtroom.
Oh, okay. Well,
She's actually, I feel, given me the privilege to read her words. She was concerned about her ability to read them herself.
And Miss Nestor is reading Kouri's mother's words. Kouri's mother is in the courtroom.
Your Honor, Kouri is my daughter. I write to you today carrying grief that words struggle to hold. First and foremost, I want to acknowledge the loss of Eric. He was my son-in-law, my friend, and a truly wonderful father. Eric had a kind heart and a generous spirit. He was deeply loved, and he will never be forgotten by me or by the many people whose lives he touched. Eric once saved my life, and I have carried that gratitude with me every day since. His legacy lives on most clearly through the 3 beautiful boys he left behind.
I have a lot of questions about Eric once saved my life. We're going to need to circle back to that at some point, but continuing.
Your Honor, I speak today as a mother and as a grandmother. The children are my greatest concerns. These 3 boys have endured unimaginable loss and upheaval in their young lives. They lost their father, then their mother, then the sense of safety and continuity every child deserves. Their world has changed again and again through no choice of their own. Whatever sentence is imposed will shape their lives forever. Whatever sentence is imposed, that was their choice. I will continue to watch the boys grow, whether it's school events, or sporting activities, and throughout their lives. I will keep them in my prayers, hoping they grow into emotionally stable and resilient young men. Kouri is more than the worst day of her life. She is a mother who has devoted herself to her children since the day they were born. Before all of this, she was deeply involved in their schooling, their sports, their faith, and their community. She coached teams, volunteered weekly at school, led youth programs, and taught her boys compassion through service, from food banks to flood relief to helping firefighters and families in need. Her life centered on her family and on helping others. In many ways, everyone impacted by this case has suffered loss. However, the greatest burden has fallen on 3 innocent children. These boys have experienced repeated disruption and trauma at an age when stability is essential. Before these events, they lived in a loving home with 2 devoted parents. They were surrounded by family, supported emotionally and financially, and deeply connected to both their mother and father. Their lives revolved around school, sports, family traditions, and feeling safe and loved. That sense of security was taken from them in stages. First, they lost their father suddenly and without preparation. They were informed by officials rather than being guided gently by a parent, a moment that forever changed their childhood. Their mother then spent more than a year helping them navigate grief, modeling compassion and emotional resilience, and working closely with them.
Flag. I'm putting a flag on that. I'm flag on the field on everything that was just said. Just flag. Just flag. Flag.
To understand loss in age-appropriate ways. She even found creative ways to help them cope emotionally during this painful period.
Nope.
Then they lost daily access to their mother. Once again, they were told life-altering news by strangers rather than family. The boys were moved between placements, disrupting routines and emotional progress, despite beginning to feel settled and supported. Throughout this time, they maintained a meaningful and positive relationship with their mother through letters, phone calls, visits, and counseling.
That's not what they said.
Later, they were moved again, against their expressed wishes, away from family caregivers and trusted relationships. Each transition compounded their confusion, anxiety, and grief. Children need continuity to heal, yet these boys have experienced repeated separations from the people they rely on most. As a grandmother who helped raise these children, I have also lost daily contact with them. They were a central part of my life, just as I was part of theirs. The separation from their maternal family has been devastating, not only to me, but to the boys themselves, who deserve access to all safe and loving family connections.
If they want it.
Your Honor, these children have already endured more than most adults will in a lifetime. Being placed in the middle of adult proceedings and repeatedly confronted with painful realities risks further emotional harm. They love their mother. They need reassurance, not fear. Healing, not more loss.
I don't think you get to speak on behalf of the children, ma'am.
I ask the court to carefully consider the cumulative impact on these children and the importance of preserving their emotions.
Oh, now we've got a very different face happening. We're hiding behind the hair with just one eye up at the judge. Sure.
Well-being and future stability when determining your appropriate sentence.
Oh.
Your Honor, I ask the court to take a moment to consider Kouri Richins as a whole person, beyond headlines or assumptions, and to understand the life she built before this case. Kouri has been driven, disciplined, and committed to growth from a young age. She graduated from high school in 2007, completing her studies a year early. She continued her education.
Your Honor, she excels at everything, not intentionally. She forgives everyone. Right.
And earned her associate's degree in 2010. In 2012, she obtained her bachelor's degree. The same year, she became a mother for the first time. In 2013, Kouri married Eric, and together they began building a family. Their second son was born in 2014. Kouri continued pursuing education while raising her children, earning her master's degree in 2017, followed by the birth of their third son shortly thereafter. Professionally, Kouri has consistently worked to better herself and provide for her family. She obtained her real estate license in 2019 and later earned her general contractor's license in 2021. Achievements that reflected her work ethic, independence, and determination. In 2022, Kouri experienced a devastating loss with the sudden death of her husband. Despite profound grief.
Okay.
She sought constructive ways to cope and help others, publishing a children's book in 2023 focused on helping children process loss. After her arrest in 2023, Kouri did not retreat from self-improvement. While incarcerated, she earned her paralegal certificate in 2025. In 2026,
that's new information. So Kouri earned her paralegal certificate. Okay.
She completed her MBA, pursuing education under extraordinarily difficult circumstances. She continues to seek opportunities for further education, demonstrating perseverance and a commitment to growth. Your Honor, this timeline reflects a pattern of responsibility, resilience, and continued effort to better herself, even in the most challenging moments of her
responsibility.
life. I would like to illustrate Kouri's character through her actions and the way she lived her life, particularly as a wife, mother, and member of her community.
Okay.
Kouri was deeply devoted to her family. She was a committed wife to Eric and a hands-on present mother to their 3 sons. Their marriage was built on partnership and mutual support. Kouri consistently supported Eric in his career, hobbies, and interests, including his involvement in sports and coaching. She encouraged his passions and stood by him throughout their life together.
This is wild.
Eric expressed his commitment to caring for his wife and children and their shared priorities were apparent in the way they lived and parented. As parents, Kouri and Eric focused on raising kind, engaged, and active children. Kouri was closely involved in her son's education, sports, and activities. She volunteered weekly at their school, coached youth soccer and basketball, served as a scout leader, and was present at practices, games, and events.
Listening to
Her
this
time,
after the
energy,
kids'
and
statements
focus were always directed toward her children's well-being.
is wild.
Beyond her,
Which also makes the strategy of, well, the choice to have the kids' statements read into court. And it seemed that the kids wanted that too, but to have their statements read into court is smart, because it definitely shifts the lens of this statement a bit.
immediate family, Kouri consistently showed compassion for others. She was active in community service and believed strongly in teaching her children empathy through example. Together, they volunteered at food banks, participated in flood relief by filling sandbags for elderly residents, baked cookies for firefighters during fire season, and assembled care packages for families and individuals in need. She also helped ensure that children in the community had proper winter clothes by donating nearly 100 pairs of snow boots to a local elementary school. During the holidays, Kouri made extraordinary efforts to help others, purchasing, wrapping, and delivering hundreds of gifts to families who were struggling. She also demonstrated thoughtfulness in her extended work family by assembling personalized gift boxes and organizing holiday gatherings to bring people together. In 2023, following her husband's death, Kouri published a children's book designed to help grieving children process loss. She donated hundreds of copies to children who had lost a parent and visited schools to reach students dealing with grief. Although the book achieved some commercial success, her intention was not profit. It was to help children feel less alone during one of the most difficult experiences.
Ma'am, did you miss the day that we heard all the emails about the books, though? Because we heard about all the emails in the book. We were in court that day. We heard the emails.
A child can face. Kouri has always viewed her greatest accomplishment as her family, her husband, her children, and the home they built together. Her loyalty to her family is unwavering. As an aunt, she has been a consistent and loving presence in her nieces' and nephews' lives, providing child care support, attending milestones and school events, and assisting her siblings whenever they needed her. She has been the person who organizes family gatherings, holidays, and shared tradition, keeping the family connected. Faith has also played an important role in Kouri's life. She and her children regularly attended church and participated in faith-based community activities, reinforcing values of service, compassion, and responsibility.
Ma'am?
Your Honor, these are not isolated gestures. They reflect a long-standing pattern of generosity, responsibility, and care for others. Kouri's life before this case was defined by service to her family and community, and by her commitment to raising her children to be compassionate and engaged members of society. From a young age, Kouri demonstrated responsibility and a strong work ethic. While still in high school, she worked nights, weekends, and holidays to help support her aunt's business, using her...
Why did she need to work, though? Oh, wait. We've heard some of that, too. Haven't we?
...earnings to pay her own way through college. That sense of responsibility never diminished. She continued to support extended family members whenever they needed help. Only 3 weeks after losing her husband, Kouri faced another profound loss with the death of her uncle. Even while grieving deeply herself, she stepped forward to help her aunt.
She stepped forward to find a lawyer and sue Eric's family. We've sidestepped that part. I don't know how Eric's family's sitting in this courtroom still right now.
By taking on the responsibility of planning the funeral. This pattern, putting others' needs ahead of her own pain, has been consistent throughout her life. Kouri has always believed that no one should have to navigate grief or hardship alone.
Kouri put her own needs ahead of everybody's
Kouri and I share
needs.
an exceptionally close relationship as mother and daughter. She has stood beside me during some of the most difficult moments of my life, including surgeries and radiation treatments, providing care, support, and comfort without hesitation. Our relationship is built on mutual reliance, trust, and love. I, in turn, have played an active role in her family's life, helping care for Eric, the boys, and Kouri, and being deeply involved in their daily lives. Kouri also shares a strong bond with her brother. Though close in age, and like many siblings growing up, It was the loss of their father shortly after high school that solidified their understanding of the importance of family. Since then, the relationship has only grown stronger. They have supported each other through life's milestones, challenges, and joys. As a mother, Kouri has always made sure her children felt surrounded by family. She intentionally included her brother in holidays, family gatherings, and everyday moments, reinforcing the value of connection and belonging. She welcomed her brother's wife into the family from the very beginning, making a deliberate effort to ensure she felt included and supported. She has constantly offered help with family milestones, celebrations, and responsibilities, always striving to ease stress for others. Kouri takes pride in maintaining a close-knit family. She believes that shared time, whether during holidays, sporting events, small gatherings, or simply simple evenings together, is essential. Creating those moments of connection has always mattered deeply to her, and she has worked intentionally to keep her family united.
How many times
Kouri
has she
played
said
an important and
intentionally?
deeply integrated role within the Richins family, particularly during times of hardship. When Eric's mother passed away in Hawaii, Kouri provided steady emotional support to the entire family and assisted in organizing funeral arrangements, stepping in wherever help was needed during a very painful period. Her commitment to Eric's family was genuine and enduring. At one point, Eric's mother expressed that Kouri was not simply her daughter-in-law, but her daughter, a reflection of the closeness and trust Kouri had earned within the family. Kouri and Eric prioritized time with extended family, creating meaningful memories together, including regular visits to St. George, Utah, to spend time with Eric's grandmother.
Eric's mom is gonna haunt your ass while you're in prison for that shit. That's not gonna go well. That's not gonna go well.
One of Eric's sisters faced unemployment. Kouri helped her secure work at the hospital where she herself was employed. She also routinely provided childcare for her sister-in-law's children, allowing them time together as a
Chat was thinking what I was thinking.
Her involvement
We're on the same page,
went
chat.
beyond logistical help. She always participated in family milestones, including serving in a bridal party and assisting with wedding planning for another of Eric's sisters. During a particularly difficult period in that sister's life, Kouri accompanied her to a self-help retreat, offering both emotional support and
Don't talk about Eric's sisters in this statement. What is this?
companionship. Within the Richins family, Kouri often served as a source of calm and connection. She consistently worked to ease tensions, provide comfort, and maintain relationships during challenging moments. Her efforts contribute significantly to the overall well-being of the family. Kouri's compassion extended well beyond her immediate and extended family. She opened her home to the parents of a friend.
Katie has been stoic through this,
offering them a safe place during a difficult time. When another friend's parents lacked firewood, their sole source of heat during the winter, Kouri arranged for a truckload of wood to ensure they stayed warm. She maintained close, supportive friendships, particularly participated fully in friends' major life
Kouri's
events,
reading along
was
with
actively
this.
involved in the lives of their children. As a neighbor, Kouri was equally attentive and caring. Her home was offering a gathering place for neighborhood children, and she routinely prepared meals for parents working late or offered help to neighbors facing illness, including one undergoing chemotherapy. Her generosity was never performative. It was quiet, consistent, and motivated by genuine concern for others. Kouri is not a perfect person, but she is an authentic one. Her life has been marked by steady acts of kindness, loyalty, and service toward her family, her friends, and her community.
Chad, I don't disagree with you. I think Kouri probably wrote this for her mom. Yeah, I agree with you.
Always found purpose in easing the burden of others and helping people through difficult moments. Following Kouri's separation from her children, they were placed in a living situation that differed from what they expressed as their preference, despite having strong and meaningful bonds with extended family who had long played an active role in helping raise them. As young children, they had little control over these decisions, which added to their sense of uncertainty and loss.
Oh, Kouri's mad they're not with Kouri's side of the family.
Kouri's sons are now facing significant emotional challenges in their day-to-day lives. They are processing grief, separation.
That's the first time I think I've seen a reaction from Katie, who shook her head briefly. Every statement we've heard is that the boys are doing well now.
And repeated changes, all at an age when stability is critical. Like their mother, Kouri's eldest son is especially sensitive and expressive, and he has struggled deeply with these transitions. All three boys are currently receiving counseling, which has been essential in helping them cope. Kouri has consistently supported therapeutic intervention and has emphasized the importance of counseling not only for each child individually, but for the family as a whole.
She doesn't have much of a
In particular,
choice.
she has advocated for additional individual support for her eldest child, recognizing his specific emotional needs.
Why put
The
this out
circumstances surrounding
publicly?
their separation and the rules governing communications have made it difficult for Kouri and her children to openly share their feelings with one another. This limitation has taken an emotional toll on both the boys and their mother. Important thoughts,
That's not what the boys said in their statement.
reassurances, and emotions often remain unspoken, creating additional stress and sadness. As a mother, Kouri experiences deep anguish over her inability to comfort her children as she once did. She worries constantly about their emotional well-being and struggles with the pain of knowing they are hurting while being unable to fully support them. Her concern for her sons remains constant and unwavering. Kouri has endured profound emotional and personal suffering since the loss of her husband. She is grieving the absence of the man she loved and built a life with, while navigating separation from her children and family under intense public
This is
scrutiny.
wild.
The weight of these losses is immense, and it has affected not only Kouri, but her entire family, her mother, her children, and those who love her.
Are we done?
Despite being incarcerated, Kouri has continued to demonstrate resilience and personal responsibility. Within the confines of jail,
Oh, now
she has
there's
dedicated
Kleenexes.
herself to education and self-improvement, using her time to study and work toward meaningful goals. These efforts reflect her character and her desire to grow, contribute, and remain a constructive presence, even under extremely difficult circumstances. Like many marriages, Kouri and Eric faced challenges. When difficulties arose, they chose to address them responsibly by seeking marriage counseling rather than turning away from one another. Those efforts strengthened their relationship. By all accounts, from those closest to them, they were in a period of renewed
The rewriting of the histories here
connection and commitment
is much.
focused on their family and their future together. Your Honor, I stand before you as Kouri's mother. I love my daughter. I have known her for her entire life, not just through this case.
Huh? I love my daughter. I have known her for her entire life.
I cannot speak to every aspect of what the court has considered, but I can speak to who she is as a human being, as a mother, and as a member of her family. I do not believe that Kouri did this, nor do I believe Kouri could possibly be capable of this crime. I can't validate what she did financially one way or another, and that's something Kouri will have to live with. I respectfully ask the court to consider a sentence that holds Kouri accountable for the jury's verdict, while still...
For those of you wondering what the heck the pool camera is doing, it's trying to zero in on Kouri's mother, who is in the back row there. And that's what the pool camera is trying to do, is to get a shot of Kouri's mom.
Allowing for the possibility of mercy and hope. A sentence without the opportunity for parole would permanently separate her from her children and leave no room for redemption.
I think that's the goal.
Kouri's life has meaning, especially to her 3 sons and her family, and I respectfully ask that the sentence reflect not only accountability, but also the potential for rehabilitation and the profound long-term impact on innocent children.
Well, if she didn't do it, why is
Your Honor,
accountability needed?
I ask from a mother's heart that Kouri be given a sentence that allows the possibility of a future, one in which she can continue to grow and one day be a positive presence in life and her children's lives again. I firmly believe the jury reached an incorrect conclusion and that this outcome represents a profound injustice driven by personal bias. I do not believe Kouri is capable of committing murder. No one understands her loves her children as deeply as their mother does. Thank you for listening, Your Honor. I love you, Kouri, Carter, Ashton, and Weston. Her story does not end with this sentence. It is the strength of her comeback that will define it.
The strength of her comeback? Ma'am!
Your Honor, I love you, Kouri, Carter, Ashton.
I had to rewind. Is that really what's in there? Also, that's tipping the hand that Kouri probably wrote this, because that's echoing things that we saw in the sentencing memo.
Weston. Her story does not end with this sentence. It is the strength of her comeback that will define it.
That echoes exactly what we saw in the sentencing memo. Her story does not end with the sentence. It's the strength of her comeback that will define it. I guess don't call it a comeback. We've been here for years.
Your
Oh,
Honor,
that
this
worked on
time
2
we would
levels.
ask,
I'm pleased with
Renee
it.
Odom, she is going to read her own letter. We ask that she approach the podium, and I will provide it to the court and the prosecution as well.
Of course.
Well, the rewriting history is much.
One moment, please.
And
Thank you.
Renee is going to read her letter.
My name is Renee Odom, and I am here today as the sister of Kouri Richins. I want to begin by saying nothing I share today is meant to excuse or lessen the seriousness of what has brought us here. Eric's life was taken, and that loss is permanent. I want to acknowledge Eric by name and say that I loved him. He was kind to me. He was a part of my life, a part of my children's life, and a part of my family. He matters deeply, and he is missed. This tragedy has devastated our family, and its deepest impact continues to fall on Kouri's 3 boys. For more than 3 years now, they have been unable to see or speak with their mother. They have lost their father, and at the same time, they have lost access to their mom. Even in separation, Kouri has never stopped being their mother. She writes to her boys every single week. She reaches out every birthday, every holiday, holding on to that connection with everything she has.
Well, it sounds
and
like
reminding them
they
that
don't
are loved.
want that connection.
Kouri is my baby sister, and she has been an integral part of my life and the lives of my children. She has shown up for our family in ways that are impossible to count. I was there at her graduation from high school. I was there for the wedding of Kouri and Eric, moments filled with love, hope, and dreams for the future. She was there for my wedding and the birth of my son. She was there for me when I graduated college. She stood beside me at the baptism of both of my daughters. She poured her heart into giving my oldest daughter a beautiful sweet 16. These were not obligations to her. This is who she is. Kouri has always been.
Kouri's face is facing in a different way, but does anyone doubt that Kouri loved being the hostess of the parties and hosting the party and being like, oh no, it's no big deal. Oh no, I love doing it. Does anyone doubt that? I believe all of that. I believe all of that Kouri loved hosting a party. Absolutely believe she loved it. Oh, no, it's nothing. I know, isn't it lovely? Oh, I just threw it together. Yeah, 100% loved that. Oh no, I just love it so much. 100% believe it. But now Kouri's upset. Now we are trying to look up to the camera with the emotion.
The glue that held our family together. She hosts every Christmas. She planned every family vacation and made sure that no one ever felt forgotten or left behind.
We know she likes planning
She believes
vacations.
deeply in helping others, and she has lived with this belief throughout her life. Even from behind bars, Kouri has continued to help people, offering support and encouragement and kindness any way she can. That desire to be of service has never left her. Kouri is a great sister, an awesome aunt, an amazing daughter, and she will always be a devoted mother. She is also the smartest person I know. Kouri has earned 2 master's degrees and is applying to a PhD program. Growth and learning and becoming better for herself.
Of course she's applying to a PhD program. Of course she is. Of course she is.
And others have always mattered to her. Most of all, she loved her husband and her children with everything that she was. I continue to struggle to reconcile this tragedy with the loving sister and the mother I've always known. I understand and respect the court's responsibility to impose a just and lawful sentence. I am not here to challenge the verdict or to minimize the harm that has occurred. I only ask that the court see the full human picture, the pain, the accountability, the lifelong consequences that are already being carried.
I appreciate sister for trying to navigate. Let me tell you more about the sister that I know without trying to rewrite history. I appreciate sister trying to walk that line. It is hard to do. Kouri's trying to squeeze out a tear over here.
Please leave room for hope of a life with her boys. The impact of this tragedy will remain with Kouri and her children for the rest of their lives. Our family deeply feels the absence of her presence and that of her boys, her guidance and her love. I love you, Kouri, and I will always stand by you. Thank you, Your Honor, for letting me
Her
speak
sister's statement
my words.
navigated something that's really difficult. without trying to rewrite history and asking for the possibility of hope and saying, this is the sister that I knew. Which is fair for her sister to do.
Your Honor, at this time, I'm going to read a letter from Bree Darden.
I didn't hear what Nestor said while she was walking away.
At this time, we'd like to read
I just zoomed forward.
a brief letter from Bree Darden. That is Kouri's sister-in-law, who also worked with her
Bree Darden.
at her real estate business. I know Your Honor heard some testimony about that. She has a newborn baby, so she can't be here. Your Honor, I was introduced to the Richins family around 8 years ago, excuse me, and was able to have been around Kouri, Eric, and the boys since the youngest was 1. I spent many days, weekends, holidays, birthdays, barbecues, etc. with them all, and was able to learn so much about the family dynamic and the love they had for one another. No, their family wasn't perfect. No one's is. But those boys were loved beyond belief by both parents. Kouri and Eric did everything for the boys, to protect them, to teach them, to encourage them, to show them love, and mostly to show them 2 loving parents. My heart goes out to the 3 boys, as they do not deserve to be going through all this, as well as they do not deserve to be alienated from one side of their family. I miss them dearly every day. To know Kouri is to know the love she has in her heart. Kouri is one of the most selfless and caring people I know. She lived for those boys and lived to be the best wife she could be. Yes, she made mistakes in her marriage, as we know. So did Eric. But at the end of the day, they chose each other and their family. As a loving mother, exceptional caretaker, and benevolent humanitarian, Kouri was truly a devoted volunteer. She never stood still when she knew she could help another, embodying the definition of true character. From the moment this sudden, unexplainable tragedy occurred, there has been a distaste for Kouri for personal reasons rather than factual reasons. From allegations made by individuals she regarded as family, to authorities not conducting a systemically correct investigation and then not being given a suitable, unbiased finale. The conclusion of this case seemed inevitable. Although I'm not here to argue the verdict, I am here to help provide perspective on views you are unable to hear about. Kouri is a mother, a sister, a daughter, an aunt, widow, and at the end of the day, an imperfect person striving for grace. She is someone whom the community trusted, neighbors enjoyed, and her boys counted on as a supporter. I respectfully ask that the court consider the totality of her character and her full life history when making a determination.
I think that's fair. I think the court should consider her character and the totality of her life circumstances. I agree with that part.
Individual that spoke is Kouri's aunt. This is Lisa's sister. Her name is Doreen Kouri.
Okay, this is where I got all fucking sideways during trial because I was so confused that the mom's sister's last name is Kouri. So it seems that Kouri is named after mom's sister's last name. So Doreen Kouri versus Kouri, it was very confusing. So Doreen Kouri is next. She's the one that had the house cleaning business. All right. So that is the next letter.
Your Honor, thank you for allowing me to speak today. I have spent many sleepless nights trying to find the right words for this moment because it is heartbreaking to stand here and speak about someone I care deeply about in a courtroom like this. I believe in you, Kouri, and I'm very proud to be your aunt. I stand before the court not to minimize the seriousness of this case, but to speak about the person I've known outside of these proceedings. The woman I know is not the monster these proceedings may have made her appear to be. When I think about her, I do not think about charges, headlines, or verdicts. I think about the mother I watched love her children with every part of herself. I think about the woman who worked hard to build a better life through education, determination, and sacrifice. I think about someone who wanted more not only for herself, but for her children and the people she loved. Her children were never just part of her life. They were her entire world. I watched her celebrate their accomplishments,
comfort them in difficult times, and carry the weight of motherhood every single day. She loved fiercely, deeply, and unconditionally. Eric and those boys were her life. Both Eric and Kouri were very loving and attentive parents. They were solid, they loved hard, and they played hard. I also watched her work tirelessly to educate herself and create stability for her family. She pushed herself because she believed in building a meaningful future. She was proud of what she accomplished, but even more proud of being a mother. This conviction does not erase the years of humanity, goodness, and compassion that existed before this moment. I know there are people who may only see the charge or the verdict, but I ask the court to remember a person is more than the worst moment of their life. Or in this case, more than a verdict that many of us still struggle to understand and accept.
There was a pattern of this behavior, though.
Intelligent, nurturing, and deeply human. I do not believe she's cruel or beyond redemption. I believe there's still goodness in her, and I know there are many others who believe that too. Whatever sentence is imposed today will not only affect her, it will echo through the lives of her children, her family, and everyone who loves her for years to come. Her children still need their mother's guidance, love, voice, and presence in whatever way they can still have it. I understand the weight of the court's responsibility, and I speak with respect for these proceedings. I only ask that when sentencing is considered, the court remembers the whole person standing before you today. Not only this moment, but the years she spent loving, learning, sacrificing, and being devoted mother. I love you, Kouri, and I love those precious boys. I ask for mercy, I ask for compassion, and I ask that the court see the humanity in her so that so many of us have seen for years.
Okay.
All right, the next one is an individual that did not want their name read in the public.
The court has the letter.
The court and the prosecution only.
And it is going to be read.
This is a close friend of the family.
Close friend who does not want their name onto the public docket. However, if those are filed, they aren't always sealed, but it might be redacted.
I'm writing to respectfully share my personal relationship and observations with the Richins family and 3 young boys, and to ask that you consider sentencing Kouri to 25 years to life rather than life without the possibility of parole. From 2017 to 2019, I had the privilege of working as a babysitter for Kouri and Eric's 3 children. I was able to view this family at a time when things in life were good for them. The youngest, Weston, was still in diapers, and we worked on potty training together. What struck me most during that time was the stable, loving, and orderly home the 3 boys had to grow up in. Kouri was a young mother, close in age to 2 of my own children, and she'd established a true house of order. The home was beautifully decorated. I particularly remember the bright fall decor. The walls were lined with photos of the boys at different ages, and they had a wonderful playroom over the garage. The family worked together, played hard together, and clearly loved one another. I recognized the effort and pride in caring for her family. When she was out of town one week, she left detailed meal plans for me to use the crock pot, so Eric could come home each night to dinner with the boys. Those meals were so good that I replicated them for my own family. I was so impressed by her age progression photo display in the hallway that I had canvases made of my own grandchildren in a similar fashion. I even copied some of her simple but festive fall decorations.
Kouri loves this
similar
letter.
Cowboy kid toys for my grandchildren after seeing how much her boys enjoyed them. Kouri's positive influence extended beyond her own family. I brought many of her ideas home with me. I do not wish to minimize the tragedy of this case. I watched the funeral online and was heartbroken, especially hearing young Carter say he would now be the man of the house. I believe Kouri deeply cares for her children, and I have to believe they love her as well. 3 boys' lives will be forever affected by the court's decision. I believe in the possibility of rehabilitation and the value of preserving hope. I respectfully ask that you not eliminate the chance that one day these 3 sons would be able to make their own choice as to whether or not to have a relationship with their mother. Kouri is not a threat to society. Please give her the opportunity to serve her sentence with the possibility of someday returning to her family. Thank you for your time and considering my perspective.
Okay.
Hearing the next individual that's...
And a lot of you have asked about having an anonymous letter. The name, it's a redacted letter, so the speaker is redacted, but the court the defense and the prosecution have the name on the letter?
Going to be addressing the court is going to do it himself, and that is Mr. Greg Hall, and he's here to read his statement to the court.
So another impact statement for the defense.
Sir, please proceed.
Good morning. Good morning, Your Honor. Before I say anything else, I want to express my deepest sympathy and most sincere condolences to the Richins and Darden's families. Nothing I say today is meant to diminish the weight of what has brought us into this courtroom today.
A number of the statements have started that way. I wonder if the defense mentioned it just because so many of them have started similarly.
My name is Greg Hall. I have known Kouri for over 7 years, both personally and professionally. And we have stayed in daily contact by phone, text, and in-person visits throughout her entire incarceration here in Summit County. I'm here today to share with you what I have witnessed firsthand about the person I know.
Okay.
In the years before Kouri was incarcerated, she made a habit of looking for people who were struggling. She not only volunteered for many years at children's schools and donated, which you've heard about the 100 pairs of snow boots, but she also did follow up to make sure that those children had clothes. She has volunteered at the soup kitchen for years and brought her boys along with her because she wanted them to teach them about service and kindness to others.
Chat, yes, I do think I don't know which one of the Kouri docuseries I saw him on, but it was one of them. I don't know which one it was, but yes, it was one of them. I don't know which one.
When Kouri found out a neighbor had been diagnosed with cancer, she anonymously arranged for a massage therapist to visit her. When my own wife was in an auto accident, a care package showed up at our home. If a family was having a difficult time purchasing a home, she would offer to take little or no commission in order to help them.
How? She had no money.
Please know that none of these things were ever done for recognition. They were done because all she ever wanted to do was good. Your Honor, what I would like the court to understand the most is that the goodness and kindness toward other people that defined Kouri before her arrest has not gone away since being incarcerated. When new inmates arrive frightened and disorientated, Kouri is the first to step in. She helps them get their footing in an environment that is unfamiliar and frightening to them.
And you know that from...
She's also tutored other inmates working to further their education. She has helped women who cannot read or write navigate through the system and draft letters to their family on the outside. When women in her unit receive bad news from home, she is the first to sit with them and comfort them. She has used her time inside to study, and she takes her studies very seriously. She has earned multiple degrees, including a master's degree since being incarcerated, because she wants to be of use to other incarcerated women who struggle with literacy, with their legal paperwork, and with the simple daily reality of being inside. She enjoys studying religion and...
I don't know. The feed said enough. The feed said immediately enough.
She also prays for others.
I'm sure that we missed little.
in need.
It'll be fine.
She writes to her sons, though her letters are returned to her unopened. She has not stopped trying to contact them, to express her love for them. Your Honor, the Kouri that I talk with each day is still filled with kindness, with goodness. Even to this day, as we speak to one another, she continues to ask and care about how people on the outside are doing. My family, her family, people we mutually know, before ever talking about herself. I'm not here to argue with the verdict of this court.
Wise.
I'm here to tell you that the person I have known for over 7 years is still there, still trying, still useful to people around her in the small ways available to her to continue to be of service and provide acts of kindness. I only ask that the court please take this into consideration today.
Okay.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you, sir.
That was Kouri's friend of 7 years.
Your Honor, the next two letters are from individuals who are investors with Ms. Richins in her real estate
Oh, really? Well, I'm very curious.
business. Both of these individuals did experience losses of money. So although they may not be victims in this case, they, I guess, are technically victims in the case that is pending. So I think their perspective is important. The first one, for some reason, I only have one copy. I'm going to give just a moment for Mr. Bloodworth to read it. Then I'll read it, then I'll hand it to the court.
Thank you.
Well, I am fascinated by what they have to say, and Mr. Bloodworth's reading posture. I'm going to zoom as he reads this because
Honorable Judge Mrazek.
I am very curious what the investors who lost money have to say.
I'm writing to you regarding whatever sentence you need to impose on Kouri Richins. I implore you to impose the lowest sentence possible, including the possibility for parole.
The snark may be inappropriate. However, the first thing that came to my brain is, Your Honor, we need her to get out. We have money that we need back. We're Your Honor, we would like to be paid back. Thanks.
Due to the defense resting in this case, you and the jury only heard everything negative that could possibly be said about her from the prosecution, their witnesses, and the media. There was always another side of her that was not presented. As one of the investors in some of Kouri Richins' properties, she never asked that we invest. We always asked her after seeing the quality of the work done. She had a real estate license and got a general contractor's license. Yes, we made money on some of the properties, and yes, we lost money on the legacy property due to her arrest. She made sure we were aware that we could lose our investments. During the time we did spend with her, we found her to be honest, caring, super smart, and constantly talking about her.
Go ask Miss Barney. Go ask Miss Barney. I'm sure she was lovely to you while you were still giving her money. I'm sure that's 100% true. That she was lovely and charming and affable. I'm sure she was a delight.
Love of Eric and her children. She adores those boys and was involved in all aspects of their lives and very proud of all of them. I understand she has used the time in jail to obtain a second master's degree. I honestly believe that even spending time in prison, that she could still be a valuable and contributing member of society and hopefully one day have a relationship with her boys. I do totally understand how difficult it is to have someone's life in your hands, as I felt that weight as an Air Force flight nurse in Iraq many times, caring for our wounded warriors. We all need to have hope.
Did you watch Grossman's testimony, Investor One? Did you watch Grossman's testimony?
Please do not take that from her, as she has already lost so much. And I'm not going to reveal the name on public.
Thank you.
The second one is also an investor, Your Honor, that did lose a significant amount of money.
Investor number 2.
So some type of victim status here. Honorable Richard Mrozik, thank you, Your Honor, for the opportunity to address the court at this sentencing hearing. Actually, okay, yeah, I do.
Can we just read it? No?
Thank you for the opportunity to address the court.
I know it's hypocritical coming from me because I pause all the time. Yes, I get it. I get it. It is what it is.
At this sentencing hearing.
You're
for Kouri
correct.
Richins. May I first say that I was so impressed with your professionalism and demeanor during the trial.
I mean,
It
we
appeared
love
to me
that.
You were very thoughtful in trying to judge fairly during the court proceedings.
I agree with that.
I would like to speak on my real estate experience with Kouri over the 3 years that I invested
Compliments
in
the
10 or
judge.
more fix and flip home transactions. My wife, my son, and I were so impressed with Kouri and the great job she did in finding and remodeling the homes that we invested in. She worked hard in making those properties look beautiful after they were remodeled, and we all made money from them.
However, some of the purchasers said that the beauty was a facade and that the homes underneath the gloss were not maybe quite what they were presented to be.
We could not have been more proud of Kouri and happy for her and her family. Knowing from her brother Ronnie that she'd lost her father at a younger age, I told her once in a text message that I was unofficially adopting her as my daughter. She was a great mom for her boys, and she and Eric were so involved in their lives. What has happened since has been a tragedy for all the families involved. I never met Eric, but knew that he and his workers helped with some of the stonework on the remodels. Kouri and Eric helped stage a house that my son and I remodeled that Kouri found for us in Ogden. She listed it and had it sold in 3 days. Those were good times when the market was great for doing fix and flips, and we all benefited from it. Unfortunately, about the time of Eric's passing, the market changed and interest rates skyrocketed. Those who had house remodel properties suddenly found the buyer's market dried up and houses were not selling. We lost money as well as many of our friends in the real estate business.
I mean,
In watching some of the proceeding on court TV, I personally did not think that the state proved beyond a reasonable doubt that Kouri was guilty.
watching some of the proceedings. Okay.
And responsible for Eric's death. I was surprised at the jury's verdict because it left doubt in my mind based on the testimonies given.
Well, you should have watched the
Kouri
whole
has
thing.
lost everything: her husband, her 3 young boys, friends, family, and her home. May I appeal to the court that her sentencing...
I would like to appeal to this investor. You know who probably could also use pen pals is Elizabeth Holmes, because as I remember, a number of the Theranos investors also felt like Elizabeth Holmes was one of their children. They felt benevolent towards her. They felt protective of her. Funny how that happens.
May grant her the possibility of parole at some future time. Thank you for your kind consideration. And also this name we are not reading out loud. We also have several very short statements from people who have worked with Ms. Richins in the jail. These are volunteers that give their time, no money, that come to the jail to help people that are incarcerated to try to better themselves and better their lives.
Those in custody also spoke at
first one
at least one at Sarah Boone's sentencing.
This first one is from the art class facilitator, Ms. Katie Fish. Dear Judge Mrozik, I'm writing to you today on behalf...
I do think, by the way, that having these types of programs, and most of them are funded in a volunteer way, I do think the programs are necessary, appropriate, and should happen. Also, I don't know if you get a full slice of who an individual is, because there is going to be a benefit to them if you get along with them. So there is a benefit there. These programs, I think, are really a good thing. However, I don't know if they get a full picture of a defendant, because the defendant stands to benefit from that relationship being good.
Ms. Kouri Richins. I have known Kouri over the last 2 years within the context of the educational programs for the Summit County Justice Center. I facilitate an art class as a representative of Mountain Life Church. In that art class, Kouri's carried herself with ease and warm regard to the other inmates and those of us present as facilitators. While she's shown care for the other inmates, she has also been very respectful to those of us facilitating. Even when she had been carrying challenging emotions, she's conducted herself with respect and grace.
Okay.
I understand that my interactions have been limited and have been laced with an expectation of certain polite behavior, but it is also not
Good
just a
acknowledgement.
given that inmates will uphold that same respect and decorum. She has chosen to present with ease, care, and grace. From the brief conversations we've had about her life, I do believe she is a different person from who she was before being there. I hope and pray that her heart continues to be led toward faith and transformation. Thank you for your time.
That's a kind
The next
letter.
individual is another volunteer who teaches the class of biblical truth at the jail. This individual is named Eric Aper.
I'm also not surprised that those that are facilitating classes in the jail are doing so through their churches and believe that there is hope for everyone. That's going to be up to the judge.
Dear Honorable Richard Mrazek, my name is Eric Marty Aper. Through Mountain Life Church in Park City, I've been a volunteer at the Summit County Jail for 8 years, helping to teach biblical truth to those incarcerated there and leading church services on Sunday afternoons. Kouri Richins has been a regular attendee of these services since May of 2023, the start of her incarceration, and has shown an amazingly consistent and upbeat, positive attitude. Kouri contributes in the church service discussions. She frequently comes alongside other inmates and encourages them to attend church as well. Not only does she encourage church attendance, she also carries the applicable issues that we discuss back to the pod where she resides, looking to find the peace and love of Jesus Christ in difficult situations where the inmates live. I have witnessed her kindness in talking with and encouraging fellow inmates that they can succeed in drug treatment programs, complete education programs, and work to overcome frustrations that come with poor decisions that end up with incarceration. Please call me with any questions or let me know what I can do to help with regards to Kouri Richins.
Okay.
And then the last one is also, I believe, a pastor that leads church services. Nope, I think I might pull that out for a second. Yeah, I do. I don't think I have that one, so I may need, thank you. This next one then is from Craig Moline, who's one of the pastors as well. Can you read that? How I'm doing this?
Interesting. This comment just came up in chat and it actually stuck out quite a lot to me. Andrea in the chat, thank you for this. Andrea said, Kouri has shown no remorse. None of these letters have indicated remorse. Not a single one. Not a single one. That Kouri is charming, that Kouri is kind to others, that Kouri is bringing people on side is how I interpret it. But when you said that, not a single thing has talked about remorse. It's all talked about facade, how she presents herself to others, how they like her, how they enjoy being around her, but not about remorse. And even if Kouri is maintaining that she is innocent of the murders, they haven't talked about remorse for the financial things either. Interesting. Thank you for making the comment because we have not heard about any of that.
Richard Mrazek. Your Honor, I'm one of 4 people privileged to rotate in on Sunday afternoons for Mountain Life Church to lead church services with inmates at Summit County Jail. On any typical Sunday, we will pray with inmates, sing a couple of songs, no matter how bad it may sound, read a psalm and discuss it, and then teach on a subject from Scripture. For 3 years now, Kouri Richins has been in attendance to those services. We've seen her be hospitable to other inmates, inviting them to services. She's participated in discussions, and we've seen her as a help to other inmates. At the beginning, we gave her a study Bible that helps give life application hints along with an explanation of the text. I smiled recently when I saw her Bible sitting in front of her, and I observed it doesn't look new anymore. It looks like a well-read book. In our teaching and discussions, we have talked about being intentional about posturing our hearts before sovereign God and coming to Him with humility with our prayers. We talk about what it means to have a personal and intimate relationship with God through Jesus. She has acknowledged her faith in Jesus and acknowledged she has felt His peace in rough times, what is often expressed in the Psalms. She's commented, when life around you falls apart, we still have a God to lean into and who reaches down and cares for us and gives us comfort and hope. The Kouri I know will thrive where she is. She will trust in her God for peace, and she will pray.
Well, sir, that's helpful to know. The Kouri I know will thrive where she is. Wonderful. It sounds like she will be a positive member of the prison community.
She will continue to pray for her loved ones, and she will be a positive influence to those around her. Respectfully submitted.
Okay.
And then one last letter from the jail. Oh, yes. This is also a volunteer, an individual named Heidi Tunney. Dear Judge Mrazek, I'm writing to you on behalf of Kouri Richins. I've been working with Kouri over the past 2+ years as a volunteer at the Summit County Correctional Facility. I taught her in the addiction recovery program. I attended church with her on occasion. I worked with her in a yoga program that I started at the facility for the incarcerated men and women too. I found Kouri to be very easy to work with and very enjoyable to be around. She was very thoughtful in her conversations in class.
It's like she's charming.
She always showed the utmost gratitude for anything that was done on her behalf. I also noticed that she was a leader among the other incarcerated women. She tended to be a peacemaker and stayed above the fray and away from the pettiness and challenges that sometimes arise among incarcerated women. The women in general respected her and looked to her as a leader. Kouri actually was one of the women that asked me to get a yoga program started for the incarcerated women. She saw a need there and she acted on it. I started and have taught that class for almost 2 years now. Kouri was the most dedicated student. She only missed a couple of times the entire time I taught, and the time she did.
You know, I now begin to question if Kouri at some point, not when Ramos said she did, but if Kouri at some point did pull some Jen Shaw inspo. Because Jen Shaw also asked for yoga in prison, got her fitness training certification, and was teaching yoga classes in federal prison. So I wonder if Ramos, maybe he was off on time. No, I think he was dead ass off on the time, but maybe a little inspo has been pulled from Jen Shaw's time in federal
when
prison.
She was meeting with attorneys or had court appearances. She has continued to attend even after she was found guilty at her trial. I wish nothing but the best for Kouri. She has a very long road ahead of her. I hope and pray she will continue to use the programs provided to those that are incarcerated.
It's a good letter.
And lead the other women around her.
It's a letter of encouragement without minimizing and saying she has a long road ahead of her. I hope she is positive within this environment. Sure.
And this section is going to be read by Kouri's brother, Ronnie, who's here to read it himself. And then we're going to have
Kouri's brother.
Then we're going to have Mr. Ramos. There it is. Mr. Ramos make a few very brief comments. Then we'll conclude with our final three, and then we'll close out with Ms. Lewis and Ms. Richins.
Why are we?
Needs a break. Doing all right?
You know, it might make sense to take a break before Ms. Richins, given what you have previewed.
Why are we interspersing the attorney's statements?
All right. This is if Ronnie can come on up.
All right, Kouri's brother. I'm going to zoom while he approaches. The court lined out that we are going to hear from Ronnie Richins. We are going to hear from Ramos. We are going to hear from Lewis. And then the court wants to take a break, which is good. I'll be happy to take a break and go to the restroom when we get there.
To address the court with actually a person wanted to break to Kouri. Okay.
This is Kouri's brother.
Sister, I love you.
The court did say at the beginning that all letters were to be addressed to him, and he started with, "Can I please address this to Kouri?"
Actually, a person wanted to break to Kouri. Okay. Little sister, I love you.
I'm sorry I couldn't walk the
I
dog.
miss you. I miss our random banter. I miss your calls. I miss your constantly over-the-top positive attitude every time we speak. I miss our game nights. I miss our stupid finger gun dance after we won a game. I miss our holidays. I miss you sending the boys to wake me up on Christmas morning. Way too early after we stayed up way too late preparing Christmas for them so that it'd be absolute perfect. I miss our Sundays together. I miss arguing with the boys about who's better, Messi or Ronaldo, Brady or Rogers. I miss our backyard games. I miss me and the boys running all over you at sports in the backyard and Eric getting mad because you weren't competitive enough and you were really just out there to have fun and laugh. I miss you constantly luring me into your newest ideas and getting me excited about them. I miss vacationing. I miss family volleyball. I miss playing Madden and FIFA with Eric and the boys. I miss your stupid goats. I miss the soccer games and the celebrations we created for the boys after they scored a goal. I miss Carter's smile and his obsession with goat videos. Ashton's freckles and his competitiveness. And Weston's baby blues and tenderheartedness. I miss hearing them say Wani and playing catch in your living room. I miss your family.
Did she just look to see if the judge was looking at her? Did she just look over to see if the judge was looking at her? She's really trying to get a Lauren Conrad style mascara tear going. She's trying. Only LC can roll the mascara tear. If you do not know what I'm referencing, we'll talk about it after this sentencing hearing. She's trying to get that mascara tear going. She's got mascara on. Her lawyers can bring it to her.
I miss the life that was stolen from us for reasons that we can't yet fully understand.
I miss the life that was stolen from us. And I do not doubt her brother's grief. Because her brother's life has also been upended. I don't doubt her brother's grief.
Playing catch in your living room. I miss your family. I miss our family. I miss the life that was stolen. I miss the life that was stolen from us for reasons that we can't yet fully understand.
Well, I don't agree with that part.
We don't, with 100% certainty, know what happened, Eric. No one does, but we do know with 100% certainty that it wasn't caused by you. We know that. The police know it. The prosecution knows it. And everyone watching this trial knows it.
That's not true.
They could not prove their theory. Just the opposite, and yet here we are. For some reason, unbeknownst to us, really bad things happen to really good people, Cor, and you were just really too good of a person, I guess.
I feel for her brother. I do. I feel for her brother because for him trying to wrap his head around what his sister has done might be something he is not able to do. Or this is what he thinks she wants to hear in his statement. Because he's grieving too. But no. We watched this trial, and I agree with bailiff. I agree with the bailiff's face. The evidence in this case is overwhelming. I understand the grief when this is your family member, that you are not able to see that. I get it. But sir, the prosecution didn't even put everything in.
I promised Dad a long time ago that I'd always look after you and Mom, and I intend on keeping that promise. We'll get through this together, and the injustice that's occurred here in this courtroom, it'll be righted in time. Your innocence will shine too brightly to be contained once you've actually had a fair shot at defending yourself. when the day comes,
Dude.
I just know somehow that you're going to change a lot of lives that really need your help. And until then, little sister, just know.
Was he taking shots at the defense attorneys? Because it sounded like it to me.
Just know that I'm right by your side. I'll always be right here for you. I love you.
Right, thank you.
I think his statement to the court was sincere for him. I do, but it's a tough thing for families to wrap their head around all of this, and her trying to manipulate him in the walk the dog letter doesn't seem to have swayed the way he feels about his sister. Right.
Mr. Ramos.
And we're going to hear from Mr. Ramos. I guess we're going to hear from
I want to maybe begin by speaking just plainly and honestly.
all of the attorneys. I'm not quite sure why, but here we are.
I disagree with the jury's verdict. I'm deeply saddened.
I don't think I've heard a lawyer just, okay, Ramos, that's an interesting choice. I had to back that up. That's an odd choice, Ramos. That's an odd choice.
Your Honor, I want to maybe begin by speaking just plainly and honestly. I disagree with the jury's verdict. I'm deeply saddened by the way that justice was rendered in this case. I don't believe that this outcome fully reflects the truth or the humanity involved.
Wow.
But our Constitution demands something difficult of all of us, especially of officers of the court. It demands restraint. It demands respect for the process even when the outcome wounds us. And so, while I disagree with the verdict, I respect the jury's decision. And while I disagree with many of this court's rulings, I respect the lawful authority of this court, of Your Honor.
What rulings were there to disagree with?
This is because the rule of law only survives if we continue to honor it, even in moments of
The
disappointment.
gall.
But as a Catholic, there's one authority higher than any courtroom, verdict, or government power, and that is God.
What are we doing in this court right now? Dramos, we had gotten back from that very first cross-examination. We had recovered. We had gotten to the end of trial and we were like, all right, Ramos, we're back. We're back. What are we doing in this court? What are we doing? We have gotten from I don't agree with the jury, I disagree with the rulings of the court, and now to God's the only one that can judge me. Well, I mean, and the Pope, because Catholic. How did we get to only God can judge me? What are we doing? I have never seen this. Is he making an impact statement as her attorney or like on her behalf as a friend? What are we doing?
But as a Catholic, there's one authority higher than any courtroom, verdict, or government power, and that is God. I say that as a reminder of humanity and of human limitation. Our system of justice is imperfect because every human is imperfect. I think that humility matters here today.
From your client.
It matters because the sentence of life without parole risks becoming something greater than punishment. It risks becoming the declaration that redemption no longer matters.
No, LWAP says only God can judge me. And then God can judge.
Late Pope Francis said that life without parole is just a death penalty in disguise because it extinguishes something fundamental to human dignity, and that is hope. Hope to all involved, victims, condemned alike. Refusing to impose a sentence of life without parole today doesn't mean Kouri is going to walk free. It doesn't mean that she will someday leave custody.
It means
she
that
may
the
very
victims
well
will forever
spend the rest
live in
of her
fear,
natural life in prison.
wondering what if.
It also does not mean that her victims who have spoken today, her kids, doesn't mean that they have to forgive her. They may never change their minds. They may never forgive their mother. And also, no court has the authority to demand that they do. But refusing to impose a sentence of life without parole does mean that we do not close the door completely. It means we do not presume to know with absolute certainty what a human life, victim or condemned, may become decades from now. It means that we do not extinguish hope entirely. Time changes people, pain changes people, grief changes people. Even victims and victims' families over years and decades sometimes arrive at places their present suffering could never foresee.
Don't speak for them.
Some discover forgiveness, some discover peace, some simply discover that healing and permanent condemnation are not always the same thing. And others don't.
It's their
A sentence
choice.
of life without parole assumes none of that human change matters. Not the change in the person condemned, not the change in those harmed. A life without parole sentence freezes every human being, victim and condemned, inside the worst moment of their life and declares that moment permanent. Our Constitution demands more restraint than that, because a real measure of justice is not what we do when mercy is easy. It is whether we preserve humanity when mercy is hardest. No sentence handed down today will undo suffering. A different verdict wouldn't have reversed tragedy. But there is a profound moral difference between saying you must be punished and saying you are beyond redemption forever. One is justice restrained by humility. The other risks becoming judgment without end. And no human institution possesses the moral certainty to make that judgment absolutely. That lies with God alone. Thank you, Judge.
Thank you, Mr. Ramos.
Chat, you're asking me to explain the unexplainable. I'm going to need to process. I'm buffering on what that is. I'm buffering on what that is.
Your Honor, I told you in the opening statements that we were going to do something a little bit different when we called upon some perspectives of people that don't even know Kouri, but that have been through this horrific journey through no choice of their own. One is from a mother whose son was murdered. Again, we're going to just share her name with only the court and the prosecution.
Now we're moving on to
Honorable Judge Richard Mrazek.
A letter in mitigation from someone not connected with the case who was a victim. They are presenting this in mitigation not as an impact statement. This is part of their mitigation evidence. They are allowed to present mitigation evidence. This is part of their mitigation evidence to inform the court of other perspectives.
I'm going to skip the names, including the name of her son. My son was murdered almost 30 years ago in a random act of violence. He was only 18 years old. The man who killed him was just a few months older. I know the kind of grief that changes your life. I have felt the despair, darkness, and rage that comes from that loss. I know what it's like to try to rebuild your life with a heart that will never be whole again. And I know what it feels like to believe that the only thing that will ease that pain is inflicting pain on the person responsible for never getting another day with the one you love.
It's presumptuous.
I grieve with the family of Eric Richins. I am heartbroken for them, especially his children. And I want to be clear that nothing I'm sharing today about the criminal justice system and its many failings should be taken as any sort of criticism of them and how they feel or act in their grief. But I feel compelled to share my perspective with the court. Because I wish I had.
How did this even come about?
Known what might be on the other side of experiencing the grief of losing my son and trying to navigate the criminal justice process at the same time. And I don't envy the decisions you have to make. I only want to tell you a little of what one broken-hearted mother has learned, and that is that the criminal justice system needs more humanity. It needs more mercy. And I know this because of the man who murdered my son. Sending
A random act of violence and a calculated spousal murder leave a different scar.
Someone to prison without the possibility of parole should be reserved for the very rare, absolutely most heinous cases. Sending someone to prison without the possibility of parole is to decide they are irredeemable, that they are not capable of change, and will never be worthy of our trust again. It is a fate so bleak, I am not sure how anyone survives it, let alone do what my son's killer did. He went into the worst place imaginable and found a way to be a better human being. He spent the first 18 years of his adult life in maximum security. Those who are sentenced to life without the possibility of parole have few opportunities to participate in programs or work because resources are limited, and why would they waste them on someone who's never getting out of prison? The criminal justice system has gotten better and better at punishment. Mercy has almost been extinguished. We're supposed to find a balance. We're supposed to remember that these are human beings, and these decisions will ripple through generations, even strangers. I am afraid with the increasing number of people sentenced to life without even the possibility of parole, we've decided it's easier to throw people away than to try and help them change, or even allow them to try and make amends for their mistakes.
You can't
Far too often we let our
rehabilitate
fear and our
those
pain
that don't
and focus on
accept
punishment with no
accountability.
consideration for mercy. I did that. I wanted the man who killed my son to die. I wanted him to suffer. I didn't care what happened to him as long as he never got out of prison. But as much as I know about pain and loss, I know more about hope and forgiveness. And that's thanks in part to the man who killed my son. He was sent to one of the worst places in the world and became one of the best people I know. Nearly 20 years after my son's death, I received a letter he wrote, expressing his sorrow and his remorse. His apology helped me heal, deepened my forgiveness, and created a...
His apology 20 years later.
...bond that continues to bless the lives of many people. I know that every case is different, but I also know the power of hope. I believe in second chances. I believe a life sentence imposes punishment without destroying hope. My personal hope for Kouri is that she does what that individual did, that she finds a way to become a better person no matter what. I thank you for taking the time to read this letter. I know it's a heavy burden to make this decision. I express love and support to those involved and pray we'll all be better to each other. And then I also would have one more, and then we have someone who's going to testify on WebEx. Speak on WebEx, not testify, sorry, speak on WebEx.
This is part of the defense's mitigation presentation.
That impose these types of punishments. Thank you so much.
Oh, good. Do I get to give a rebuttal?
Also, I'm keeping his name.
I'm also a former prosecutor that has inflicted these types of punishments.
As a matter of fact, I'm going to skip the very first sentence because it would reveal who he is. So I'll just let the court read the first sentence quietly. I was in charge of the prosecution of a young man who committed 2 serious homicides at the Log Haven restaurant. He was prosecuted and found guilty. He was sentenced to 2 consecutive 5-to-life terms. 20 years later, while no longer a prosecutor, I happened to be at the Utah State Prison on government business. I was given a tour of the prison industries unit, and I saw an individual sitting at a large desk in front of a bank of computers. I asked about him and was told that he was the individual who had committed the crimes at Log Haven. I was told he was a model inmate, spoke 5 languages, had 2 master's degrees from Utah State, and was used as a go-between when there was unrest among inmates. He was respected by his fellow inmates. He was indispensable at the industries and had set up the entire computer.
And he got a 5-to-life sentence, which means A, it was not an aggravated murder case, and B, the Department of Prisons in Utah gets to decide when he's paroled.
System to run the unit. Coincidentally, the very next day I was speaking with the son-in-law of the father of one of the victims. He related to me how there had been a complete reconciliation between their family and the killer of their son. They had long ago forgiven him and wondered if I could help getting him paroled. I still had connections in the criminal justice system, and I told them I would try. I subsequently met with him at the prison, and I was equally impressed with how he had turned his life around. We were able to get him an expedited parole hearing. Tragically, he died from suicide a few months later when he was falsely accused of inappropriate access of the state computer system and removed from his position into a secure unit of the prison. This case was a textbook lesson of how rehabilitation can work. He was not the same cocky druggie that we sent to prison 20 years ago. I saw absolutely no reason why he needed to spend more years in custody. Even his fellow inmates told me they were convinced he had done everything to reform himself and become a valuable member of society. I agreed. Keeping someone incarcerated when they've proven themselves is just plain wrong. Prison sentences without possibility of parole create the same issue. I believe it should be reserved for the most violent and dangerous of individuals. Thank you for taking the time to read this. And then Ms. Lewis will introduce the final speaker.
Okay.
And she'll have her comments, and then we'll take that break.
Who is the person you'd like me to?
Emery Blanchard.
And there is one more of their mitigation witnesses. They are allowed to present mitigation witnesses. These are essentially mitigation witnesses, not impact statements, asking the court to consider a different perspective.
Please unmute your audio. I'd appreciate it.
However, no one talked about the underlying facts of the cases they were talking about. It doesn't seem to me that any of those were domestic violence cases.
Oh, my apologies. Thank you.
I'm going to zoom while they're trying to get their next witness up on
Lewis is going to make an introduction. And
WebEx.
Then, you'll be free to make your statement.
Emery Blanchard understands what no one else in this courtroom understands. What the 3 children of Kouri and Eric are going through. When Emery was 12, I believe, she can correct me if I'm off there a little bit, her father violently killed her mother while she and her brother were in the next room.
Well, that one is factually different then. So even though Lewis is hard to hear, this is a witness who is the child of a domestic violence homicide.
He was convicted, and the state was seeking death, but ultimately he, at that time, when the jury couldn't decide unanimously on death, he was sentenced to life with the possibility of parole. And I'm going to let Emery take it from there and see what she wants to say.
Emery, please proceed.
Thank you, Judge. Good afternoon. I was asked here today to speak about a personal experience. My name is Emery Blanchard. I grew up in Park City, and in 1995, when I was 13, my father murdered my mother, Patty. It was a brutal and premeditated murder, and I was in the house when it happened and witnessed it. It was a death penalty case, but my father was sentenced to life in prison with the possibility of parole. At the time, I wanted him to go to prison for a long time, and I didn't want to see him again. I was afraid for my life and safety as well. My mother's parents and uncle raised me. We would refuse phone calls from the prison, but my family collected every letter he sent and saved them in boxes, just in case I ever wanted to read them. In a short 4 years, when I was about to turn 18, I decided I wanted to see my dad. I had questions regarding the murder that I needed answered for my own mental health. My amazing grandmother offered to take me to the prison while I was a minor if I wanted to see my dad. I wanted to spare her from having to face the man who killed her daughter, so I waited until I was 18 and could go to the prison on my own. I didn't know if I would be fearful of my father, or perhaps even so angry that I might attack him. None of that happened. The moment I saw him for the first time in over 4 years, he simply hung his head and said to me, "I'm sorry." We both burst into tears and held each other. I felt safe and as whole as possible again in his embrace. Yes, this was the man who killed my wonderful mother, but at that moment I realized he was still my dad, and I still needed him. The next decades were good at times and very hard at times. Many years I visited my dad often in prison. Some years were exceptionally hard for me, and I chose not to see him at all. I experienced a full range of emotions, and all of them were valid. I knew for my own health and peace I had to learn to let go and forgive. No easy task, but this is when I truly mastered empathy and compassion. My father served 25 years until his first parole hearing. I was for parole, but nevertheless he was denied and given another 5 years. At his age, I knew it was a death sentence, and it was. Just last year, after 30 years of incarceration, he died 4 days shy of his 81st birthday. My second worst nightmare came true, the first being my mom being murdered. I was not able to see him while he was dying. There was no compassionate release. Some may say he deserved that, and maybe he did. I can tell you that no amount of time served ever made this situation right. 20 years, 30 years, and even death. None of it can bring back my mom or repair the immeasurable damage that he caused me and my family. Once 20 years had passed, my grandmother even said to me, "It's been long enough. You want your dad." I wanted my mom, but I did still have a living parent.
Right. She wanted her mom.
Him. I don't tell you this story to tell you how to feel or that I understand how you feel. I'm offering that hearts and feelings can change over the years. To honor my mother, I'm a victim advocate who supports people in domestic violence situations, and I now help people with PTSD heal at my ranch in southern Utah using nature, horses, and farm animals as teachers. I teach compassion for humans and animals alike, and I found a way to turn my pain into purpose. But I will tell you honestly that life is still hard, and losing both of my parents at that young age harmed me greatly and left me with a very sad and lonely heart. No amount of prison time made me feel better, and in the later years my father's incarceration wore on me severely. What I will leave you with is this: hold tightly to the good memories of your father, and in time, perhaps your mother too. Cling to your family and siblings for love and support. Please let love reside in your hearts and not hate. I pray for your family and for your peace and healing. And thank you for allowing me to speak today.
Emery,
Okay.
thank you very much.
Thank you, Emery.
I think that is the defense's last mitigation witness, if you will, with a mitigation statement. People have their different journeys. The court can consider them, but the
Your
court
Honor,
also considers the
There is
facts
so
in
much
this
more to
case.
sentencing a person than punishment. That is why in sentencing
We are moving on to Ms. Lewis's statement.
someone, the court must consider the totality of the circumstances, the whole person, and who that person is beyond their worst act. In their sentencing memo, the state cited to State versus Holland, which was a death penalty case. The state quoted the court as follows: The psychological reality is that aggravating circumstances in first-degree murder cases will virtually always outweigh mitigating circumstances. However, what the state left out is what the court said next, which was that the Eighth Amendment doesn't allow the death penalty in every case, and courts must take a long, hard look at the totality of the circumstances, the values of society, and the value of all human life. And though this is not a death penalty case, the same would apply to a sentence of life without the possibility.
I appreciate that Lewis is focused on the law and the standards the court is to apply. Because Lewis is coming in as the grounded voice of reason at this point.
Ms. Nestor spoke a little bit about what a life without parole sentence looks like. Lockdown for 23 hours a day. If we treated our dogs like this, they would be taken away. Yet, this is how the state wants Kouri Richins to be treated. A sentence of life without parole is safe for only the most heinous of crimes. The state wants to place Kouri in that category. They say she is in that category.
This is a heinous crime.
This simply is not the type of crime that we typically see get a sentence of life without parole. Currently, there are approximately only 72 people in Utah serving this sentence. These include people such as Edward Deli, the co-defendant of Vaughn Taylor, who is currently on death row. They killed 2 women, kidnapped 2 young girls, and attempted to kill those girls' father by lighting their cabin on fire. I believe that was in Summit County. It includes Daniel Ray Troyer, a serial killer and rapist of women in their 80s. He was convicted of killing 2 women, admitted to a 3rd, and likely killed a 4th. That authorities are aware of. It includes Matthew John Breck, who kidnapped a 10-year-old girl, stabbed her multiple times, severed her spinal cord, and left her dead on her front porch. It includes numerous individuals who brutally murdered children, some who murdered police officers. There are only a handful of people serving life without the possibility of parole for killing a spouse. And in all but one of these that I could find, they killed more than just their spouse. They are individuals who killed their spouse and a child, or killed their spouse and someone else in the process. The only one I'm aware of who killed a spouse and no other individual is Craig Crawford, who set fire to the home of his estranged husband, leaving him to die in the fire. And then there are individuals serving sentences of 15 to life who committed arguably more heinous acts than what Kouri Richins has been convicted of.
Well, if they were more heinous...
Eric Sampson abused his wife.
If they were more heinous, then why weren't they charged as aggravated murders? Because if they're 15 to life, they're first-degree murders, not aggravated murders.
For 28 years, ultimately killing her in their St. George home, leaving her dead in their bed. He continues to maintain his innocence, and he's serving 15 to life. John Weston Erickson stabbed his wife to death in front of their 2 young children, also injuring his 7-year-old daughter, who attempted to wrestle the knife out of his hand, serving 15 to life. Joseph Castillo, his wife, stabbed his wife to death in their garage while his teenage son tried to stop the attack. These men are all serving 15 to life sentences. There are many more examples. Murder is the worst of all crimes, but to say that this particular case is the worst of the worst is simply not true. The state chose the evidence they put forth to obtain their conviction, yet they are not satisfied with what was presented in this court and to the jury, and instead they waited until 2 days before the sentencing hearing and publicly filed what can only be described.
Oh, she's pissed. Pissed at the state's sentencing memo. Pissed about the statement of the kids. Yeah, they tried their case and you tried yours. And at sentencing, you get to present more information. Oh, she's pissed. I'm interested what Lewis's grievances are.
As a character assassination, filled with unsubstantiated in this court and to the jury. And instead they waited until 2 days before the sentencing hearing and publicly filed what can only be described as a character assassination, filled with unsubstantiated claims from unknown and unsworn sources who will never be cross-examined about these claims.
What?
The timing of this filing was no coincidence and left no time for our team to arrange rebuttal witnesses or evidence. Furthermore, it appears that the sentencing memo was not a so subtle attempt to get into the public eye evidence they elected to hold back from their case in chief, and then were precluded from presenting when Ms. Richins exercised her Fifth Amendment right to remain silent and submitted the case to the jury without putting on any evidence. To allow the state to use this sentencing hearing as a public platform to make new unsworn allegations untested by cross-examination or sufficient investigation would violate Ms. Richins' right to due process and would be contrary to the Utah Supreme Court's finding in State versus Ramos. I don't know if I'm pronouncing that right, but I have the site if you want it, which stating that the Due Process Clause of Article 1, Section 7 of the Utah Constitution requires that a sentencing judge act on reasonably reliable and relevant information and exercising discretion in fixing a sentence. The state's memo should be stricken in its entirety and not considered by this court.
Okay.
Not only are the claims made by the state in their sentencing memo unreliable,
they submitted their exhibits
and irrelevant, much of what they argue is either misleading or outright false. I'm not going to go into everything that we take issue with, but I do want to point out a couple of examples.
Sure.
They state that DCFS supported a finding of emotional and physical abuse by Kouri against her oldest son. What actually happened is that DCFS made an initial finding based solely on reports. This is similar to a probable cause finding that then sends the matter to the juvenile court. The court, however, did not find that Kouri had abused or neglected her children. They found dependent but no fault. In other words, that the children needed intervention, but due to no fault of Kouri Richins, due only to the fact that she had been arrested. They did not even find that she had acted negligently towards her children. The state put forth at length what they believe Kouri's middle son, AR, would have testified to had they been able to call him in rebuttal. Although it is true that Ashton said these things 3 years after the death of his father and after conversations with Eric's family members,
right.
This is very different than what he said to law enforcement immediately upon Kouri's.
And we suspected that that's what the defense would argue, right? That the statements of the children are tainted.
Arrest a year after Eric's death. At that time, his statements were completely consistent with Kouri's. That Kouri had gone to sleep in his room the night his father died.
And were those influenced by Kouri? Were these statements to law enforcement influenced by Kouri? That's the other question.
That Kouri's boys are afraid in part because she still maintains life insurance policies on them. Kouri was of the belief that these policies were no longer in existence since she had not made any payments on them in over 3 years. And in fact, a letter was sent, or an email was sent from Brian Farkelton, who testified, to Ronnie Darden, as Ronnie is the owner on these policies, that this was over a year ago, that the life insurance policies are lapsing, and wanted to let them know if they chose to do anything about that, which they did not do anything about that. So we only discovered yesterday, Kouri only discovered yesterday that at least 2 of these policies are still active, as the payments have been automatically taken out of dividends.
How?
So in other words, the policies have been paying for themselves. These are policies that Eric and Kouri took out together in 2017. However, now that Kouri knows that these are still active, she will cancel them. Hopefully, in all sincerity, this will be one less thing for those boys to worry about. Kouri never asked her family to report criminal activity or asked for criminal prosecutions against any of the Richins family or against Cody Wright. She never asked family members to file bar complaints. And until yesterday, neither Kouri nor anyone from her team had ever heard anything about a dating profile being set up online in the name of a lead detective.
Oh boy.
She did none of these things. And if they were done by others, it was not at her request. We are asking the court to discount any and all allegations in the sentencing memo that have not been previously raised in court in order to be stricken from the record. The court does have before it reasonable and reliable testimony from individuals who know Kouri or who have unique perspectives on the sentence of life without parole that may assist this court in discerning the appropriate and proportionate punishment in this case. The testimony of these individuals revealed that Kouri is so much more than what she has been portrayed as in this case. Everyone who was around her says she was a wonderful mother, just like Eric was a wonderful father. The state argues that she shows no remorse. Kouri has remorse and she has regrets about many things, and you're going to hear some of those when she speaks. However, she cannot show remorse over something she did not do. She maintains her innocence and has every right to do so. Having said that, however, she stands before this court today convicted of the crimes charged, and she fully understands that. So sentence her on what she was convicted of, not what the prosecution says about her character. As much as they think they know her, they do not. They do not know Kouri Richins. Like Alex said, we're saddened by this case. We are saddened by the verdict. I respect the court system so much. I come from a family of judges and attorneys and was raised with the utmost respect for our justice system.
Ma'am, where are we going?
I disagree with the verdict.
Get back on track. What? We were sticking to the law and the facts. We were sticking to your zealous advocacy. We have now jumped the track into things that would make most. I'm gonna let it go. I
have to say, though,
this is wild to me.
In all the years of practicing, which are now quite a few, this is the first time I've had a client convicted that I believe to be innocent. It was much more painful than I would have anticipated.
How personal this
Over the last 2 years, our
is
team
wild to me.
Kouri is one of those clients, very few clients, and I've represented thousands of people.
Where was your defense case proving it's not up to them to prove Kouri's innocence? But if you believe that, where was that on the record? Where was that on the record? Because that's not what the record shows.
Most of them you don't remember. Many of them you don't like. Many of them, some of them, you feel are dangerous. But Kouri is different. Kouri, every time she calls, asks how we are. There have been times when I've shared bits of my life with Kouri, particularly having children that lost their father before age 10. We've talked a lot about it.
Way too personal for me. Way too personal of a statement from the defense for me. But I am not surprised that Kouri was charming with them. But we heard her phone calls with the coroner. Not quite the same thing at all, was it?
And what that does to children in the best of circumstances. I can't imagine had my boys not had me. Because the pain and suffering and the long-term effect that has had on them will never, ever end. But when I share something with Kouri, when I share that someone is ill or that someone is having a problem, sometimes I don't even remember I've said it, and when she calls me, she always asks, how did that turn out? You know, is your family member okay? Before we talk about her. Every time. The state is not only asking for life without the possibility of parole, they're asking for consecutive sentences. The sentences in this matter should run concurrent to one another.
Oh, back to the law. Good.
Pursuant to the line of cases, Strunk, Golly, and Smith, the sentencing statute favors concurrent sentences. And looking at the totality of the circumstances, imposing consecutive sentence would constitute
I don't know what that
discretion.
I have no idea what that noise was. I think it was a sneeze.
In State versus Gray,
I thought I actually was hearing the chat hurling because I see the emojis. I thought the chat actually had just viscerally hurled, that we actually heard it together. But I think that was a sneeze in court.
the Utah Court of Appeals cited Golly and Strunk, holding that the Board of Prisons' ability to grant parole is an integrated component of the rehabilitative needs factor that must be balanced with other required factors. Even though the statutory language has been modified since Strunk, Golly, and Smith, the language still applies. And the Supreme Court and the Court of Appeals still looks to that language. The board should still be allowed to function and make the decision regarding the rehabilitative needs of Ms. Richins. Running sentences consecutive to a sentence of life without parole is senseless. And if this court imposes a sentence of 25 to life on the aggravated murder, but runs the other charges consecutive, the effect will be the same. She will likely never get the opportunity for parole.
I don't think that's true. Have you run the initial guideline? That's a genuine question.
Yes.
The court takes issue with
I think it
the
only adds.
defense's statement there.
The guideline on the attempted murder is 192
It only
months
adds 41 months if we run them consecutive.
before she's eligible
Right.
for parole.
Yeah, the court took issue with the defense's.
Well, I'm going to come back to that.
Yeah, if you're running
recitation
the guideline differently, I'd like to know.
I mean,
that.
no, I'm not running the guidelines differently.
She's being hyperbolic, Your Honor.
The sentence is, well, I'm going to,
The court checked the hyperbole on if she gets 25 to life and then things run consec. It's essentially the same as an LWOP, and the court was like, "How are you getting there?"
I understand your larger point, and I apologize for interrupting
okay.
you, but if you do have a different running of the guidelines, those forms are not obvious. I'd appreciate it.
well, I would say a sentence of 25 to life, and then if she serves additional time, does not guarantee parole. And I'm going to talk more about that.
Okay.
And it's almost unheard of for someone to be paroled at their first parole hearing on these serious offenses. And looking at the totality, there are mitigators. Kouri had no criminal history at the time of Eric's death. She was involved in positive ways in her community. She volunteered regularly. She headed up a sub for Santa every year. She was a friend, a daughter, and a mother, and excelled in these roles. She educated herself. She was involved in every aspect of her son's lives. There is no reason to hold her in prison for life. We asked this court to impose a sentence of 25 years to life. When you put aside all of the media, all of the injuries, and you look at the crime she is convicted of, this is an appropriate sentence.
The court's not swayed
A
by the
sentence of
media.
25 to life is not a sentence that guarantees the release of Kouri Richins. It is not saying that she even should be released. What it is saying is that the decision whether she should be released is a decision for someone else to make on another day. A day that will be, at a minimum, 25 to 30 years in the future. A future that could look very different than today. Although today is not a day for forgiveness, that day may come. A sentence that allows for parole is a sentence that gives a pathway to forgiveness. You heard from Emery Blanchard, the only person in this room that understands what the Richins boys have been through. You heard how the day came when she missed her father. She wanted her father in her life.
And Kouri's children can choose that when they're adults. They can.
That she came
She
to a
doesn't
place
necessarily have to be paroled for that.
that she hoped to spend one more day outside of the prison walls with her father. And that day didn't come. He was not paroled, and he died in prison. I don't minimize what Kouri's boys are saying today. I understand it's contradictory to what other people are saying regarding Kouri as a mother. I don't know why they're saying these things, but what they think and feel today, they are allowed to think and feel those things. They should be. Their feelings are valid, and it's okay. And I think Kouri will say this too, but she wants her boys to know it's okay. People change. All of us change. Kouri will change. Those little boys will change. A sentence of 25 to life will not be easy time. It will be hard time. The first part of that sentence is generally served in maximum security for the first 3 to 4 years. But if the day comes when her children want to see her face to face, a 25 to life sentence will make that easier for them. If they, like Emery, decide someday they want a relationship with her, even one behind the walls of the prison, a 25 to life will make that possible. And a sentence with the possibility of parole, like I said, does not mean she will be paroled. It's very possible she will spend her life in prison. And quite frankly, if her case does not come back on appeal, and she is in prison and she maintains her innocence, parole's highly unlikely. But the Board of Pardons is uniquely qualified to make that decision. That is their job. And it is a particularly important job in the most serious of convictions. They will be the ones looking at a woman who will then be in her 60s or possibly 70s. They will decide if she has been rehabilitated and if she is a danger to the community. These are not decisions that can be made today. We don't stand here today asking you to give her a second chance. We ask you to let those best qualified make that decision when the time comes.
Let the parole board
When
decide
Kouri's
in
and
30
Eric's
years.
boys are grown.
Right.
When they can tell the board if they feel the same way that they do
Let the
today.
parole board decide in 30 years is what she's saying.
You heard a letter read today from a woman who once stood in the shoes of the Richins family. At
It's
sentencing,
not the same.
she wanted life without parole for her son's killer. Now she does not. She has changed. Her views of prison have changed, and her feelings towards the man that took her son's life has changed.
And that's valid for her.
But a life without the possibility of parole, the sentence cannot be changed. If Kouri and Eric's boys someday change their mind, and it is too late to say something different than what they've said today, this day will become one more day that haunts them. If in 30 years they still do
That's
feel
a
as they do today,
choice.
they will have the opportunity to express those feelings. But don't allow their statements at age 9, 12, and 13 become another tragedy, another trauma that they may end up suffering as adults.
That framing is tough.
A sentence that doesn't allow even the possibility of parole is a sentence that tells the world there is no hope. There is no growth. There is no change. There is no room for forgiveness. There is no room for love. That we are all our worst act and will never be anything more. And that is not the human experience. In a world where humanity is waning, act with humanity. In a world where hatred is encouraged, act with kindness. In a world where forgiveness is seen as a weakness, act with compassion. A sentence of 25 to life with the other charges turned concurrent reflects the seriousness of this offense, takes into consideration the totality of the circumstances. Further, it follows the recommendation of the pre-sentence report. And it is the appropriate
That's interesting to know. That it follows the recommendation of the pre-sentence report.
It is 12:55. We're going to take a break until
All right. We're behind real time.
1:25.
And the court is taking a break. I am going to go to the restroom for like 2 minutes, and then we're going to Zoom. But we learn from Attorney Lewis, which, when she was in her zealous advocacy mode, fine. When she makes it incredibly personal, it is difficult for me to follow. She is allowed to be a zealous advocate. The court is taking a break. I'm going to run to the restroom. I'm going to be 5 minutes because I'm not even grabbing a snack because we are going to jump ahead from the break. But if I don't go to the restroom, we're going to have to take a break because we have been streaming for almost 4 hours. So you guys, 5 minutes. 5 minutes. Go to the restroom, grab a snack, grab some Kleenex, and then we are going to go, well,
Sure, Ms. Richins gets an opportunity
to what's next, which is Ms. Richins' opportunity to make her statement.
You look like you have something to say.
What
Your
do
Honor,
the lawyers
just,
need to say?
Court want to hear from the state one last time before the she allocates.
I do not. I have this firmly in hand. I would like to make it clear, in case there was any ambiguity, that the court has considered and is denying defendant's request to strike portions of the state's sentencing memorandum.
Yes, thank you.
Court is denying defense's request to strike.
Until 1:25. Let's make sure that Ms. Richins gets something to eat.
Okay, so we are going to zoom. Real quick. We are also going to send an app notification when I am back. 5 minutes or less. I have to run to the restroom. Law Nerds, run to the restroom, and then we will be back. If you don't have the app, Law Nerd app at lawnerdapp.com, or just hang in the chat. We are going to put on our break music real quick, and we will be right back. Law Nerds, for those of you that are new, you will hear that right before we get back, and we're going to get to Kouri's statement because that's what's next. All right, let's go. All right, chat. Let's get. Well, that was my fault. That was my fault. Let's get back to this hearing. All right. Where are we at? For those of you just popping in, it's been a roller coaster of a morning. But when the defense said that they were going to put on mitigation witnesses and they were going to put on statements, they sure have. The defense did, in fact, bring not really witnesses, but statements of those that were not character statements for Kouri, mitigation statements for the court to consider in advocating for Kouri to receive a 25 to life sentence, not life without the possibility of parole. It has been some wild statements from the defense. I don't think I've ever seen a statement quite like Ramos's that was very much more personal than I expected. And we knew that when we were coming back from the court taking a break, the court had asked that Kouri Richins get some lunch. We knew that when we were coming back from the court taking a break, that what we would be getting back to is Kouri making a statement because, well, apparently Kouri has something to say and maintains her innocence. We've heard her defense attorneys say that numerous times. So with that, we are going to get back to court. All right. Are you guys ready? Are you guys ready? No, they have not sentenced Kouri yet, but if people joke spoilers in the chat, I'll just ban people. It's fine. It's that kind of a day. Let's get back to court, shall we? Let's go. All right. I wanted to make sure the app had a moment also to come back in because we sent a notification to them. So, yes, they've not sentenced Kouri yet. So any spoilers of those in the chat are not true. There we go.
Further before we hear from Ms. Richins. Okay.
I wanted to make sure we
Ms. Richins will like to stand at the podium.
caught up. I appreciate the Zoom room. So Kouri's going to stand at the podium for her sentence, or for her sentence. We're not there yet, Emily. Kouri's going to stand at the podium for her allocution, her statement in her own behalf, because this is Kouri's chance to make a statement for herself. The defense said that she needed a long time for her statement. I mean, Sarah Boone sat on the witness stand for it. But Kouri is in jail clothes. She is in waist chains. Her hands are chained. Again, this is post-conviction. Okay. And apparently all of her attorneys are going to be standing with her.
My sweet baby boys, I know that today you don't want to speak to me, have a relationship with me, but you may think you hate me, and that's okay. I will never be angry at you for your feelings. When the day comes that you're ready, I will be here for you, waiting for you and loving you. But I need you boys to know and understand that I have been desperately trying to get in contact with you any way that I can for years. That all of my communication has been completely cut off from you since early 2024. And now I will use any opportunity I can to get a message to you. Even if that means sharing it publicly to the world, fully restrained, in my jail clothes, in one of the most horrible situations possible. I don't care, and I'm not embarrassed or ashamed by any of it. All I care about is you boys. I will do whatever it takes for you to hear the truth from me and to come home to you. For the time being, I don't know when that is or when my next opportunity will be. So for now, bear with me as I have tried to consolidate everything I've wanted to share with you for the last few years.
So not a statement to
with
the court.
Everything I want you to know.
A statement to
until
her
I'm
kids.
able to speak to you again.
Not a statement on why her sentencing should be different, but a statement to her kids
you may
instead.
not be ready to hear it today.
Okay.
That's okay. My hope is one day you will be. May 6th of 2024, temporary custody was transferred from the state of Utah Child Services to your Aunt Katie and Uncle Clint. My last video call with you boys was several weeks prior to that, around April 24th, 2024,
when you were still in the state's custody. Once temporary custody was transferred to Katie and Clint, against my wishes, they cut off all of my communication between you boys and I. It was years before I would ever have a trial. I warned social services that if they gave custody of you to the Richins family, it would be the last time I would be able to see or speak to you boys again. And your opinion of me in this case and wild allegations would soon mirror those of the Richins family. And that's exactly what happened.
Okay.
You need to know
Nestor was
Darden side
pointing
of the
her back to
family
where she was in
fought a
her
long, hard battle for custody, but was eventually ignored and denied.
talk.
Since temporary custody was granted to Katie and Clint, they have not allowed me to see or speak to you. No more video calls, no more visits. They blocked the phone number for the jail so I can't call you. Birthday cards, Christmas cards, the letters I would send you boys, they were all returned or rerouted. All of my contact was cut off more than 2 years ago. So please ask them. Please ask them for your cards, for your letters, if I tried calling you. Please just ask them, whether it's now or in 10 years. The one thing I need you boys to know is I did not abandon you. I did not just walk out of your lives one day to never return, to never call, to never show up. Regardless of what anyone tells you, I would never ever leave you boys. And I am so sorry if for even 1 second you thought that I did. If for even 1 second you thought that I didn't love you. Because that couldn't be further from the truth. You boys are my world. The reason I continue to wake up every day and fight to come home. You're my reason for living.
It's a lot to put on kids.
I understand that you're in a difficult situation, mentally, emotionally, and physically. I understand you guys have been through an extremely difficult time this past 4 years. You should never have to deal with such tragedy, and I am so sorry that you are going through this. You boys have the right to be angry and sad and confused, feel in survival mode, have questions. All of this is completely valid. Your feelings are completely valid. And one day when this is all over, we can sit down and talk about all of this and sort it all out. And I
If
promise
they
you
want
boys
to.
one day it will be over. I'm not perfect. I have succeeded and I have failed. As a person, as a wife, as a parent, we all do. I have done plenty of things I am not proud of. Some I regret, some I don't. Some I'm ashamed of, and some I'm not. I regret things I have done right in my life to later find out they were for the wrong people. I have said things I shouldn't have. I have done things I shouldn't have. Sometimes I haven't said what I should, or not meant what I did say. There are things I can't change, and long overdue apologies that I owe. There are would-haves and could-haves and should-haves. We all have them. We have all done them. And you boys will too one day, but in your own way. And that's okay. That's life, and we're human. Nobody is all good or all bad. We just get portrayed that way. You're going to succeed and achieve amazing things in this life. You're also going to make mistakes and fail at some things. But use those opportunities to grow and to learn. They do not define you, and don't ever let other people make you think that they do. We are not defined by our best or our worst moments. We fall somewhere in the middle, ever evolving. And you boys are ever evolving. Secrets diminish self-respect. They lose trust. They make us lose ourselves.
I fell in love with someone who wasn't your dad. Your dad fell in love with someone who wasn't me. I did things behind your dad's back. He did things behind mine.
Ma'am.
Don't keep secrets. Always put your spouse first. Your dad and I didn't always do this, but don't be like us in that aspect. We made mistakes that I know I regret, and I'm sure if he were here today, he would say that there are a few things he regrets as well. Marriage is hard. Marriage takes work. Marriage takes love. Big love. Deep love. And you may think about divorce, and you will have fights, but then you will make up, and you will forgive each other. Because when your love is enough, your love keeps you together. Your love is all you need to ignore the noise. Your love never fails. Sometimes your dad would want to throw in the towel on our marriage, or I would want to throw in the towel on our marriage. But we never did. We always found our way back to each other. I would pick up his towel, or he would pick up mine. We'd hand them back to each other and start again. Because our love never failed. We stopped keeping track of each other's wrongdoings, and we forgave, and we moved on, and we loved. And if I had to relive all of those hard days all over again, I would do it without question. Your dad and I were a lot of things, a mess of sorts sometimes. But we were this crazy, beautiful mess that made us a family, because our love was enough. Our hard days never outweighed our good days. Our weak moments never outweighed our most memorable happy days. We always laughed more than we cried. We failed at some things, but we never failed at loving you boys. Our love was enough to make our house a home. Our love was enough to stay together, to raise you boys. Our love was enough to forgive each other when others said that we shouldn't. To do things for each other others may disagree with. Our love was enough to protect each other, even though it may cost us everything.
Oh boy.
Love can make you lose yourself. Sometimes it makes you do things you know you shouldn't, but knowing it's not wrong at the same time. Because your spouse is your person, and your love is enough. One day, you will meet someone and fall in love and understand that just your love is enough. Enough to withstand everything else. The noise of the world, the obstacles, the trials of marriage, the heartache, bad choices, forgiveness. You will understand your love is enough, and your love never fails. Don't worry about what others think about your relationship. Don't worry if they would do things differently. You just love. And you love big, and you love deep, and you protect your love. Your dad and I didn't have it all together. Together, we really did have it all. Because we had you three. Don't let anyone choose the direction of your life by their opinions and their judgments. Being able to hold yourself together in the worst of situations doesn't make you emotionless. Separating personal and business life and emotions doesn't make you unreasonable. Resentment can get the best of others. Don't let it get the best of you. People will always have a lot to say about lives they've never lived. Live your life the way you choose to live it. Just be safe and be healthy and be happy. That's all that matters.
Okay, I mean, I don't disagree with that part. Live your life for you, regardless of what other things.
Sometimes people will want you to believe that life is simply black and white. The situations are black and white.
This is
they're not.
Her talking
Life,
around
situations,
her
they're
own
full
acts.
of color. At the very least, shades of gray. Always question the color, even if you're only questioning the gray areas. Keep an open mind. Question situations.
Right.
And stay curious.
This is her trying to talk around them not believing the worst of her.
You will have some people in your life tell you how their love for you is unconditional. But once your most private life has been revealed, you quickly find out just how conditional their love actually was. Choose the people you hold close to your heart wisely. And always be the friend that walks into somebody's life when everyone else chooses to walk out. Always remember, the only people you owe your loyalty to are those people who never made you question theirs. Every day you wake up, you get a second chance at life. To do whatever you want. Be whoever you want. To succeed in all your dreams. Take the day and run with it. It's a blessing. Don't take it for granted. Sometimes you will have hard days when all you want to do is count all the ways things are going wrong or have gone wrong in your life. In that moment, stop, take a minute, take a step back, take a breath.
Collaborate and listen.
Switch your thinking to count all the ways that it has gone right. All the good that has come to you, boys. All the grace, the blessings, and the love. Remember that anyone can give up on something. That's the easy way out. True strength comes when everyone is expecting you to fall apart, but you hold it together, persevering through the hardest of times. Always persevere. Always prove them wrong. Because you boys don't give up, and you boys will never quit. There's always going to be someone out there ready to tear you down, misrepresent you, lie about you, tell half-truths, and judge you. They will judge you on decisions you do or don't make, what you did
She's
or
talking
didn't
about
do,
her again.
what you did or didn't say.
Right, she's talking about herself.
They will take out of context and twist your words. They will judge you on your emotions or the way you grieve. You may show too much emotion, you may not show enough. They will tell you you're not grieving correctly, you're too angry, you're too sad, you're holding it together too well or not well enough, or maybe you're too ambitious. They will judge you on your demeanor. If you cry, if you...
Right. That's a callback to Bloodworth's statement at closing, isn't it? Too ambitious? Right, because she's talking about her.
don't cry, if you don't do anything at all. And all of this will get misinterpreted into something that it's not, formed by the opinions of who's ever creating it. And then silence is also too often misinterpreted and misjudged. But when people behave that way, it has much more to do with them personally than it does you. Everyone's entitled to their opinion. It doesn't make it true. Remember who you are and what you stand for, the truth, and ignore the noise. Ignore their noise. Ignore their egos, their entitlement, and their biased judgment. Those who abuse the power and the positions they hold will have a higher power to report to one day, and that higher power holds the final truth, their final truth.
Right, she's not talking about the kids.
Don't ever let someone tell you how to show emotion, how you're supposed to react to any given situation. Don't care what others think about you, what others say about you. Just let them talk. Just be you, be yourself, be authentic, be genuine. Because those who truly know you, who truly love you, is all you need. Forgive those who turn their back on you, but never forget. Don't hold hate in your heart toward others. It only brings you down more than it does them. Apologize when you're wrong, even if that apology is long overdue. You can't change what you can't change, and you can't change the past. But you can take accountability when you mess up. Admit when you make a mistake, even when it's embarrassing or humiliating, even when it can ruin relationships, careers, or your integrity. Be honest with yourself and those you need to. But never apologize for something you didn't do. Never admit to something you didn't do. And never beg for mercy for something you didn't do.
Well, I think that's her sentencing statement.
Always stand up for what's right, even if you find yourself standing alone or with a small group of people that love you. Believe in yourself and be brave. Never give up on your fighting, no matter how long it takes, months, even years. Never give up on truth, justice, and the fight of corruption. When something is broken, fix it. When something doesn't make sense, question it. If money is paying for it, follow the money.
I mean,
Your
I agree
brothers
with
are
that
your
part.
best friends.
Follow the money.
Your dad and I raised you boys that if you cared about nothing else in this world, you care about each other. Your brothers will always be there for you. They will always be your brothers. You love them. You protect them. You take care of each other. You support each other. You help each other. And you trust one another. You be loyal to one another. And you keep each other safe and healthy and happy. And you stay together no matter what. You have each other's backs. Be patient with one another. Don't keep track of wrongdoings. Let them go. Forgive. Move on. Show compassion, empathy toward each other. And never go a day without telling one another you love each other. Because you are never too old or too cool or too busy to love each other. Don't ever settle for just good. Go for great. In school, in your career, in hunting, in fishing, in your relationships, in your goals. Exceed expectations. Be like your dad.
Ma'am.
Be generous.
I don't disagree. But ma'am.
Be charitable. Stay humble. Give when you have too much. Give more than you take. Help when others are in need. Serve your community. Be like your dad. Never stop learning through education, through people, through travel, culture, through business and friends. From your success and achievements, from your mistakes and failures. Be like your dad.
Did you lose your place?
Love the outdoors.
Where are we at?
Find your peace, your therapy, your heart and soul. On the top of a mountain somewhere. Where it's quiet. Where it's calm. Where you will be able to feel the spirits of those that you love and miss the most. Be like your dad.
It really does have a lot of similarities to Boone's statement.
Laugh. Laugh often. Laugh loud. Laugh when you want to cry.
If we get to dance like nobody's
Laugh when you're
watching,
mad.
I'm going to fall over.
Have that laugh that everyone recognizes and no one will ever forget. Even when you're gone. Be like your dad.
Love your family through the good, the bad, the disagreements, the back and forth arguments. Choose forgiveness. Choose love. Choose happiness. Be a loyal brother. Be a noble son. Be like your dad.
I felt for her brother. I felt her brother's emotion. She
Have
had
the hobbies
no
that bring
real
you
emotion in
excitement,
this.
Enjoy. That give you a break from life. But build your life full of people and family who you love and that love you. Build a family that makes you happy to come home to every day. With a career that makes you hold your head high. Be the friend everyone wants to be friends with. The dad that everyone wishes they had. Be like your dad.
They had that. They had that. And now they don't.
As your parents, your dad and I wanted to give you every opportunity or choice that we didn't have. We would do anything for you boys, or break our backs falling over obstacles and finding our way to be sure you had the best of the best. Even if we didn't always do it well, or have the right answers, or the words, we would give you everything that we had. But the one thing I can't give you boys are the answers that you want the most.
Won't.
Because I can't give you something that I don't have.
That's a won't.
An explanation that I just don't know. I've never lost a son. I've never lost one of my brothers, a nephew, or a best friend. But I did grow up with a single mother, and I have lost my father. I do know what it's like to wonder, what if Dad could have watched me graduate college, walk me down the aisle, be there for the birth of one of you boys? If only Dad were here. I do know what that's like. The lifetime of pain that brings. The sadness and the anger.
That's
I
wild
would never
work.
wish that upon anyone.
That's wild work.
Especially you boys. My own sweet babies. It's a lifetime of what ifs and if onlys. An empty hole in your heart where your dad's supposed to be. He's supposed to fill. He's supposed to walk through life with you, with us, with our family. I do know what that's like. So murder, an attempted murder, 4 years later,
Wow.
and it's still hard for me to say those words out loud. They get caught in my throat. They turn my stomach. And I try to avoid them as much as possible. Because it makes me physically sick to think about.
It gives your
But
tummy
still
ache.
to this day, I can't believe this is real sometimes. That this is our life. That this is my life. Convicted of taking one of the people out of my life who filled it the most.
husband, the father of my children. Still in shock and still in disbelief. Accused and now convicted of such a heinous crime.
So you agree? It is heinous.
Potentially costing me to never see you boys again. I just lost both of their parents. And there's no textbook answer
So you're gonna write one?
on how or what we're supposed to do. How I'm supposed to react or move forward. And I'm so sorry.
Ma'am, I'm just gonna say from my experience on a lot of different aspects of this, except for yours, of course. Generally, you don't need a textbook on what this feels like because you feel it. So when you're saying, how am I supposed to react? How am I supposed to move forward? You feel your way through those things. So no one's going to tell you how to react, but yes, they will comment on it after the fact, like the body cam video. Right. How am I supposed to react? Grief has a funny way of showing up on its own and forcing that reaction. It's really interesting when she's talking about how am I supposed to react? Right. Because you don't know. Because you're not feeling it. Right.
Textbook answer on how or what we're supposed to do. How I'm supposed to react or move forward. And I'm so sorry you boys are being pulled through the middle of this. This absolute chaos. Between two families fighting that both love you so very much.
Oh, ma'am.
Trust and assets, our home, none of it matters. You boys are what matter. Your safety, your health, mentally, emotionally, all of that should be being prioritized.
So you're dropping your lawsuits?
I will and have always prioritized your safety.
So you're dropping your
I am
lawsuits?
your mother, and that is my job. And for anyone to scare you otherwise is just cruel and heartless. I'm sorry that 8 people from a jury who have never met you or me
Oh
or
dear.
our family
Don't do that.
had the right to determine our future. And they did that in less than 3 hours.
Yeah, we've gotten to Sarah Boone. Instead of I forgive, we've gotten to I'm sorry. It's very analogous to Sarah Boone's I forgive. Instead, she's apologizing to the boys. I'm sorry that all these people are doing this to you. I'm sorry that Eric's family is doing this to you. I'm sorry that this jury did this to you. I'm sorry that all these people are doing it to you. It's very similar to Sarah Boone's statement.
In a perfect world, there might be justice. But in a perfect world, nothing ever goes wrong. Tragedies don't happen. Some think a verdict or the sentencing will be the answer that they seek or that they need.
Oh, like your text
but it
messages.
won't. It will only give them something else to think about for a while. It may help to disperse some of their hurt or their resentment, but it won't relieve it. This grief will outlive us all. The hundreds of lives that this has affected. The lifelong trauma you boys have suffered this last 4 years will outlive us all. You haven't had to just endure losing one parent, but losing two. And no child should ever have to go through that, especially when one was an unforeseen tragedy and the other based on injustice and a system we're supposed to trust.
Oh boy.
Your dad's memory will always be the kind that's a physical hurt, the tightening in your chest when you think of him, particularly on days like today, his birthday, because he was so loved that no verdict or sentence
She mentioned his birthday.
will ever be able to release that kind of suffering.
I'm surprised by that.
I'm broken without your dad, I'm broken without you boys. God did not put me in this world to take a life. God put me in this world to give life, your lives. And I don't know who or what I'm supposed to be if it's not a mother. Your mother. And as much as you've been influenced into thinking that Dad was murdered,
Oh, boy.
and I took your dad from you, that is completely wrong and an absolute lie.
Oh boy.
And the thought of that is still as absurd today as it was 4 years ago. And just because someone may not be perfect, that's a far reach for them to be capable of murder. To kill someone. Our someone. Your dad was in physical pain. A lot of physical pain.
Ma'am.
And just because some people didn't know or didn't want to see certain things doesn't mean they weren't happening or they weren't true. He would have never left us intentionally.
Oh, goodness.
And I would have never taken him from you. From us. He was the glue that held us all together. That made us, us.
Okay. And?
Every little boy needs their father. Because he's supposed to teach you the things that I could never explain.
Maybe the pausing was better.
He's supposed to teach you and do things with you that only a dad can do. And only he could give you those life lessons between a father and a son. I would have never taken that from you boys. I know how much you need him. How much you loved him. How much you aspire to be just like him. And I would have never taken that from you. And I'm so sorry that I can't bring him back. For you, for me, for our family.
Both of her lawyers are saying it's okay, it's okay. I don't think she's incapable of reading because the squeaking is not her voice cracking.
I can beat myself up
Right.
all day about how I could have been a better person or made better personal choices. And I can understand and accept you boys being upset about those things. But murder? No, absolutely not. I will not accept that. and I will not be blamed for something I did not do. I will appeal and
Well, you're not
fight these
blamed,
charges,
you're convicted.
no matter how long it takes. Not because I have anything to prove to this court, to the state,
Oh,
to the Richins family,
back to only God can judge me.
or to the world. But I do have something to prove to you three. I do care what you boys think, and I need you boys to know the truth. And because of that, I will never quit or give up on this fight for justice, the truth, and coming home to you. So please, I know that right now you may not believe me, that you believe I took Dad from you, and that's okay. I still and will always love you, and I'm asking that you please just don't give up on me. I'm coming home.
Okay.
Not today, not this year, but we're going to make this right. Our justice system will get this right, although this courtroom can't seem to.
Oh, God.
We have a long road ahead, but I will never quit fighting my way home to you boys. I love you more than these words could ever express.
Right, it's everybody else's fault.
I loved you before I ever met you. And I will love you
What movie is
long
that
after
from?
I'm not here to say it.
Because she's just pulling lines from other people at this point. If she,
Every minute of every day,
we're going to get to You Complete
I
Me.
miss you boys more and more. And I think about how much I wish I could be with you. That this nightmare would go away. And we could have our family back. This entire situation isn't fair to anyone, but it's especially not fair to you three. And you boys are all that matters. I want to remind you just how strong you are. That you are loved by so many. And I am beyond proud of you. Of everything you have overcome, everything you have achieved, and how much you bring into this world.
Thank you, Chad. I was thinking of Savage Garden in my brain. Thank you. That's where my brain went.
You boys have been through so much.
I couldn't place it because I'm
And I wish I could take away all your sadness
buffering.
and all your pain. Tell you how much Dad and I love you, and that everything's going to be okay. I wish I could count the freckles in your little cheeks.
Ma'am?
Read you books before bed. And help you with all your homework. I wish I could help you through your toughest nights. And hear your laugh through your happiest days. But for now, that's just not the way it is. We have to be strong. We have to remember that our strength grows in these moments,
Absolutely wild.
but we don't think we can go on. But we keep going on anyway, because we have to push through these hard days. Because in the end, at the end of this war, it will be so worth it. But I need you boys to always keep pushing through these hard days. Because this will come to an end. I just need you to hang in there. Listen to your little hearts. Listen to your little bellies for the truth. Before you were told who to be and what to believe, remember who you are. Remember who we are. Remember our family. I will continue to call you every day, even if my calls are blocked. Just so you know that I'm here. I've always been here. And I will always be here. My cards, my letters.
You don't have control of
I will
that.
never stop. I will never stop.
I believe
love
that
you
part.
Forever, Mom.
Oh, wait. Are we stopped? Are we done? Is I will never stop the end? Okay, I will never stop is the end. You can see Kouri walking back to counsel table in her full jail inmate attire with her waist chains and her hands
All right,
chained.
ladies and gentlemen, a fair reminder.
Oh. All right, Magdalena, let's notify the app. We are moving to sentencing. That was a very Boone adjacent allocution. A lot of you have asked, Emily, is it proper? Well, the court is allowed to give leeway to a defendant's statements. It's very rare that they cut them off. I don't think I've ever seen a court cut off a defendant's allocution. It is supposed to be a statement in mitigation to the court. That is not what Kouri chose to do. She went a different direction with that. But let's see what the court has to say, and then we will talk more about this, because that was, I think, consistent with what we know about Kouri, and also a lot all at once.
While inside the courtroom,
the court's going to move on to sentencing.
Involved in this process must be treated with respect. We cannot have any outward reactions inside the courtroom. If any of you feel overcome with emotion, frustration, anger, whatever, of any kind, please remember just to look down. Keep your hands folded in your lap. The court has considered the following information.
We are moving to sentencing right now.
The evidence, information, arguments, and recommendations provided by counsel on the record today. The victim impact statements and other statements made on the record today regarding the appropriate sentence. And the pre-sentence investigation report as corrected on the record today, including the numerous statements attached to it. In addition, the court has considered each of the factors set forth in Utah Code 76-3-201 subsection 2B, and has prioritized those factors as required by section 201-2C. Having considered the gravity and circumstances of the offenses for which Ms. Richins has been convicted, the number of victims, and available information regarding the history, character, and rehabilitative needs of the defendant, the court hereby orders that the sentences on counts 2 through 5 shall run consecutively to each other and to the sentence imposed on count 1.
Oh boy.
Moreover, the court exercises its discretion and chooses to impose no fines related to any sentence in this case.
Interesting.
The court addresses the 5 counts on which Ms. Richins was convicted in reverse order.
Your Honor,
Ms. Richins,
reverse order? However, consecutive is the beginning of the hammer being laid down, I
based
suspect.
on your conviction on count 5, third-degree felony forgery, the court hereby sentences you to an indeterminate prison term not to exceed 5 years.
I think that's the max.
Based on your conviction on count 4, second-degree felony insurance fraud, the court hereby sentences you to an indeterminate prison term of not less than 1 and not more than 15 years.
Yeah, that's the max.
Based on your conviction on count 3, second-degree felony insurance fraud, the court hereby sentences you to an indeterminate prison term of not less than 1 and not more than 15 years.
And that's the max.
Based on your conviction on count 2, first-degree felony attempted aggravated
This is
murder,
the attempt.
the court hereby sentences you to an indeterminate prison term of not less than 5 years, and that may be for life.
That's
Which brings
the
us to
only
the final
available
issue.
option on that.
The appropriate sentence for count 1.
Yes, attempted aggravated murder is a 5 to life
Under Utah
crime.
Code 76-3-207.7, there are only 2 options. An indeterminate prison term of not less than 25 years, and that may be for life, or life in prison without parole. And the law requires that the court consider each option. Under a sentence of 25 to life, and considering the effect of the 4 consecutive sentences, the time that Ms. Richins has spent in custody, and the current practices of the Board of Pardons and Parole, Ms. Richins would likely serve approximately 30 years in the Utah State Prison before receiving her first parole hearing. By that time, she would be 66 years old. Under a sentence of life in prison without parole, Ms. Richins would be in prison for the rest of her natural life, unless the Board of Pardons and Parole determines by clear and convincing evidence at some future point that she is permanently incapable of being a threat to the safety of society.
So there is an
At which
option.
time the board would have the authority to release her. Under either scenario, Ms. Richins will be incapacitated, meaning structurally prevented from harming anyone outside the Utah State prison system for at least the next 3 decades, and perhaps much longer. But the potential impact on the survivors of the tragedy created by
And there's the other side of it.
most importantly, Eric Richins' 3 sons, is more difficult to predict. On one hand, if the court sentences Ms. Richins to life without parole, one or more of those young men may come to resent that the court eliminated any opportunity they might have in the future, decades into the future, to express an opinion as adults with substantial life experience about whether their mother should, for example, be allowed to die with dignity. On the other hand, if the court sentences Ms. Richins to 25 to life, one or more of those young men may spend the next 30 years questioning why the court failed to protect them from the prospect of the person who murdered their father being released from prison at some time in the distant future, perhaps when they have families and children of their own. The court's contemplation of how those young men may come to feel about today's decision some 30 years from now comes from a place of genuine concern for them and humility regarding the court's inability to predict the future. Sitting here today, it is simply not possible for anyone, not even those young men, to know how their view of this case may evolve over the next several decades.
Huh.
My hope is that every person affected by Eric Richins' death will, over time, find their way to a state of peace.
He might
As
go
for
25
today,
to life.
the court's duty is to make a decision, a weighty, long-lasting decision based on the best information available today. And the bottom line is this. Kouri Richins was convicted unanimously and beyond a reasonable doubt of attempting to murder Eric Richins, her husband, and the father of their 3 children. And then, having failed in her first effort
And
of
that's the
spending the
LWOP,
next
or it should
17
be.
days, not changing course, but doubling down, preparing to try again, and ultimately completing the act through the administration of poison.
And that should be an LWOP.
And for what? Money. All for pecuniary gain. A person convicted of committing that sequence of acts in that way and for that reason, and who causes the absolute tragedy that has befallen Eric Richins' sons and family. A person convicted of those things is simply too dangerous
Yeah.
to ever.
That should be the LWOP.
Accordingly, Ms. Richins, based on your conviction on count 1, first-degree felony aggravated murder, the court hereby sentences you to life without parole.
And that's the LWOP.
You have the right to an appeal. You must file a notice of appeal within 30 days. You have the right to be represented by counsel on appeal. Mr. Bloodworth, anything further?
No, Your Honor.
She's just
Ms. Lewis,
staring
Ms.
down the
Hester.
judge.
Your Honor, we anticipate filing a motion for a new trial and would like a date set. We have a substantial record in this case. We will file the notice of appeal of the conviction and the sentence and ask that everything be stayed pending the motion for a new trial as we're entitled to do under Rule 15.
What?
Excuse me, but we think we need sufficient time to file a motion for a new trial based on the substantial record that exists in this case, longer than the typical 14 days, because this is not only the trial itself, but the years of litigation and motion practice that preceded the trial. We were hoping that we could get an agreed deadline of 90 days to file a motion for new trial.
90 days?
For half of June, I'm out of the country, and for half of July, and Lewis is out of the country. Normally we would ask for 60, but there's going
For none of June or July am I out of the country, by the way, just in case anybody was curious.
to be a month in there where both of us aren't available. So we're asking for 90 days.
All right, Mr. Bloodworth.
Your Honor, the state objects. The rule provides for 14 days. You can't imagine.
Because they already essentially made their motion at the close of the people's case. And then again, so the state is objecting to the extended time. We'll see what the court does.
This is a decision that was made today. I think council's had the last 53 days to prepare the motion, 14 days.
Right, they knew they were going to make a motion for new trial either way. Bloodworth is right.
It's a lengthy record in this case, but the issues available for the trial are fairly narrow. The state recommends the 14-day time period as provided by.
There is one other thing.
Bloodworth makes an excellent point in the defense. They're always going to make a motion for new trial. That's going to happen after the sentencing every single time. And he makes a great point. They could have been working on it. The issues are the same no matter what the sentence is. The sentence does not change the issues on a motion for new trial.
Your Honor, on that as to why we need the extra time. So we have asked the county to retain an expert to assist to do a declaration for attached to our motion for new trial. And it's going to require us to go before a separate entity to decide whether that funding is approved.
For the motion for new trial?
So that's another issue we need.
I feel like there's more that I need to know in order to make this decision. And so,
What expert are you appointing for the new trial motion, not for the appeal?
I can also appreciate why defendant is concerned about the 14-day deadline so they do not lose that opportunity. Sitting here today with very little information and the state having very little opportunity to respond to this idea, I'll extend your deadline to 28 days. But within that time, if you want to file a motion to extend it, Ms. Nestor, with more detail, you have 14 days to file that motion.
Okay.
Not a clarification. So the court.
14 days from now, they have an opportunity. They have a deadline to file a motion to.
The court is giving them 28 days, but if they think they need more time, then within 14 days, they have to file asking for more time, which, what?
Extend the 28-day deadline. If they don't, it's 28 days.
Okay.
I acknowledge that that 28-day deadline may cause practical difficulties for the state's team, and if I need to extend the state's response deadline, I will certainly give that fair consideration.
Understood.
Ms. Nestor, Ms. Lewis, anything else today?
No, sir.
Ms. Richins, you are hereby committed to the Utah State Prison and
they asked for a
remanded to the
stay.
custody of the Department of Corrections. This court is in recess. Please follow the deputy's instructions. We're off the record.
Okay. So, what just happened? Well, we can rewind it if you would like. Chat, would you like to do that one more time? We can do that one more time if you would like. But the defense asked for a stay. The court did not grant it. The defense has asked for more time for their motion for new trial, not to be confused with their appeal. All of you are like, let's watch it again. Okay, let's do a quick summary. We'll go watch it again. Chat rules. So the defense is going to file a motion for new trial. Oftentimes we see that before sentencing, but they did not file it before sentencing. So motion for new trial, and they are going to file an appeal. The notice of appeal is literally that. It's just a notice of appeal. Generally needs to be 30 days from today. The motion for new trial, the defense said that they needed more time. They said that the defense attorneys were going to be out of the country. And then they said, well, and there's this pesky little issue with, we would like a expert, but we have to get the funding approved. Remember, this defense team has been paid over $1.3 million. That includes their experts, the counsel, etc. So they have to go ask for more money for whatever expert they think they need. So we're going to take a look at that one more time. The court did not, hold on one sec. The court did not grant their motion to stay, which means Kouri will be transported out to prison, but maybe not, because there's another court date on her other case, because her financial crimes case is still pending and they need new attorneys for that. And new attorneys will be appointed for that, because they do not, these defense attorneys have not taken on the financial case. So they are not the ones that are going to be doing the financial case. So new attorneys will need to be appointed for that case. All right. So real quick on that, the court gave them 28 days.
Dr. Kathryn, clarification. So the court
14 days from now, they have an opportunity. They have a deadline to file a motion to extend the 28-day deadline. If they don't, it's 28 days.
Gotcha.
I acknowledge that 28-day deadline may cause practical difficulties for the state's team, and if I need to extend the state's response deadline, I will certainly give that fair consideration.
Understood.
Ms. Nestor, Ms. Lewis, anything else today?
Okay. So with that, if you want to hear the judge pronounce sentence one more time, we will go to the judge's pronouncement of sentence one more time. Because we will go to the judge's pronouncement of sentence one more time. I was truly, as the judge was going back and forth, fairly unclear what the court was going to do. Because there were times where I was like, I understand the court is explaining his considerations. A lot of judges, you can kind of read which way they're signaling. The consecutive, I was like, all right, well, if he's doing consecutive, maybe it's because he's just throwing the hammer down. Or the other side of my brain was like, maybe he's doing consecutive because he is going to give her 25 years, and then consecutive gets you closer to 30. So I was, as we were listening to this, going, what is he going to do? Until we got right to the very end. And then I was like, there's the LWOP. There's the LWOP at the end. Story Weaver Frog said, are you covering the financial case? I am and have been. Not much has happened on it because it's been trailing this case. But yeah, the judge was he didn't signal clearly what he was going to do. I felt like that was a bit of a roller coaster, truly. Let me know how you felt. We're going to back this up just a little bit and hear the end of what he had to say, because I want to listen to Kouri's, I want to look at Kouri's reaction while we listen to the judge.
Should,
what is
for example,
YouTube?
Be allowed.
YouTube was YouTubing. I went back just a little bit with that. So, and we'll talk about the sentences in a minute. I want to hear the sentence again on count one, and then we'll talk about the sentences, because I see a lot of questions. Fair.
On the other hand, if the court sentences Ms. Richins to 25 to life, one or more of those young men may spend the next 30 years questioning why the court failed to protect them from the prospect of the person who murdered their father being released from prison at some time in the distant future, perhaps when they have families and children of their own. The court's contemplation of how those young
I don't think
men
she knows what he's going to do either.
What
What do you guys think? I don't.
Years from now,
I don't think she knows what he's going to do.
Place of genuine concern for them and humility regarding the court's inability to predict the future. Sitting here today, it is simply not possible for anyone, not even those young men, to know how their view of this case may evolve over the next several decades. My hope is that every person affected by Eric Richins' death will, over time, find their way to a state of peace. As for today, the court's duty is to make a decision, a weighty, long-lasting decision based on the best information available today. And the bottom line is this. Kouri Richins was convicted unanimously and beyond a reasonable doubt of attempting to murder Eric Richins, her husband, and the father of their 3 children. And then, having failed in her first effort of spending the next 17 days, not changing course, but doubling down, preparing to try again, and ultimately completing the act through the administration of poison. And for what? Money. All for pecuniary gain. A person convicted of committing that sequence of acts in that way and for that reason, and who causes the absolute tragedy.
Yeah, and she is just staring down the judge.
Fallen Eric Richins' sons and family. A person convicted of those things is simply too dangerous to ever be free. Accordingly, Ms. Richins, based on your conviction on count 1, first-degree felony aggravated murder, the court hereby sentences you to life without parole. You have the right to an appeal. You must file a notice of appeal within 30 days. You have the right to be represented by counsel.
I disagree. She did not roll her eyes. She rolled her entire face. She rolled her entire face. That was not just an eye roll. That was the whole body on that. Whole head got involved. Yeah, that was the biggest eye roll possible, but also in rewatching it, you could see Katie's relief when she realized that what the court was going to do was life without parole. And that's what the court has done here.
No, Your Honor.
Ms. Lewis, Ms. Nestor.
Your Honor.
And the reason Kouri's not having a more emotional reaction, I'm sure, is because she believes this is all fuckery, and we have heard Kouri's statements and seen what was in the sentencing memo, that this is all corrupt. This is all being done to her. This, of course, is not about her. It's just being done to her. So, where are we now? Well, the judge sentenced Kouri ultimately to life without the possibility of parole. Why do I say it that way? Because that's generally the way that it is written in the California statutes where I practiced. So it's hard for me to say life without parole without adding the possibility. Also, that I think is the final OPP of this particular case, though, as we know, this case is far from done. And today is a perfect reminder of that with the South Carolina Supreme Court ruling in the Murdaugh case, is that even when the trial is done, cases are not entirely done. Now, this case is not the same as that case. Those two things are not the same at all. The rulings were not the same. What has happened in this case is not the same. That is a very different case. But we know that even once a verdict and sentence is in, especially with a life without parole verdict, it is going to be an automatic appeal. And we are going to start the long process of appeals, including the fact that Kouri's attorneys have said that they will be making a motion for new trial. They are asking for an expert for that motion for new trial. They have a hearing on that next week, which I'm curious to see what expert they want on their motion for new trial. I'm interested to see what that is. They are going to make that motion. Those will then normally be argued in court. We will cover it when they are argued in court. So even though the sentencing is done, we are very much not done with this case, because motion for new trial, appeals, and then the financial case, which I believe has a hearing date at the beginning of, I'm just looking at my notes, at the beginning of June. So June 5th, there will be a hearing on the financial crimes case. The court will set a date. No, the court already set a date, July 31st, at the very beginning of this hearing, 117 years ago. The court set a date for the restitution. So there will be more hearings in this case that we will be covering together. But what are those other sentences? We covered this a bit yesterday in the sentencing memorandum. The court went in reverse order, and the court essentially sentenced Kouri to about all he can sentence Kouri to, which is an indeterminate sentence. Utah's sentencing is quirky. I think quirky is the right word for it. But on the other cases, it was a minimum to maximum range consecutive, which means she needs to serve life without parole first and then serve her following sentences, which are 5 years to life on the attempted murder. The fact that the floor on an attempted aggravated murder is 5 years in Utah is kind of wild to me. But that is a 5 year to life crime. Then it is 1 year to 15 years on the other two insurance fraud counts. And then the forgery count was 1 to 5 years. And so we saw the court stack those consecutive, which is largely symbolic in this case, because with life without the possibility of parole, then the other sentences don't happen. Though you never know what laws are going to do. You never know what legislatures will do. You never know how laws may change. And so 20 years from now, 30 years from now, if the laws change and the LWOP gets un-LWOPed and she becomes eligible, then it can go to the 5 years, and then the next, and then the next, and then the next. So even though it is symbolic, it's also protective of what may come next. So with that, there are lots of questions, and I know we are going to get to them. I also see that Amy Richins is speaking to the media. We'll get to that in just one moment. So Emily, is it likely to go to appeal? It's mandatory that it's going to be going to appeal. Can her statement be used? There's not much in her statement to use on appeal except that she maintained her innocence. So there's that. But her statement was, I mean, I saw you guys in the chat. There were lots of great OPPs. I was too mad to laugh, but there were lots of great OPPs. Other people's platitudes, other people's plagiarism. I saw a number of you saying, what in the wall art is this statement? There were a lot of cliches. There was not a lot of emotion in that statement. So no, there's not much in her statement that can be used. She is maintaining her innocence. It is interesting to me the way that her attorneys approached this and how personal her attorneys made this to themselves, which is something I have not often seen in a sentencing statement, and telling the court that they are disappointed in the jury. I do not think this is a case where the jury or the judge have run amok. I do not think this is a case where we look at the judge and are like, what are even some of these rulings? This judge seemed to me at every single turn, when there was caution, to be cautious on the side of the defense. Every single time. And there were times I was like, Your Honor, come on. This is where we put our foot down. And still, every single time. And I said to you over and over during this trial, this judge is protecting this verdict, whatever it may be. I think that Judge M has been extremely cautious. I think that the prosecution tried a really clean case. And there are things the defense will complain of, including some of the later rulings where the court was saying, if you open the door here, then it opens the door here. I don't think that was problematic. I don't think that will overturn this case. But I'm sure it's one of the things that the defense will bring up as we get into appeals in this case. So I am going to switch over to these statements I'm seeing from Amy Richins or Dr. Amy Richins. You know, how long until Kouri is requesting everybody refer to her as Dr. Kouri, I don't know if you can defend your PhD from prison. I think that having educational programs in prison is a good thing. I just don't know if the lauded status of doctor is one that Kouri is going to achieve. And I also don't know if that's truly a life goal or if that's something else that she can say that she does better than her sister-in-laws. And if that reference is a little bit lost, it's okay. It's in the walk the dog letter. Not all of it the jury saw, but that walk the dog letter definitely shared to us Kouri's thoughts. And the things she said in court today were not 100 with how she behaved in her recorded communications. And I imagine that between now and then, those communications are going to be wild. I think we're going to see some spicy communications from Kouri. All right, let me make sure we are at the beginning of Amy's statement outside of court. So I'm just making sure we're queued up there. The Summit County Courthouse, though it seems to have a beautiful view of the mountains and what have you, does not seem to have a well set up area for the media to have a conversation with anybody. It's really difficult. It's really difficult here. So let's take a look outside of court.
Today does not bring my brother back. It does not restore the years his children lost with their father, the milestones he should have been here for, or the life our family believed he still had ahead of him. But today does matter. Today, the court recognized that what happened to Eric Richins was not an accident, not unexplained, and not something our family imagined. His life was taken intentionally and permanently, and the consequences of that choice are now being acknowledged in this courtroom. And for that, Judge Mrazek, we thank you. Eric was more than the headlines that followed his death. He was my brother, a son, a father, a friend, and a person deeply loved by so many people. The public has heard about the investigation, the evidence, and the trial. I remember the man himself, his laugh, his presence, his loyalty to the people he cared about, and the place he held in our family that can never truly be filled. No sentence can undo the trauma this has caused. It has affected every part of our lives. It changed holidays, birthdays, relationships, and the sense of safety and trust we once had in the world around us. For more than 4 years, my family has endured unimaginable grief while also facing misinformation and intense public and media scrutiny. Today, the noise stops. The verdict and this sentence speak louder than any misinformation ever could. Through it all, we have honored Eric with dignity, patience, and truth. We are deeply grateful to law enforcement, the prosecution team, and everyone who worked tirelessly to pursue justice in this case. We know the weight and complexity of what was asked of them, and we are thankful for their commitment to seeing this process through. To the members of the jury, we owe you a debt of appreciation that words cannot fully express. You were asked to step away from your lives and shoulder the heavy burden of our family's tragedy. We thank you for your diligence, your sacrifice, and your courage in weighing the facts to see through the distractions. Your
really
commitment to the truth has restored our faith in justice. I also want to thank the civil legal team who fought tirelessly to help preserve Eric's estate for his children. While we were grieving and trying to survive the unimaginable, they worked to protect part of Eric's legacy and future for the people he loved most. I also want to acknowledge and thank Eric's lifelong friends. Some of them are standing here behind me. These incredible men who have consistently supported our family. During the darkest times, they never turned away. Instead, they stepped into roles and spaces that were never meant to be vacant, attempting to fill shoes that no one truly can. Their loyalty, love, guidance, and unwavering presence have helped us endure years of pain and uncertainty. I am deeply...
Did somebody just say she's blocking the road? Stop it. Stop it. Come on, y'all. I said this courthouse does not have a place to make statements, and somebody's like, y'all are blocking the road. It's like, can you let her finish? I had to back up. I had to hear that again. What is happening? Poor Amy, because her statement is a lovely tribute to her brother. You can hear when her voice cracks with emotion, not squeaks, cracks with emotion. And then just like, we have a Plum Wild situation. And then somebody's like, you're blocking the road. They just need an area outside this courthouse where they can just film
Guidance
easily.
And unwavering presence have helped us endure years of pain and uncertainty. I am deeply... I'm almost done. I am deeply grateful. Let's just move.
Who in the fuck is sitting there going, well, actually, you're blocking a public road? What is happening?
Sorry.
And now all of the media is like, scoot, 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 scoot.
Not making it easy on you guys. I feel bad for all of you holding up my crying.
Amy, don't feel bad. Can somebody just swing a camera around and figure out who that is? Because goodness.
Their loyalty, love, guidance, and unwavering presence have helped.
Did that sound like a car just sped off too? Well, a truck, technically. Somebody in the media pool. Emily, you're obsessed. I'm just so curious. Somebody in the media pool just said the disrespect is real. Well, it could have been the media pool. It could have been one of Eric's friends. Somebody's like, the disrespect is real. For real, though. What in the world is this?
Sorry. Not making it easy on you guys. I feel bad for all of you holding up my crying.
And then you can hear a car go.
Their loyalty, love, guidance, and unwavering presence have helped us endure years of pain and uncertainty. I am deeply grateful for their strength and love. Most importantly, I want Eric's sons, my nephews, to know this. Your father mattered. He was completely loved, as are you. And no verdict, sentence, or passage of time will erase that. As a family, we will continue moving forward as best we can, carrying Eric with us, honoring his memory, and choosing to live in a way that honors the life he deserved to keep living. Today, we invite everyone to remember Eric and his generous spirit by performing a kind act for a stranger. The world lost a wonderful man, and it will take all of us to embody his kindness. Thank you.
What do you make of this coming on his birthday? Was that by chance?
I mean, they would have known the day it was set.
A lot of things have had...
Because chat clocked it the day the sentencing was set. Chat clocked it. I'm sure the family clocked it. But it's interesting to hear the media ask, what do you think of this happening on Eric's birthday?
13 was Eric's lucky number. And so a lot of things throughout the last 4 years have actually ended up on the 13th. So we've had some different hearings, some different things like that. And to us, as soon as the judge read the 13th, I knew Eric was around. That was a definite sign that Eric was around. So to me, it wasn't a bad thing. It was Eric saying, don't worry, I'm here. We've got this.
You plan to celebrate him tonight?
We don't have any plans because honestly,
they're exhausted.
With some things, it's not a celebration. Because more than anything,
I think it's a sit in the quiet and take a minute. Because the exhaustion, if you guys feel exhausted, and I'm sure some of you do, if you feel exhausted, they also are exhausted. It is time for a bath and 15 hours of sleep.
I feel really bad for my nephews because this is another really hard day for them. Because we all loved Kouri. And this was really hard to realize and so I can't even imagine what they're feeling right now. And so we're trying not to do anything like that, just out of respect for them.
Your response to her speaking directly to the boys in her statement?
I thought it was interesting. I've never been through any of these. This is my first time, so I didn't really know what to expect. I just think some of the lies are intense, that they're still lying. And I don't understand why, but I just wish more than anything, because she was talking about how, right, they should be honest, they should do all of that. I wish she would kind of look in and follow some of that on her own.
Your sister, you, and your father spoke about the gap that has been left behind because of Eric not being around.
Yes, he was our pillar.
Does this have any finality to you? Does this bring any finality to your family?
Honestly, no. And I was asking everybody else this too, because even after the conviction,
Doesn't change.
It's been hard. I honestly would like a little bit of relief, but I think it's just still, we're in a lot of shock, but there's still so much going on. Just with everything else, because I still don't know what's going to happen with the financial cases, with all of those. So, and the civil cases are still going.
That sounded like Nate Eaton asking the question to me as well, but I've unfortunately walked this path with a lot of victim families, and it does not. It changes, but there's not necessarily a relief. It changes because you're not waiting for trial, but it doesn't bring anybody back, and they're not done with litigation. So there isn't even a little bit of relief that this is a chapter closed of litigation and they can just let the appeals kind of run in the background. There's still a lot of litigation that they're all locked in, and there's 4+ civil cases and then still the financial case. So they're not really done. This is more of a chapter. And that's different than for some cases where when trial is done, they're just waiting to see what happens with appeal.
It's a huge platform now. What, if any, good do you hope can come from all of this?
We just hope that the story about Eric continues on and people will live through and do kind things and look up to him and hopefully continue that on and learn.
Amy.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yes.
To hear Kouri defend her innocence with such conviction, what does that say about her remorse and her opportunity to give the boys some hope?
That's a question.
I don't think she had any remorse, in my opinion, but
remorse is not what we saw there. Remorse is not what we saw. That's not what we were looking at. We were not looking at remorse. That's not what we saw. Yeah.
But yeah, I think she lives in her own little world. So
Kind way to say it.
Thank you so much. Thank you all so much. I appreciate it. Thank you for coming out here. I know it's hot.
Thanks, friends. Yeah, sorry. No, there was a moment where I think one of the cords was stepped on, so I couldn't extend it as much as I could.
Right, because media scrum.
That's what those.
They took a media scrum and then they had to move the media scrum. Right.
Gangbangs are all about.
So, I think that's it. I think that's it for today. It sounds like it's warm in Utah. It is warm here in Nashville as well. I'm going to see if there's anything else. There is just a little bit. I'm trying not to. Handheld cameras can be a little bit rough, but there is some moments of friends and family hugging outside of court that we're looking at now. We still don't know what happened to Bryce's pants that night. We might never know. Maybe one day we'll get that question answered. Maybe not. Maybe it's better left unknown. So, but the media is just kind of there as a bystander as Amy is saying goodbyes and giving hugs, and we are now the camera is now moving, but you can see the view from the courthouse. So there's that. That's the view from the courthouse. And with that, I think we are just about done. I'm going to see if there's anything else on this without the camera swinging about. I'm just scoot, and there is not. So I'm going to let that stop right there. But there are some questions. We're going to answer some questions. It is a beautiful view outside that court. It really is. But they were still within, I agree, they were still within the parking lot. Magnolia said, what road are they blocking? It's a parking lot. Yes. Yes. And apparently, yes, it is truly at that what it is. But you saw all the media just trying together to move. From here, there will be filings for new trial and notice of appeal. There will be new attorneys on the financial case. There is a hearing on that case June 5th. There will be if it doesn't get continued, there will be a restitution hearing or the beginning of a restitution hearing at the end of July. There will be filings for that. So even though Kouri Richins has been sentenced, this case will not be done just yet. I'm going to get to some of your questions. We've got questions. You've got questions. We'll get to questions. But also, and then all of my stuff buffered. Sorry, chat. That was me buffering. Sorry about that. That was a buffer, and then Let's Chat came in way too hot. Apologies. I saw that buffer. I do not know what that was. So they came out to look at the internet today, and here we are. All right, let's try the Let's Chat bumper one more time because that came in way too hot. My oh my. That was much. That was much. So, today has been a roller coaster. A lot of you have come in and out throughout the day. For those of you that have come in later in the day, I talked about Murdaugh at the very, very beginning of stream today. I sent out a notification in the app. I posted and put the opinion, not my opinion, the opinion, in the Launard Lounge. And I put a quick reel up on Instagram. But for today, I am not going to be able to get back into Murdaugh much. A, I have not read the court's entire opinion. B, we can talk about it tomorrow because nothing's going to happen quickly. And C, I can only deal with so much of this personality today. And today was Kouri's day. Murdaugh can wait till tomorrow. Murdaugh, what's happening with Murdaugh? Murdaugh was granted a new trial. We'll talk about it tomorrow. Whose fault is that? Courthouse Becky's. But we knew that was coming. So we saw that was going to happen. We knew that was going to happen. We'll get to it tomorrow. Murdaugh can wait till the murdacity of them dropping this today. Seriously. So we'll get to it tomorrow. It will be fine. It's not going to change what they ruled. We're not surprised by this ruling. Nothing urgent is going to happen. They are going to start the long process of what it means, but I would like to go through some of that order with you. I just cannot do it today. I saw a number of you ask, when will Kouri go to prison? It really depends on Utah. With that next date being so close in June, it is likely she will stay in local custody because of her pending case and not go to prison yet. But that's really up to Utah locally and how easy it is to facilitate her back and forth on her pending case. So that might wait. I will see if I can get an answer for you on that in the next couple of days because I'm curious about that as well. I just don't know how Utah will handle it. I would suspect, and this is speculation, that she will stay in local custody until they have some dates for her pending case, because moving her back and forth with a pending case and being sentenced to LWOP might be logistically difficult, but I'll ask. They might be like, whatever, she's not staying in local custody, send her to prison. We'll see her in June. It just depends on what that is for them. But I will ask. The court sentenced her for blah, blah, blah. The court sentenced her forthwith, but that does not mean that she will go forthwith. Sharaz, emergency landing in South Carolina. It happens. Yeah. This morning we took a quick detour. To South Carolina. It was quite a lot. This morning, I was not anticipating, as I was getting ready for this stream, that the South Carolina Supreme Court would drop that this morning. Then again, I said on stream yesterday, they're probably going to drop that today. And here we are. To everyone that gifted memberships today, thank you. I know I didn't get to pull up a lot of them. I appreciate it. Welcome to the new Law Nerds. For those of you that didn't catch the beginning of stream, yes, the court remanded for a new trial in South Carolina. And again, I try to keep our streams to just one topic, but Murdaugh is such big news that we talked about it just a little bit. So we'll see. Rebecca wants to know, said, so does defense facing constitute an outburst? No, but it was definitely it was a choice. Kouri's face was a lot. Word Guy said, what grounds will they claim for appeal? They will go back through the judge's rulings and they will reference back to a few of the rulings. I think one of the rulings that they circled back to a couple times was whether or not, like, what state evidence would be allowed in if they brought in some of their evidence, rulings on whether the defense was allowed to do their direct examination of witnesses when the state was objecting to it. I imagine that they will bring up. I don't know if when they were talking about jury instructions, if there were any jury instructions that they wanted or didn't want that happened, that jury instructions will often come up. What else? They might try to relitigate the change of venue motion. Again, I don't know if they will. They seem to find a jury pretty quickly that everyone agreed with. I don't know if they will bring up how quickly the jury came back with a verdict or not. They might. So we'll see what happens. We'll see what happens there. I saw a couple of you asking if I'm going to go over Kouri's sidebars. At some point, yes. I do not have time just yet. It's May. There's a lot going on. We have some other things we need to cover. Well, tomorrow's going to be Murdaugh. Yes, at some point. Right now, no. Today, no. At some point, yes. Sarah in the chat said, I still can't get over the lawyer's statements. I can't either. The lawyer's statements have been quite a lot and it became much more personal than I have seen. Views Through a Lens said the financial crimes. Yes, there is an entire separate prosecution for Kouri Richins. If I remember correctly, 26 counts off the top of my head, but it's been a long day, including mortgage fraud, other forgeries, covering Chelsea Barney's house, among other things. So there is an entire additional prosecution of Kouri Richins. That's on our playlist here, and I've covered that. So that's on our Kouri Richins stuff when that got filed. What happened at the very beginning of this case, there had been more causes of action in this case. The court severed those out so that some of the other financial crimes would not have gone to trial with this case. And the prosecution then refiled those in a separate case with more. So there is a subsequent filing with the financial cases, including Chelsea Barney's house and more. So there is more there. I don't know what we're going to be doing with that, but we'll see. Could that settle? I mean, she's been sentenced to life without the possibility of parole, so it could settle, but restitution then becomes a huge issue and you have to admit wrongdoing. So we'll see if she settles or not. That's the financial crimes kind of go hand in hand, like in Murdaugh, when when he gets granted a new trial, he's not getting out of prison because he's still in prison on numerous other cases. So with Murdaugh, he is still in prison on the state and federal financial crimes cases. So we are there. Danny said, who is paying for her civil case lawyers? I thought she was broke. Danny, it is. I love that you asked this question, Danny. Let me talk about this for just a minute. So glad you asked, because we are still on the countdown to who are Kouri's new lawyers, because her civil attorneys all bounced like the day after she was convicted. Every single financial crime case, not financial crime case, every single civil case, all of her lawyers filed a notice of withdrawal the day after her conviction. So right now, Kouri doesn't have any lawyers on the civil cases. And I don't know, man. I don't know where she's going to get any money to hire new lawyers, because it's all going to be tied up in restitution hearings. And I guess her mother technically could hire lawyers if her mother has the money to do that. Or she ends up representing herself. What are the chances that Kouri ends up representing herself in these civil cases? I think it's high. I think it's high that she ends up representing herself. I really do. I agree, chat. She's a paralegal now. And she has 2 master's degrees, and she excels at everything that she does. Wait, no, that's both her and Sarah Boone. So I think we could end up seeing Kouri just representing herself, fighting the estate cases. Could absolutely see that happening. Yep, could absolutely see that happening. So there have been periods in this case where she's represented herself, and we've seen her letters to the court. They were not Sarah Boone type letters. They were actually fairly cogent letters. However, not the financial crimes case, the civil cases are fairly nuanced, and there's going to be a lot of nuance there. Also, don't forget, the last time I covered the civil cases, Kouri had been fined attorney's fees and costs for no showing her deposition in the civil cases. So she also owes money already in the civil cases. So it's going to be a lot, but she's going to have time to do that. So I guess we'll see. She's supposed to file notice of who her new counsel is by the end of the month. And it might be her. She might just show up with, it's gonna be me. I mean, it's appropriate. It's appropriate. Heather says what? Asked if she can make any profit off of interviews, books, or movies. This is part of why they are seeking restitution, because there are times where she can. However, that money can be held in a fund for restitution. We saw the way that the law is going to work out in Utah, we have looked at in the context of the civil cases, because in the civil cases, it is going to cut off some of her arguments with getting parts of Eric Richins' estate. When it comes to her being able to sell her story, her money is going to be locked up at some point in restitution and in the judgments in the civil case that already exist, including attorney's fees and what have you. However, the practical effect of what happens in a lot of those cases is that individuals have family members paid, not themselves, to avoid that money going to restitution. And I could see Kouri trying to have money going to her mother instead of money going to her. A few of you have asked if there's any attorney interviews. I haven't seen any at this point, after court today. I imagine Summit County will put out a blanket statement at some point saying, the system in here worked, if they put out a statement. So we will see. And if we do, we will see it. Don't worry. I will reach out and ask for a statement as well, but I can't do that while I'm streaming because my brain can only do, 5 or 6 things at once. But basically that is all of the streaming. So we will see. Let's see. Other people's pressers sounds like Ron. Oh, Ron. It's wild. Let's see. Casey Cat said, I watched the Utah parole hearings. They are famous for commuting LWOP to life. And they might do that. They have the ability to do that. Not all jurisdictions do, but they have the ability to do that. So if they do that 30 years from now, 40 years from now, then they do. So they could. Savant GK3 said, if LWOP were to be overturned in the future, would she get credit for time served on the consecutive sentences? No, because they have to be served after. So no, she would not have time served on those. If they were concurrent at the same time, she would, but no, they will not. JJ with the dog said on Banfield sentencing, yes. However, the Kouri hearing on June 5th is, I think, after we will be done with Banfield sentencing, because I think time zones are going to let us time travel and work to our advantage, there. So we will see. Gringa said, are you surprised the judge didn't go in on her more? It doesn't seem to be his style. And he is still the judge on the civil litigations, the financial crimes case, and others. So I'm not surprised that the judge focused on the actions, not Kouri Richins' character, the actions, the convictions, and what he was grappling with about the impact to the victims. I'm not surprised that he did. He is a fairly conscientious judge. We have seen that from him time and time again. So I'm not super surprised given the context of everything. Let's see. Love Always Elizabeth said, wait, it's not Eric's funding her defense, is it? No. Well, no, it's the taxpayers of the state of Utah at this point that have been paying for her defense. Gen X Shenanigans did say the court said Eric Richins' sons. Yes, he did. He highlighted he highlighted the victim and the victim's children in this, not highlighting the defendant and the defendant in all of this. Northwest said, is there a public defender conflict on the financial crimes trial? They had conflicted, I believe, at the beginning of this, but I believe they had conflicted at the beginning when the financial crimes was filed, and the court had asked her current attorneys, so this has been quite a long time at this point, the court had asked her current attorneys if they would handle the case while it trails. So it might still bump back to the public defender's office, but we're just going to have to wait and see. She will get court appointed. Counsel with that. Kirsty Nursey said, don't play poker with Judge M. I mean, the wild roller coaster of what is Judge M going to do? Wild. Hunter Dobbs in the chat said, would Ramos join the civil team? I don't know if he could, is inclined to, if that's what area he practices in. The civil stuff is really, really specific. It's real specific. So I don't know. I'd be interested to see if Ramos wants to tap in on the financial crimes case, though, the criminal case and not the civil case. That I would be very interested in. Because I could see that being more in Ramos's wheelhouse. The civil stuff is really nuanced within wills, trusts, estates, and we'll see. A lot of you are asking if ChatGPT wrote some of the statements. I don't even know if she would have access to that in custody. I just don't think she's trying to figure out how to express emotions that she does not have. And it just really comes back with fairly hollow platitudes. And the fairly hollow platitudes, I think, rang hollow for most of you, right? It was just there didn't seem to be genuine paternal feeling and a maternal feeling. There was not an aspect of care. It was all very performative and hollow. Her brother, I feel, had genuine emotion. I disagree with how her brother sees things. I understand why he does. I understand. And I understand that sometimes protecting yourself and somebody that you are that close to is a really difficult thing for you to wrap your head around. But from Kouri, not the same. Not the same. AJ's says, how does the defense team's choice not to put on a defense impact appeal? The appeal is really going to be focused on what the judge's rulings were and weren't, and what the judge's rulings should or shouldn't have been. So it does not really impact it all that much. As long as they preserve the issues for appeal, then it really squarely focuses on the court's rulings and the court's choices. So, Warden Shepherd in the chat said, Bryce was also sentenced to LWOP, life without pants. It's a 10 out of 10. It is a 10 out of 10 comment. It is a 10 out of 10. How was the book not more prejudicial than probative? They didn't read the book, but the fact of writing the book was part of the motive for pecuniary gain. It wasn't just to be like, oh, look at Kouri. It also goes to the motive, because she was using the victim's likeness. She was using the children's likeness. And so it all goes to that underlying motive. Let's see. I'm trying to get to questions. I see your comments. It's good to see you, Lawnards. You guys are the best. And it's good to see you. Melly Girl, this is a good point. Melly in the chat pointed out, where is the defendant saying, I love Eric, I would never do that? Never once mentioned caring for Eric. Nothing. It was all about her image for her boys to see. Yeah. I think Kouri was, trying to speak out both sides of her mouth, obviously, at times. The way Sarah Boone did. Sarah Boone was like, I forgive you, and now let me excoriate you. Kouri was doing the same thing. Boys, I'm so sorry for this horrible jury and all of these things that they're doing to you. I'm so sorry that you're stuck in between this fight with your dad's family and me. This is, how dare his family do this to you? It was a lot of that. And it was a lot of trying to control how they saw it, but a lot of also trying to say she's talking to her boys, but then talking about herself, because of course there was. And it was just fairly hollow. But we also see where Kouri sees this case for herself as also a victim of whatever happened to Eric Richins. And again, tried to say he was in a lot of pain, whether or not anyone else wanted to see it. So she was still digging in that this was an accidental overdose in her statement. It was a choice. However, she has the right to give an allocution, and that's what she chose. So it was somehow less vitriolic than Sarah Boone's, I guess. So there was that. It was much. Yeah, it was much. Truly. But again, it is poignant to me that Kouri is aware, and has made all of us aware, that the last thing that she can control is her allocution. That is the last thing she really has control over. From there, she does not have control over what the judge does. She does not have control over what the appeal looks like or what the appellate court does. That was her last opportunity to have any control of anything. And I'm not surprised that she took that opportunity to try to blame the people she was going to blame and try to tell the kids that even though she was going to tell them on the one hand that their feelings are valid, but also tell them on the other hand that they are wrong. And so I'm not surprised that exerting that control is something that she wanted to do in her statement. And that's what we watched together. So different defendants take their allocution different ways. So there we are. It must have been incredibly hard for the Richins family to sit in court and listen to all of it. There were times that I was sitting here going, what are we doing? All of this is very difficult sometimes to listen to. But also, they've had experience with this in the civil cases as well, listening to the way that Kouri is going to spin things and the way that she is going to address things. So it's not surprising. It's not surprising. But hearing the kids' statements were heartbreaking. Melanie, thank you so much for the gift of memberships. That is incredibly kind and generous. Thank you. Thank you very much. I appreciate it. And I know the new members appreciate it. I was glad to hear that the Richins boys are doing well with their family. I was glad to hear that they wanted to share their statements. Hopefully that is helpful to them. And I am still a little buffered by the roller coaster of today's proceedings. And I imagine that the court and the attorneys are also exhausted. But the facing was just, I still can't believe some of the faces she was making in court. I still can't believe it. I really can't. Inexpensive to be me, said my spicy unicorn bag and VIP lanyard ship. I'm so excited. Oh yeah. Don't forget to get what's on the back of the lanyard. I'm so excited about what we created for the lanyards. There is a surprise. I love what we created. I'm so excited. I'm so excited for it to get to you guys who have the lanyards from the Lawnard shop. I'm so excited about it. I'm so excited about it. It is the beginning of, I think, something that we are going to try to do more. We will talk about that. It is, in fact, a surprise, but we will talk about that more another day. There are still some of those in the Lawnard shop. Let's see. I remember seeing a face like that on many a body cam footage, especially seconds after someone got done for impaired driving or causing a tragedy. I do not know which point of the sentencing that came in on, but Kouri was pretty consistent in the body cam footage in what she thought emotion should look like. And we saw that here today too. NJ Kathy, good to see you, said Kouri is the definition. Yeah, no remorse, no accountability, and thinks only of herself and her self-interest. This was not a crime of passion. Rather, it is a crime of selfishness. I don't disagree. It was not a heat of the moment type of a crime. It was incredibly calculated. And the court noted that at the end. It was incredibly, incredibly calculated in the way that it was carried out. And that is something that that the court definitely appreciated in their recitation of this case. So let's see. A number of you are talking about the children's statements. Absolutely outrageous and heartbreaking. I was not surprised, though, that Kouri then turned around and said, well, I'm sorry that you've been led to believe this to the kids. You've been led to believe this. You've been led to believe that. Wild. Grammy Bug, thank you for your super chat and your question. How do defense attorneys stand and sit there and vehemently defend someone with so much evidence against them? These three went on national TV and said she was innocent. Did they not know about the boys disputing her alibi? They have thoughts on the boys disputing, or the middle child disputing the alibi. And we heard that from Miss Lewis, didn't we? Because Miss Lewis said, well, that was a statement well after they had been with the Richins family. However, I think some of the tech evidence also lines up with that. And the attorney, well, the therapists involved, one would hope, would clock it if the kids were, or they felt that the kids were being manipulated. But we didn't see any of that from the therapist. And there's a process for that to be brought up in court if that is something that they suspect. That is why there are therapists involved. There is a family law case involved in this. So it's interesting that Miss Lewis was disputing that, but the same way one can dispute whether or not Kouri said to her kids, well, I was in your room that night. So it is interesting. It was interesting. So, CHU said the face is screaming, well, yes, and it was screaming a lot of things. The eye rolling at the court, the staring down the court, the taking aim at the court. Can you, after everything we've watched, saying that Judge M is running an unfair courtroom is a wild deflection. An absolute wild deflection. Ma'am. Wild deflection. So, let's see. Shelby said it's the law nerd's turn to make faces. I definitely did. I didn't know what to expect from Kouri's statement, but that wasn't really it. Shelby said, can the prosecution object to relevance? The defense has a fair bit of leeway in the way that they present their mitigation, but also that's one of the things where you have to trust the court to understand what you are watching. And again, you're not going to be able to turn around and look at this case and say that the defense attorneys did not zealously advocate for their client. There are other things that can be said, but the defense attorneys did bring in witnesses, did advocate strongly for a chance for their client to get parole. They were advocating for their client. I don't always agree with the way that they do things, but they were not half-assing this defense by any means. They said they wanted to bring in quite a lot of witnesses, and they did. So that's going to be one of the grounds that we don't see on appeal. I don't think we're going to see any grounds on appeal that the defense attorneys did not appropriately try this case, did not bring up defenses they should have brought up. This was a thorough, calculated, and zealous defense. I disagree with how they see this case. I disagree with how personal they made some of their statements to the court. But it was a zealous defense. So, yep. Lily said, I think the mitigation witnesses forget that forgiveness does not negate consequences. Fair. And it seemed like with a lot of the mitigation witnesses, there was some level of accountability. And that's something we haven't seen with Kouri. But in all of those witnesses, we heard about accountability and then forgiveness in every single one. And that is not what we've seen here yet. And we have not seen even a hint of accountability from Kouri. And in fact, we heard Kouri mention that she will not be taking accountability because she is not going to, did she say grovel? Did she say grovel? She said she's not going to ask for forgiveness for something she did not do. I think the word she used was grovel, but Absolutely wild. And I don't know if we ever will see that from her. We might not, or at least not until all of her appeals are done. Because Rose AF22 said they told me not to do that in law school. Yeah, the level of making it personal with this defense team was unknown to me within the bounds of zealous advocacy. We'll stay there. It's a lot. And I've been in court for a lot of sentencings. And there are a lot of ways defense attorneys can make that argument without making it so personal to them as the attorney. My client maintains their innocence. My client maintains that this was accidental. My client maintains that X, Y, and Z. The evidence in this case, and then room for rehabilitation and no record and possibility. There's room to argue without it being so personal. Because that was a lot. That was a lot. And I think there's room to say, Your Honor, I've represented a lot of clients. This client deserves a chance. This fact pattern doesn't agree, but there's room for the defense to argue that. But I don't know what to make of the rest of it. I'm gonna need to process because it was a lot. Yeah, it was a lot, and there were times with Ramos that I wasn't sure if he was making an argument to the court as the attorney or like an impact statement as a friend. It was, how did my, yep. Law nerds, I am so sorry for the freezing. That is so frustrating, but that last one looks like it was on my end. So I don't know what's going on. They came out to work on the internet today, but it looks like I'm going to need to call them again because that has happened at least twice today. And it is incredibly frustrating for me as well. Law nerds, I'm sorry we are not going to get the rest of the super chats. The buffering is something I'm going to try to figure out before tomorrow. We will be back tomorrow to talk Murdaugh. There will probably be more that we need to talk about with this. I will need to breathe and process some of what we watched today. Don't forget to get the Law Nerd app. We will be back tomorrow to talk about all of the things. We will be talking Murdaugh tomorrow. I'm going to try to figure out what's going on with the internet because what in the world is going on with the internet? And I will talk to you soon. Law nerds, there is no one I'd rather be here with, whether it is for 2 hours a day, 6 hours a day, or more. Thank you for being here. Thank you for being a law nerd. Thank you for riding through this roller coaster of a day. We're just full, pick your roller coaster song. Like, are we going Phineas and Ferb? Are we going Red Hot Chili Peppers? Like, roller coaster. Which roller coaster are we at? Because I am just on a full roll. Oh, I hear George. Oh, that's perfect timing, Trav. I was just wrapping up and I hear George. There's George heralding Travis's arrival. Hello, T. You look like a full tilt Nashvilleian today. Yeah. Good to see you.
Hi, everyone.
How was your last day of high school ever? It's weird, isn't it? Congratulations.
Jazz practice was fun, though.
I'm glad jazz was good. Hello, Georgie. This cat is so happy with his human. We're just wrapping up. Do you want to say bye to chat? Chat. You have just witnessed the last time T is going to come in from school.
I mean, technically, when I come over from winter break, that'd be me coming from school.
I'm going to cry. It's been a long day. Anyways. Oh, it has been all of a day. Love you, T. I know. George is crying. I'm crying. We're all crying. I know. Love you, buddy. All right. Well, we were wrapping up and, well, there we are. Chad, I told you it was going to be an emotional day. I didn't realize that when we got to the end, we weren't safe. All right, law nerds. As we were wrapping up, I'm glad that T got home, but as we were wrapping up, it's T's last day of high school. So T getting in from class and coming in and saying hi is, well, that's today too. So sorry. I thought we were done. At the end of sentencing, but I will be back with you tomorrow. We will be talking about Murdaugh. I love that Travis is just like, I'll be home for winter break. It will be a little bit different, but it will be lovely in its own way. I'm glad you were here, law nerds. Because George heralding the Travis is one of my favorite things. And I absolutely love it. So, sorry. I was trying not to catch you guys off guard. I was trying not to catch myself off guard, but that's where we're at. I'm so incredibly proud of him. And I'm going to be doing this for the next few weeks. Oh, I can't talk. Law nerds, it's good to see you. Thank you for being here. Thank you for being a law nerd. A lot of you guys have been with me on this journey since T was, gosh, just at the beginning of junior high. Some of you even before that. So it's been just wonderful to get to share the moments of him popping in on stream. And he did say, though, that while he's on tour, he will record some stuff with me to send to y'all so that we're going to keep an eye on T, just in a little bit of a different way. So I know. It's just, oh, it's a lot because some of you remember back in the day, when I was talking about tech and the car seats were still in my car. Yep. I know. Which is part of why some of these cases hit so hard. It's part of why some of the cases I choose to cover or don't. Because at the end of the day, you're kind of always a mom. And yeah, it goes fast. I love you guys. Thank you, law nerds. I'm gonna go clean up the emo of it all and the last day of high school of it all. Not last day of school, but last day of high school ever. Yep. Senior year is mean. It's all of the feels, all of the complex emotions. You guys are the best. I will see you tomorrow. We will talk about Murdaugh. And look, law nerds, what are we going to do? Apparently, we're going to have another Murdaugh trial. Because we're going to be here doing the things, but not today. I'll talk to you guys soon. Have a great rest of your day. Oh, all the feels. Bye, y'all. Thank you for joining me. Make sure you don't miss a live stream or any of the updates on the cases that you care about most with the Law Nerd app at lawnerdapp.com. It's a free download on iOS and Android, so I can keep you in the loop. Because you never know when something's going to pop off. Thanks for being here, and thanks for being a law nerd.